I'm Chen Yan, just an ordinary man trying to survive, or so I thought. When chaos knocks on your door, you have two choices: survive in the shadows or step into the storm and try to change the world. My decision was made the moment I stumbled upon the inheritance of a mad alchemist, a genius potion master with dreams far more idealistic than his sanity could sustain. Through him, I gained knowledge forbidden and power unimaginable. With this alchemical legacy, I don't just concoct potions, I create chaos. I can summon gods and beings from legends, dragging them out of the forgotten past and into the present. In a world already teetering on the brink of madness, I hold the key to tipping the balance entirely. So why stop the chaos when I can make it my weapon? If this world is destined to spiral into disorder, then I'll pull the strings. Let the gods, monsters, and mortals tremble, because in this new age, survival isn't enough. If the world demands chaos, I'll deliver it on my terms. I'm not sure if it was because I'd absorbed some of the mad alchemist's memories, but I felt no guilt feeding the potion with unknown effects to a stranger. After quickly putting together a simple disguise, I jumped straight out the window onto the street below. The corridor had surveillance cameras, but my window and the street where the man stood were blind spots. It was safer this way. Thanks to the memories left by the mad alchemist, I'd successfully cultivated magic power, greatly enhancing my physical fitness. Jumping from the 5th floor didn't hurt me at all. In fact, I could leap up 5 floors just as easily. But this newfound power only made me more uneasy. The stronger the tools, the tougher the challenges they bring. With a soul mark applied to the potion, I approached the man. The events at the start of this story began to unfold. I couldn't help but feel excited about what he might become. Would he turn into a birdman, a slugman, a ratman, or even something entirely new? Maybe a mix of all of them? My curiosity burned brightly. Of course, I wasn't worried about him losing his mind or betraying me. The soul mark embedded in the potion ensured he would be forever bound to me as my servant. When he reverted back to his human form after drinking the potion, I felt a pang of disappointment. After all that back-and-forth transformation, was this the result? Just human again? But as I was processing this, the man suddenly stood up, regaining his strength, and then wings burst from his back. I was ecstatic. Birdman. But it wasn't that simple. His body continued to change, his head morphed into that of a snake, while his human body grew claws. Eventually, his transformation stabilized into a creature with a snake head, human torso, claws, and wings. This was incredible. He resembled the feathered serpent god from Mayan legends. As if sensing me, the man flew to my location, landed, and knelt before me. "Thank you for granting me new life. I owe you everything," he said. I replied indifferently, "Just fulfill your promise." "Yes, from now on, I will serve you as my master." "What's your name?" "Su Shuemin, Master." Using another skill inherited from the mad alchemist, the Eye of True Vision, I examined him. While this skill usually only revealed superficial information, Su Shuemin's soul mark allowed me to see everything about him, from his birth to his newfound abilities. He had incredible powers: shedding, allowing him to recover rapidly from injuries; swallowing, enabling him to consume food up to 4 times his size and digest it within minutes; strong adaptability, to survive in any environment; supervision, granting him the ability to see clearly even in darkness; flight, with speeds reaching that of sound. His wings weren't ordinary either, their feathers were razor-sharp, capable of being launched as deadly projectiles. His claws could cut through nearly anything, and his body produced a corrosive neurotoxic venom. Looking at his abilities, I realized I'd created a true monster. "Can you revert to your human form?" I asked. "Yes, Master." In moments, Su Shuemin returned to his human appearance, a tall man, roughly my height, with a scholarly look about him. "Do you know what powers you've gained?" I asked. "Yes," he said. "They feel as natural as moving my own limbs." With Su Shuemin by my side, I could now acquire materials that were once impossible to get. Before sending him off, though, I decided he needed a code name. Without much hesitation, I declared, "From today, your code name is Quetzalcoatl." "Yes, Master." I assigned him 2 tasks: first, to gather the materials listed on a note I handed him, and second, to find others like him and bring them to me. "Should I bring them all here after I find them?" he asked. I realized staying in my cramped rental apartment wasn't ideal. Fortunately, Su Shuemin's memories included a coffee shop he owned, a 3-story building that had been in use for years. "Clean up the 3rd floor of your coffee shop. That will be my base of operations," I told him. He agreed without question. The soul mark ensured his absolute loyalty, though I noticed a hint of hesitation. Master, before completing your tasks, I have a personal matter to attend to, he said. He was referring to his wife and the adulterers she'd been involved with. I'd seen the memory and understood his anger. Clean up the third floor quickly and inform me when it's ready, I said. Yes, he replied. As I turned to leave, he stopped me. Master, can you tell me who you really are? I glanced back, pulling off my mask just as a flash of lightning illuminated the night. Just a scholar who dabbles in alchemy, I said. As for his appearance, Chen Yan felt that since he could guarantee Su Xuemin's 100% loyalty, there was no need to hide it. It would be fine to hide it from outsiders, but hiding it from his own people would only backfire. When Chen Yan left, he opened a small portal. Although his home was downstairs, he still opened a small portal for the sake of style. After Chen Yan returned home, he poured himself a glass of wine, then stood in front of the window and saw the figure of the Quetzalcoatl passing through the sky. After drinking the whiskey in the glass, Chen Yan put the glass on the table and went to sleep. Hahai City, Jinghai District, Xinfeng Garden Community, Su Xuemin's home. A man and a woman were watching TV on the sofa and being affectionate. Brother Qing, what do you think if that loser calls the police? Su Xuemin's wife was nestled in the arms of a blond man, asking coquettishly. The man called Brother Qing laughed. I stabbed him more than a dozen times, I'm afraid he's dead before he can call the police. And you see how flustered he is, I guess he won't even think of calling the police until he dies. He's probably dead in some corner now. As he said that, he pinched Su Xuemin's wife's butt again and said, but you are still thinking about him in my arms now, I'm very angry. Su Xuemin's wife was pinched like this, and she said coquettishly, oh, aren't I afraid that you will get into trouble? When the two people were flirting in the house, they didn't know that Su Xuemin, who they said should have died, was standing outside the door at this moment. After his body was transformed, Su Xuemin's five senses became very sharp, and he could hear what was said in the house through the door. The conversation between the two people in the house did not cause any ripples in Su Xuemin's mood. At this moment, he was standing outside the door, thinking about how to perfectly kill the two people later. Although he could break into the house and kill the two people directly, it would inevitably attract the attention of the police, which would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. If it only affects himself, it would be fine, but he was afraid that it would affect that adult, and then he would be really dead. Taking out the key from his pocket, Su Xuemin opened the door and walked straight in. The two people who were making out in the house were attracted by the sound of the door opening, but when they saw that the person who came was Su Xuemin, who was in tattered clothes and embarrassed, Huang Ma was about to mock him, but before he could speak, Su Xuemin came up to them and covered their mouths. After knocking the two people unconscious quickly, Su Xuemin directly changed into the form of Quetzalcoatl and swallowed the two people into his stomach. Thanks to his strong digestive ability, within a few minutes, the two people were digested in Su Xuemin's stomach. Su Xuemin changed his clothes, changed his original tattered clothes and ate them. Destroy all the evidence of his going out as much as possible. Don't worry about the surveillance in the corridor, it has been broken for a long time and has not been repaired. What Su Xuemin is really worried about is the surveillance video along the way when he escapes. But as Su Xuemin keeps reviewing in his mind, he finds that he was walking on the road without surveillance at that time, and Jinghai District is an urban area. How did he run to the suburbs after being stabbed more than a dozen times? All this is too weird. Su Xuemin attributed it to Chen Yan, thinking that all this was the plan of that adult. Without evidence that he went out, Su Xuemin can report to the police with peace of mind and say that his wife is missing. On the other side, Chen Yan, who woke up, used the existing materials at hand to develop new medicines. Yesterday's modified medicine made Chen Yan very satisfied, but it was still the same logic: the stronger the props, the more difficult the event. Chen Yan's heart has been shrouded in a sense of urgency. He must improve his strength as soon as possible, otherwise when the spiritual energy is completely revived, all kinds of monsters may appear. He must improve his strength to an unmatched level before that. Chen Yan has the habit of writing a research diary. The joy of yesterday's potion's success did not overwhelm Chen Yan's mind. Chen Yan is now flipping through yesterday's research diary. According to yesterday's steps, he put goat hair, frogs, willow branches and some human nails into the container in turn. This is a formula recorded in the inheritance. A potion called Goatman. This is a very low-level monster. In the memory of the inheritance, the Goatman is described as a trinket worth mentioning. Chen Yan did not study this creature because he was very interested in it, but because these were the only materials he had on hand, just enough to make it. It just so happened that Chen Yan also wanted to see how the formula masterpiece of the crazy alchemist compared to his own Quetzalcoatl. But as expected, it failed. Chen Yan scratched his head. Obviously, the steps were all done according to the steps that succeeded yesterday. The heating temperature and the output of magic power were the same. Why did it fail? There is still one last material. After using this material, there will be no alchemy materials at home. Chen Yan decided to try again and follow the steps in the memory inheritance. After cleaning the container and drying it, Chen Yan placed materials such as goat hair, frogs, willow branches, and human nails into it according to the steps in the memory inheritance, and then began to transfer magic power. However, the result was still not satisfactory. It was neither a failure nor a success, and it was always in an intermediate state. Chen Yan did not dare to stop and continue to transfer magic power, but there was still no sign that the potion was about to take shape. Just at this moment, a strong wind blew in from the window. It was windy outside, and the wind rolled up the reeds that Chen Yan had placed aside. The reeds were floating and about to fall into the container. Seeing this, Chen Yan had no time to stop it, so he could only accept his fate. He was going to fail again this time. However, as the saying goes, don't give up easily until the last moment. The addition of the reeds caused the potion, which had been in the intermediate state for a long time, to change and began to melt into liquid. A moment later, a tube of green potion was successfully prepared, although it was different from the color of the goatman potion recorded in the memory inheritance. But it was still successful. Looking at another bottle of potion that was inexplicably successful in his hand, Chen Yan fell into self-doubt. He began to suspect that the formula left by the mad alchemist was wrong, and his research notes were useless. Whether the potion could succeed actually depended on luck. However, who can say for sure about things in the idealistic world? After engraving the soul mark on the potion, the next step is to find a suitable user for this potion. I don't know how the matter is going on with Quetzalcoatl. Just as Chen Yan was thinking, the soul mark sent a message that the third floor of the cafe had been cleaned up, and secret measures had been taken, and the person Chen Yan needed was found, but he was dying. Without hesitation, Chen Yan took the potion and took a taxi to the cafe. It was a long way from the suburbs to Su Xuemin's cafe. I hoped that the person would still be alive when Chen Yan arrived. After arriving at Su Xuemin's cafe, he found that Su Xuemin had been waiting at the door since early morning. When Su Xuemin saw Chen Yan, he hurried forward to greet him. "You are finally here. I tried my best to keep him alive." "Well, thank you for your hard work." The two of them went up to the third floor together. As soon as they went up to the third floor, they saw a middle-aged man lying on the floor who was about to die. Chen Yan did not hesitate and poured the potion into him directly. Then he quietly waited for the change. Chen Yan asked, "What is his origin?" "A forest ranger was ambushed by poachers and illegal loggers with a shotgun. When I found him, he was already dying." Hearing this, Chen Yan looked at the tube of green potion that had been poured down, and thought to himself, will a druid or something like that be created? Chen Yan was looking forward to his change. The change of the ranger was not as drastic as Su Xuemin's, but rather very gentle. Slowly, goat horns began to grow on the ranger's head, and his body was covered with some kind of moss. His ears became long and pointed, similar to goat ears. Thick hair began to grow on his arms and legs. Until finally he turned into a goat-head human body, covered with moss and flowers. The ranger who had completed the change did not wake up, so Chen Yan opened the True Vision Eye to check the ranger's condition. After opening the True Vision Eye, the ranger's condition with the soul mark was clearly visible in front of Chen Yan. After a look, the ranger's name was Jiuzhenghua, and he did not wake up because he fell into a short coma due to exhaustion. His injuries had been completely healed, and he only needed to wait for a while to wake up. Chen Yan took advantage of this time to look at the abilities Jiuzhenghua had acquired. This look shocked Chen Yan, as if he had created something incredible. Natural control, able to communicate with the elements of nature, control the growth of plants, and summon and manipulate animals. Transfiguration ability, can transform oneself into different animals or plants. Musical magic, can cast magic by playing pan flute music, affecting the listener's emotions, mood and spirit. Healing ability, has the ability to heal wounds and diseases. Immortal body, has an immortal body and will not die due to age or disease. If Su Xuemin's Quetzalcoatl ability is still at a relatively materialistic level, then the ability obtained by Jiuzhenghua is completely idealistic. What should I call it? A sheep's head in a human body, able to communicate with the elements of nature, can play the pan flute, and has an immortal body like a god, then calling it a druid is a bit inconsistent. After a moment, Chen Yan decided on Xiao Jinggua's codename, Pan God. All the changes that Xiao Jinghua has undergone and all the abilities he has acquired are very consistent with the Pan God in mythology and legends. After checking Xiao Jinggua's information, the unconscious Xiao Jinghua gradually woke up. Where am I? Xiao Jinghua murmured as he looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. Su Xuemin transformed into the form of Quetzalcoatl, walked up to Xiao Jinghua and said, "You're awake." Seeing Su Xuemin with a snake head and a human body and wings on his back, Xiao Jinghua said in horror, "Strange, monster." Su Xuemin seemed to be interested in something, pointed to the mirror in the corner and said with a smile, "If I am a monster, then what are you?" Xiao Jinghua looked in the direction of Su Xuemin's finger, and there was a monster with a sheep's head and a human body in the mirror. Xiao Jinghua was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly, then looked at his body. Unbelievable, it became a monster. Chen Yan, who was standing aside, did not speak, but just watched quietly, thinking that this was the normal reaction of a normal person when seeing his own changes. Su Xuemin's strong adaptability caused him to react too indifferently to his own changes. Chen Yan once thought it was meaningless, but now looking at the panicked Xiao Jinghua, he felt a little more comfortable. "You were going to die, remember?" After Su Xuemin said this, Xiao Jinghua seemed to have just reacted. Yes, wasn't he killed in the gunfight with those poachers and illegal loggers? How come he is still alive now, and has become like this? "It was you who saved me?" Xiao Jinghua said. Su Xuemin shook his head and pointed to Chen Yan beside him, saying, "It was the master who saved you. I just brought you to the master." "Master? Master?" Xiao Jinghua looked at Chen Yan, who looked nonchalant. The moment their eyes met, the soul mark took effect. Xiao Jinghua felt that he could not resist the person in front of him at all, and even had some inexplicable closeness. Chen Yan walked up to Xiao Jinghua and said, "Try it, you should be able to turn back into a human body." Xiao Jinghua did not doubt Chen Yan's words, and began to concentrate on trying to turn back to his previous body. As Xiao Jinghua concentrated, his body began to undergo subtle changes. First, the horns on his head began to shrink and eventually disappeared. Then, the thick hair covering his body began to fade away, and his skin gradually became smooth, showing the skin color of a human. The ears gradually became shorter, from pointed goat ears to round human ears. Soon, he returned from the appearance of Pan to his original body. Seeing that he had changed back to his original appearance in the mirror, Xiao Jinghua said in surprise, What's going on? Who are you? What have you done to me? You are about to die. I need an experimental material. Feel it carefully. There are other powers in your body." Due to the existence of the soul mark, Xiao Jinghua was 100% obedient to Chen Yan's words. He would do as Chen Yan said. After carefully feeling it, Xiao Jinghua found that there was indeed a lot of information in his mind, including his abilities and his physical condition. Then Chen Yan and the two saw Xiao Jinghua instantly transform into a gray wolf, then a tiger, a bear, a sapling, etc., and finally return to human form. "It seems that you have become proficient in mastering your abilities," Chen Yan said. Xiao Jinghua nodded. "Yeah, I can use my fingers like an arm. It's like I was born with it." Then he knelt in front of Chen Yan and said, "Thank you for your life-saving grace. I will be your servant from now on." When Chen Yan heard this, he scratched his head and felt bored, and said, "1 and 2 are like this, as if you can disobey my order without swearing allegiance." Then he looked at Su Xuemin and said, "Remember, there is no relationship between us in front of others. You can live and work as usual. The only task you have to do is to help me collect as much material as possible for my experiments. In order to prevent your identity from being leaked, all future communications between us will use code names." Chen Yan pointed at Su Xuemin and said to Xiao Jinghua, "He is my experiment number 001, codenamed Quetzalcoatl. And you are my experiment number 002, codenamed Pan God. Do you understand?" After both of them left, Chen Yan used the portal to transfer all the experimental equipment in his home to the 3rd floor of the cafe. This consumed most of Chen Yan's physical strength and magic power. Chen Yan was exhausted and sat down on the chair, reviewing the past 2 days. First of all, the formula of the mad alchemist is definitely problematic, at least it is not applicable in this era. The 2 potion formulas and methods that he successfully refined are very different from the formulas in the inheritance. So the inheritance of the mad alchemist can only be used as a reference for himself. Secondly, the refining of potions is extremely idealistic. In many cases, the more you follow the rules, the less likely you are to succeed in refining. On the contrary, unintentional actions may produce unexpected results. There is also a piece of information recorded in The Inheritance of the Mad Alchemist: all creatures born from potions can evolve infinitely. Chen Yan cannot confirm this information yet. Not to mention that the humans transformed by his own potions are almost different from the alchemy products of the Mad Alchemist. The strength of the transformed people is also much stronger than the alchemy products recorded by the Mad Alchemist. Therefore, it is not clear whether his own cyborg can evolve. According to the records, the evolution of alchemical products requires the alchemical products to reach a critical value first. This critical value is called the singularity. When the alchemical products reach the singularity, the alchemical products can be evolved by using a special potion ratio. It takes a long time to reach the singularity. Chen Yan's cyborg has the longest lifespan, and the only one who has been born for one day is Su Shuamin, the Quetzalcoatl. So this information is temporarily put aside. The current priority is to seek more experimental materials and alchemical materials. From the smoother cultivation of magic power in the past few days, Chen Yan can feel that the chaotic era of spiritual energy recovery is probably coming soon. I have to improve my cyborgs and my own strength as soon as possible. Chen Yan pondered for a while and wrote a title on a new notebook: God-Making Plan. Hahai City, Shirshi Forest Farm. This place has distinct four seasons, beautiful scenery, rich biodiversity, and unique natural landscapes. This forest area covers thousands of square kilometers of primeval forests and is home to many rare animals and plants. In order to protect this precious natural resource, the state has established the Shirshi Forest Farm as a hunting ban area, and no one is allowed to conduct any form of hunting and logging in it. There are multiple monitoring points in the forest area, which are patrolled regularly by professional forest rangers and ecologists, and Xiaozhengguo is one of them. The forest farm is not too big, so there is only one forest ranger, Xiaozhengguo. Because it is a hunting ban area, ordinary people don't always come here. The only thing to be wary of is those poachers and illegal loggers. Xiaozhengguo has also caught some people in these ordinary times. Because Xiaozhengguo has a gun in his hand, and his shooting skills are very accurate, he is often knocked down by Xiaozhengguo before the poachers find him. However, this time is different. Xiaozhengguo faced a gang that was fully armed. One group was responsible for poaching and the other group was responsible for logging. Xiaozhengguo encountered this gang hidden during his routine patrol. Before he could send a signal for help, he was shot several times and fell to the ground. The criminals left the place when they saw that Xiaozhengguo was helpless, leaving only two people to guard. At this time, Quetzalcoatl, who came out to collect materials for Chen Yan, happened to see this scene. He found that Xiaozhengguo still had a chance to survive, so he killed and ate the two guards, and then took them back to the cafe. Now, Xiaozhengguo, who has regained his life, has transformed into Pan and started his revenge. West Forest Farm, Poachers Camp. This is an international poaching gang, which is supported by a large illegal trading company called Shifang Group. Shifang Group is a legal multinational enterprise involved in timber, minerals and wildlife trade, but in fact a large part of its profits come from illegal poaching and trafficking of endangered species. Most of the group is composed of mercenaries, and they are equipped with professional equipment such as guns, bulletproof vests, drones, night vision goggles, thermal imaging devices, etc. At this moment, they are stationed in the center of the forest farm, which can facilitate their poaching and illegal logging activities more secretly. This time, their main purpose is to cut down the national first-class protected plants in the forest farm, silver fir, and hunt black bears for bear skins. In just one day, this group of people cut down nearly 10 silver fir trees with the help of professional equipment, and hunted 4 black bears and 3 tigers. At this moment, it was late, they lit a bonfire, and prepared to practice. Today, except for the forest ranger, no one else was seen, and there was no obstruction. Overall, it was very smooth. But this did not make them relax their vigilance. Instead, they were very vigilant. Some people were in the surroundings of the camp and used the radio to report the situation at all times. But they did not realize that death was quietly approaching at this moment. A melodious music played by a panpipe was heard by everyone. Group by group, what's going on? Where does the music come from? The leader of the gang asked on the intercom. The poachers on duty outside were also wondering, and answered, I don't know, the instrument didn't show anyone approaching. Just as they were still wondering, the melodious music suddenly changed, becoming harsh and weird. The rhythm of the music began to become irregular, the notes jumped in sharp, and the poachers felt an indescribable uneasiness and tension. An indescribable sense of oppression began to permeate the air, as if an invisible hand was tightening around one's throat, making it hard to breathe. It was an ancient fear from the depths of the universe, a panic that was deeper and more fundamental than death. Slowly, everyone was attracted by this strange melody, threw away their guns, and involuntarily gathered towards the source of the sound. Their steps were staggering, their eyes were empty, as if they were being pulled by an invisible line, step by step towards an unknown fate. After arriving at the destination, everyone formed a loose circle, surrounding Pan and his panpipe. At first, they were able to maintain a certain degree of self-control and tried to resist the influence of the music. But soon, the sound of the flute became more complex, and the powerful force contained in the melody completely disintegrated people's psychological defenses. They began to perform a series of incredible behaviors. Some people rolled on the ground and screamed in pain, some people fell into ecstasy and danced desperately, others knelt on the ground, clasped their hands together, as if they were praying in some kind of ritual, but they could not say anything. At this moment, the image of Pan became blurred, as if he had melted into the shadows around him, leaving only a pair of eyes flickering in the darkness, observing everything coldly. Under his gaze, the music reached its climax, and the air was filled with an energy fluctuation that was close to madness. The silver fir that had been chopped down stood behind everyone in a twisted and weird form. The next day, Xiao Jinghua led a team of police officers to a place in the West Forest Farm. Everyone was speechless at the sight. Fully armed bodies were hung on the silver fir trees, some on branches, and the branches pierced their chests. Some were swallowed by the silver fir trees, as if embedded in the silver fir trees. All the dead looked extremely miserable, and their faces showed inexplicable expressions that ordinary people could not make. What is going on?" the old police officer who led the team exclaimed. Even though he had experienced years of vicissitudes, he had never seen such a horrible and terrifying scene. It was as if the forest had eaten these people. After a rough glance at the scene, the leading police officer conducted a routine interrogation of Xiao Jinghua. "When did you find them?" the police officer asked. Xiao Jinghua replied, "I found it during my routine patrol this morning, around 10 o'clock. Did anything strange happen before that?" "It was yesterday. I found a campsite during my patrol, but there was no one there and the campfire was extinguished. I also initially guessed that some young people came to camp. Now it seems that the campsite should belong to them. As for the current situation, I don't know what happened. Why didn't you call the police at that time? There are often some unruly young people who come here to camp. Generally speaking, as long as they don't cause any major harm, they turn a blind eye." "Are you the only ranger in the forest farm?" "Almost. There was a young man before, but he left because he couldn't stand the hardship." "Okay, thank you for your hard work. The next thing will be left to us." Xiao Jinghua shook hands with the police officer and said, "Thank you for your hard work." No one noticed that Xiao Jinghua had a strange smile on his face when he turned and left. What was Qin Yin doing at this time? Lying down to rest. After more than a dozen failures, Chen Yin, who had used up all the materials found by Quetzalcoatl, could only be forced to enter the sage state and wait for the arrival of the second batch of experimental materials. Why didn't it succeed? Octopus, bat wings, fish scales, should be correct. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be successful. Could it be that Cthulhu is a fictional god so it didn't succeed? But that's not right, aren't Quetzalcoatl and Pan also fictional? The difference is that one is a folk myth and legend, and the other is a literary work, but aren't they essentially the same? Chen Yin felt that there must be something wrong with some link. Maybe there weren't enough experimental materials? It shouldn't be bat wings, octopus, fish scales. When people drink it, a Cthulhu will be born. Is it because his current magic power is not enough? After thinking about it, Chen Yin could only attribute the reason to this. Since Cthulhu couldn't be made, Chen Yin decided to settle for the next best thing and make something similar. So he used the soul mark to convey the order to Quetzalcoatl and Pan to collect octopuses, lampreys, and webbed feet. This request made the two people a little troubled. Octopuses are easy to collect. Just go to the seafood market and buy one directly, but lampreys are generally not sold in China. And what do webbed feet refer to? Is it duck feet, goose feet, toad feet, or frog feet? The ecology of the West Forest Farm is very rich, but there are no lampreys. In the end, the two decided that Quetzalcoatl Su Shuamin would be responsible for flying to the main habitat of lampreys, the North American continent, to find them. Before going, Su Shuamin also did some research. Lampreys are very common in Lake Ontario and Lake Huron in North America. As for the webbed feet, Pan Xiao Jinghua would find them. After all, Pan has an ability to summon animals, so it is not difficult to collect them. In order to avoid being noticed, Su Xuemin went abroad by plane instead of flying directly. Even though his flying speed can reach the speed of sound, an unidentified humanoid flying in the sky is still too eye-catching. During this break, Chen Yan, who had rested well, decided to make some other potions. The legacy of the Mad Alchemist not only contains formulas for creating creatures, but in fact, these formulas only account for a small part, and most of them are the refining of various magical potions. Invisibility Potion. This is the potion that Chen Yan will make next. The materials needed for the invisibility potion are not difficult to find: moss, worm mucus, colorless crystal, and distilled dew. But except for dew and crystal, the other two have strict time limits and must be collected during the full moon. Moss and worm mucus were collected as early as August 16th of the lunar calendar last month, when the moon was the roundest in the year. The rest are colorless crystal and distilled dew. In the morning, the dew was sent to Qinyan by Pan Shinxiuzhengui using mice to walk through the sewer. Colorless crystals are a bit of a problem for Chen Yan. This thing has been bothering Chen Yan for nearly a month, but he just can't buy it. Suddenly, Chen Yan had an idea. Is transparent glass considered colorless crystal? Practice is the only criterion for testing truth, so just do it. Chen Yan found a few transparent glass cups, broke them and collected them. Then Chen Yan started making it. The process of making the invisibility potion is not too complicated, and it even has a scientific flavor. First, grind the glass and dry moss into powder with a mortar, then mix the ground powder with distilled dew and distill it again to extract the essence. Then slowly mix the worm mucus and essence, then inject magic power and stir clockwise until the liquid becomes completely transparent, which is considered a success. Looking at the clear liquid of about 300 milliliters in his hand, he thought about it and didn't dare to drink it himself. After all, it was his first time to refine it. Who knows if he has refined something strange again. Caught a little white mouse from the cage and slowly fed the liquid to the little white mouse with a needleless syringe. Chen Yan bought a lot of little white mice, which are cheap and easy-to-use experimental materials, after moving here. It is used to experiment with magic potions such as invisibility potions. The fur and skin of the little white mouse that took the invisibility potion began to become transparent, and its internal structure gradually became invisible, and finally the whole body became as transparent as glass. If Chen Yan hadn't still held the little white mouse in his hand, he might have really thought that the little white mouse had disappeared. After putting the invisible mouse into the observation box, Chen Yan discovered another thing. Under the light of the observation box, the mouse no longer cast a shadow. This phenomenon is particularly obvious in the bright environment of the observation box. It's done. The next step is to observe the duration. According to the inherited memory, the invisibility potion can last for up to 30 minutes, which is considered a high-end product among magic potions. Half an hour later, just when Chen Yan was drowsy, there was finally movement in the observation box. The originally invisible little white mouse began to gradually reveal its body shape, and the color of its fur and skin slowly changed from completely transparent to semi-transparent, and finally returned to its normal opaque state. As the invisibility effect faded, the body of the little white mouse began to reflect and refract light again, its shape and color gradually became clearly visible, and its shadow gradually appeared. Success! Seeing that there was still a lot of invisibility potion left in the container, Chen Yan divided it into several different opaque reagent tubes. After observing for a few more hours and finding that the little white mouse did not have any adverse reactions, Chen Yan was relieved that what he made this time was really successful. With this thing, Quetzalcoatl and Pan were more convenient to move. The success of the invisibility potion made Chen Yan fall into a sense of emptiness. Now he seemed to be addicted to making potions. Once he stopped making potions, he would feel empty. Looking at the remaining fish scales on the table, Chen Yan had an idea in his mind. Can I create a potion again? Just do it. Chen Yan pulled out a hair of his own and put it into the crucible together with the fish scales. As an alchemist, Chen Yan's body contains magic power, even a hair contains magic power, so Chen Yan just pulled out a hair to see if it can be used as a material for making potions. With the heating of the flame and the transmission of magic power, the hair and fish scales in the crucible reacted, first turning into an intermediate state and then turning into a pool of green viscous liquid. Chen Yan smelled it, it smelled fishy, and thought that normal people would not drink this thing. I don't know what it will do. After putting it into the reagent tube and sealing it, I turned back and found that a pool of brown liquid appeared in the crucible again. Chen Yan checked the memory of the mad alchemist and learned the reason for this phenomenon. The mad alchemist called this potion that transforms the human body Creator Alchemy, and the potion made by Creator Alchemy has a certain probability of producing an additional product, additional derivative. The difference between the two is that the potion made by Creator's refining can be used by humans. The murloc could not possibly be related to the nightmare, but soon Chen Yan found that he had fallen into a misconception. Who said that this murloc must be a deep diver? Could it be that the potion he made failed again? So Chen Yan changed his thinking and deduced the subject from the derivative. In Cthulhu mythos, the nightmare is a clan serving the old god Nodens. Deducing from the clan, and related to the sea, Chen Yan could only think of one god. Lord of the Great Abyss, Nodens. In fact, the god Nodens was not the first god created in Cthulhu mythos. In British mythology during the Roman Empire, he was the god of healing, and his temple still existed in Lydney, Gloucestershire. There is a stone tablet with the image of Nodens in the temple. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the first time that Chen Yan has created a human-shaped god. The fishman who drank the magic potion soon changed. The webbed hands began to transform back to the appearance of a normal human, and the scales on the body gradually began to disappear. The originally hideous and dull fish head with sharp teeth slowly turned into a majestic image of a white-haired old man. Seeing this scene, Chen Yan knew that it was done. But then, something unexpected happened to Chen Yan. When the lower body was transformed, the two legs that were originally separated slowly stuck together, and then grew blue scales, until finally turning into a fish tail. Chen Yan opened the eye of true vision to see the current abilities of the fishman. With the soul mark, the information of the fishman was clearly visible in front of Chen Yan. Even the abilities of the fishman in the previous state could be seen. In the fishman state, it has 4 abilities: underwater breathing, underwater vision, sharp teeth, and blood smell. Now, underwater breathing and underwater vision have evolved into deep-sea adaptation and deep-sea vision. And there is also an ability called weak water flow control ability, which allows fishmen to control water flow to a certain extent. Chen Yan slowly wrote in his notebook, Sequence 003, Nodens. When 003 woke up, he was conscious and knew clearly what he had done before. But he had no remorse in his heart. In his opinion, he had killed people who deserved to be killed. But in fact, 003, who had lost his mind at that time, could not tell who should be killed and who should not be killed. At that time, he was a killing machine that had lost control. Chen Yan did not expose him. Sometimes it is better for people to be a little confused. At this moment, 003 had no disrespect for Chen Yanqing because of the soul mark. He bowed to Chen Yan and said, "Thank you, Master, for saving my life. I hope you will forgive me for my disrespect to you before." Chen Yan did not take 003's disrespect to him before to heart, and he was very satisfied with 003's attitude now. But there is one situation that Chen Yan needs to figure out. Is 003's current state an evolution, or is it covered by the effect of the new potion? After using the Eye of True Vision to explore many times, Chen Yan concluded that 003's state is an evolution. The potion he had developed before was not a complete failure. A large part of 003's loss of control was due to an ability of his in the fishman form, blood smell. The ability of blood smell would constantly stimulate the fishman's senses, and it would easily make 003 fall into a bloodthirsty state that was difficult to get rid of. But it was also because of the satisfaction of his desire for killing and the constant stimulation of his senses that 003 reached the singularity that 001 and 002 had not reached so far. The potion prepared by Chen Yan made a second transformation of 003, which had reached the singularity. This transformation directly prompted it to break through the singularity and evolve directly. This was a shot of adrenaline for Chen Yan, which showed that his modified people could evolve like the alchemy products of the Mad Alchemist, and his research direction was roughly correct. The failure to create Cthulhu must be because the current ability was not enough to directly create such a powerful god. Chen Yan had a good idea. Although he called the modified people he had created a god, their strength was far from reaching the level of a god. Even 003, which had evolved to the second stage, was still at the level of a supernatural creature and could only be considered a pseudo-god. If Chen Yan wanted to create a real god in one fell swoop, he was not able to do it with his current ability. At this time, 001 sent a message that he was almost at the cafe. Chen Yan told 001 not to come directly to the cafe, but to find a hidden place to hide his body first. Now the scene outside has been blocked, and the awakened people of the National Special Event No. 1 Handling Agency are still outside. If 001 comes here at this time, he will definitely be discovered. Although Quetzalcoatl's current ability is not weak, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, not to mention that when the enemy's ability is not yet fully clear, Chen Yan thinks it is better not to expose it. 001 landed at 002's base, Zilanchang, following Chen Yan's order. Chen Yan sensed the coordinates of the soul mark and then opened a portal. When 001 saw the familiar portal, he knew that this was the passage opened by the master for him, so he walked in directly. After passing through the portal, 001 appeared in front of the 3 people holding the incubator. After passing through the portal, 001 noticed 003 half-laying on the ground. At this time, 003 could only half sit on the ground because of the fishtail in the lower body, and the posture was just like the posture of the mermaid in the fairy tale book. 001 swallowed his saliva. Beautiful mermaid? Chen Yan looked at 001, then at 003, took the incubator from 001, and said, "You are really hungry." Chen Yan could not see how 003 was related to the word beauty. As mentioned earlier, 003 Norden's image was that of a majestic white-haired old man. 001 blushed after being poked, realizing that Chen Yan had misunderstood him, and hurriedly explained, "No, master, look at his posture and image, isn't it the same as the one in the Little Mermaid?" Okay, whatever you want. 001, realizing that he couldn't explain it clearly, looked miserable, and this scene made 002 hold back his laughter, as the master was around, so he couldn't laugh out loud. 001 was transformed back into a human, so 003, who had never seen 001, looked puzzled and asked, "Master, is he also a person like us?" Chen Yan ignored him and concentrated on fiddling with the lamprey in the incubator. 001 introduced himself with a hint of pride in his tone. "Yes, my name is Su Shuemin, and I am the master's first experiment. You can call me Quetzalcoatl." 003 began to look Su Shuemin up and down and said, "But why are you in human form?" Su Shuemin was puzzled and turned to Chen Yan and asked, "Master, didn't you tell him that he could change back to human form?" "Well, I forgot." Chen Yan really forgot. He was so focused on studying the changes of the fishman that he had no time to explain these to 003. And 002 has been in the state of Pan and has not returned to human form, so 003 has no idea that he can change back to human form. How can I change back to human form? To be honest, in this form, he has a huge desire for water. Now on this floor, 003 only feels uncomfortable. Su Shuemin saw that Chen Yan had no intention of speaking, so he explained, "You can change back if you try to recall your body shape and appearance." Hearing Su Shuemin's words, 003 did not delay and began to recall, and his body slowly changed back to its original body shape and appearance. After changing back to human form, 003 Yujiaza could not wait to stand up from the ground, because the posture just now made him uncomfortable. Seeing that Yujiaza had already changed back to human form, 002 also changed back. Yujiaza shook hands with Su Shuemin and said, "Thank you, my name is Yujiaza." Su Shuemin shook hands with him and said, "You're welcome. We are all companions from now on." Yujiaza turned around and shook hands with Xiaojinghua, who had transformed back into a human, and asked, "What should I call you?" 002, Panshin, Xiaojinghua. Thank you for treating me just now. You're welcome. Chen Yan listened to the 3 of them being polite to each other, as if there were flies buzzing in his ears. He opened a portal and drove them away, saying, "If you want to talk, go somewhere else. Don't disturb me." The 3 people were embarrassed when they heard this, and they could only obey orders and walk into the portal. Before Su Shuemin walked into the portal, Chen Yan threw a small tube of invisibility potion to him. "That's all I have left. It can make you invisible for half an hour. You can use it as you like." After sending the 3 people away, Chen Yan was finally able to concentrate on dealing with these lampreys. Chen Yan wrote a string of words in his notebook, sequence 004, Mind Flayer. The 3 people passed through the teleportation and found that the destination of the teleportation was the Shirshi Forest Farm. Xiaojinghua took the 2 people to the small house where he lived, and the 3 of them chatted here. Su Shuemin asked, "What do you think the master gave me this invisibility potion for?" The other 2 people also fell into deep thought after hearing this, and Xiaojinghua took the lead and said, "Can you tell us about your experience?" After asking, he felt that it might be a bit offensive, so he explained, "There is no other meaning. If you don't tell me, it's hard for me to guess the master's intention." Su Shuemin felt that there was some truth, so he told the 2 how he met Chen Yan and how he took revenge. After listening, the 2 couldn't help but pat Su Shuemin on the shoulder and said, "Brother, be strong." After hearing this, Su Shuemin's head was full of black lines. He had never heard of not exposing the shortcomings of others. After a joke, Xiao Xinhua began to analyze it for Su Xuemin. Did you call the police after eating them? Su Xuemin nodded. I called the police. I reported her missing. I also told the police about my wife's affair. Now the police suspect that my wife eloped with her lover. Xiao Xinhua shook his head after listening and said, I'm afraid things are not as simple as you think. Why? Did the surveillance camera capture anything? The surveillance camera captured 2 people entering the community, but after that, the surveillance camera inexplicably broke down. There is no subsequent video recording, and there is no picture of me running out. But it's strange to say. Logically speaking, I was stabbed more than a dozen times at the time, and it would be difficult to survive, but I ran 8 kilometers to the suburbs where the owner was at the time, and no surveillance camera captured my trace. This is probably the handiwork of the owner. After reaching this conclusion, the 3 of them took a breath of cold air. It turned out that all these things that happened were calculated by the owner? The image of Chun Yan couldn't help but become taller in the hearts of the 3 people. Xiao Xinhua continued to analyze to Su Xuemin. If the police want to solve the case, they will definitely not only suspect one possibility. You are definitely among the suspects of the police, but they just didn't say it clearly. And your absence from the country these 2 days may increase the police's suspicion of you. And you flew back directly this time, without taking a plane or other means of transportation. As long as you don't expose yourself, no one can find out that you are back, so the police may now suspect that you are absconding. My suggestion is that you fly back to North America and then take a plane back. The owner gave you this bottle of medicine, probably because he was afraid that you would. I gave it to you because someone found you. That makes sense, but why did you only give me so much? You know better than me how rare the master's magic potion is. The master probably calculated all of it. Let me ask you, how long does it take you to fly out of the country at full speed? About half an hour? Isn't that right? It takes you half an hour to fly out of the country at full speed, and the effect of this potion can only last for half an hour. I'm afraid the master calculated it. Xiao Xinghua's words made both of them gasp. The master's calculations were indeed unfathomable. Xiao Xinghua continued, in my opinion, the master should know that you might be targeted when you come back, so he gave you this bottle of potion. In fact, Xiao Xinghua was right. Su Xuemin was indeed targeted when he flew back. The country's air security measures had discovered and captured his traces as early as when he entered the country, and he did not escape surveillance even when he landed in the West Forest Farm. So, now a team of people is rushing towards the West Forest Farm. This group of people was discovered by Xiao Xinghua when they entered the vicinity of the West Forest Farm. At this moment, Xiao Xinghua said anxiously, "Hurry up, there is a group of people coming here, maybe for you, hurry up." After hearing this, Su Xuemin drank the potion without hesitation, then flew into the air and flew towards North America with all his strength. Seeing Su Xuemin leave, Xiao Xinghua was still nervous. After all, Yujiaza was still here. Just when Xiao Xinghua was still worried about how to hide Yujiaza, a portal opened, and a hand stretched out from the portal and directly pulled Yujiaza in. It seems that the master took action. Xiao Xinghua was relieved, and at the same time gave a thumbs up to the master's calculation in his heart. But in fact, Xiao Xinghua guessed wrong. Chen Yan took Yujiaza away not to help him hide, but to develop a new potion and use Yujiaza for experiments. Cafe, 3rd floor. Yujiaza, who was suddenly caught, was still confused and asked, "Master, what's the matter?" Chen Yan threw a syringe to Yujiaza and said, "Draw out a tube of blood. I can use it." Yujiaza didn't think much about it. He directly inserted the needle into the blood vessel and began to draw blood. The syringe was not small. Yujiaza felt a little weak after drawing a full tube. After handing the syringe to Chen Yan, he fainted on the ground. Chen Yan didn't care about Yujiaza. Anyway, his body had been transformed. This little blood would probably wake him up in a while. Pour the blood drawn from Yujiaza into the liquid in the crucible, and Chen Yan used a stirring rod to inject magic power while stirring. As Chen Yan continued to stir, the liquid in the crucible gradually turned brown-yellow, and then turned brown, and then a surge of magic power surged, and Chen Yan knew that it worked. It is indeed feasible to use the blood of the transformed to refine magic potions. Chen Yan was trying to reproduce the potion produced by additional derivatives before. After adding some bat wings and goat horns, the liquid always failed to form, so Chen Yan thought what would happen if Yujiaza's blood was added? From now on, the re-engraving should be successful. The pot of potion in front of me is the same as the potion that created the nightmare in terms of color, viscosity, and surge of magic power. At the same time, Shirshi Forest Farm. Xiao Jingwei is dealing with a team of people who came to investigate. The leader showed his ID and said, National Special Incident Handling Agency Number 1, Hizhu. Next we will investigate the forest farm, please cooperate with us. Xiao Jingwei said, okay, you are here to investigate what happened some time ago. Let me tell you, this is the first time in my life that I have seen such a terrible scene. Those people died, I'm afraid only God who is angry can create such a scene. Hizhu naturally knew what Xiao Jingwei was talking about. It was about that group of poachers. This matter was handed over to them not long ago, but this time they came not for this matter, but for another matter. An unknown humanoid creature flew into the country and landed at Shirshi Forest Farm. An hour ago, the National Satellite Security System received an alarm that an unidentified flying object was flying over the border at the speed of sound. According to the images sent by the satellite, it was a creature similar to a human. This incident quickly attracted the attention of the National Special Event Number 1 Handling Agency. When the satellite observed that the unidentified flying object had landed in the Shirshi Forest Farm in Hahai City, the headquarters immediately dispatched the second team led by Hizhu to the scene because the first team led by Shana was dealing with a murder case in the factory area. But strangely, they searched almost the entire forest farm and did not find any trace of the humanoid creature, and the satellite images did not send any useful information. Hizhu was very depressed at the moment. One reason was that the investigation was deadlocked, and the other reason was that a forest ranger was constantly talking about the poacher death case some time ago in his ear. Comrade police, you must take my words to heart. That kind of scene is simply not something that humans can create. It must be God. God is angry and punishing these people. Comrade police, why don't you listen to me, what are you looking for? Xiao Jingwei kept nagging in Hizhu's ear. Hizhu once again corrected Xiao Jingwei's address, we are not police, don't call me comrade police. I know that you are a special event handling agency, but aren't you still doing the same work as the police? I tell you, collect the team. Hizhu said to the intercom. He really couldn't stand the nagging of this forest ranger. And after confirming that the search did not miss any place, Hizhu could only accept the fact that this time he returned empty-handed. This was the first time the second team carried out a mission. Originally, they thought that if they could not complete the mission perfectly, they would at least find some relevant clues, but the result was that they returned empty-handed, which was a heavy blow to the morale of the whole team. As for the case mentioned by the forest ranger, Hizhu went to the scene to check it out in the mentality of not making a wasted trip, but in the end, apart from the vague clue that these silver fir trees had been cut down before, which was already investigated by the police, there was nothing to be gained. In addition, the forest ranger kept nagging in his ear, and Hizhu's mood was extremely bad. After giving the order to withdraw the team in a depressed mood, Hizhu turned to Xiao Jingwei and said, listen, comrade, if you see any strange creatures in the forest, please notify us as soon as possible. Then he handed Xiao Jingwei a business card. Xiao Jingwei was confused and said, what strange creatures are you talking about? I think those silver fir trees are very strange. How could the trees be cut down and grow back in another place? And they killed people, police. Oh no, comrade, won't you investigate it carefully again? We have obtained the evidence we need to collect. Listen, the things in the forest farm are very important. Don't say a word to outsiders. Thank you for your cooperation, comrade. After that, Hizhu left the forest farm almost as if he was escaping. This forest ranger is so talkative that Hizhu feels that if he stays any longer, his head will explode. After sending these people away, Xiao Jingbo looked at the business card in his hand and used the soul mark to send a message to Chenyan, Master, a person who claims to be the #1 special event handling agency of the country has come to the West Forest Farm. It seems that he is coming for Quetzalcoatl. Fortunately, with the invisible potion you gave him, Quetzalcoatl is now on the way to North America. Got it. After Chenyan accepted the message, he thought to himself that it seemed that the country's means were far beyond his imagination. It captured the trace of 001 so quickly. Fortunately, he gave him a bottle of invisible potion. If there was no invisible potion, Quetzalcoatl would probably be exposed to the world at this moment. Although Quetzalcoatl can turn back into human form, it can't explain why Su Shuemin, who should be abroad, appeared in the West Forest Farm. From a single point, it is hard not to associate Su Shuemin with Quetzalcoatl. Chen Yen frowned secretly. It seemed that he had to make more of this invisible potion, otherwise there would be a risk of exposure sooner or later. So he sent a message to Qiu Jinghua and asked him to collect more materials for making invisible potions. In 2 days, it would be another full moon night. Moss and worm mucus were not a big deal for Qiu Jingwei at the moment. At this time, Shauna and others outside did not find any other clues and were ready to pack up. They told the police that someone would be responsible for cleaning up the scene later. They needed them to help seal off the situation here and prevent the news from spreading to the outside world. The news here must not be spread to the outside world, otherwise it would cause a great deal of panic among the people. Only God knows. At this time, a girl in the team walked up to Shauna and whispered, "Captain, there is a suspicious place." When Shauna, who was about to withdraw the team, heard this, her bad mood, which was caused by the thought of returning empty-handed, was immediately swept away, and she asked, "Are you sure, Hejie? There is a suspicious place. I'm not sure, that place gives me a very dangerous feeling, an inexplicable danger." The girl called Hejie is a perceptive superpower, whose ability is to sense signs of life within a radius of 5 kilometers. Hejie sensed many survivors, but when she sensed a closed coffee shop, she felt an inexplicable terror, and the fear gradually spread in her heart as she continued to sense. Hejie then reacted and reported to Shauna. Shauna led everyone to the door of the coffee shop, pondered for a while, and knocked on the door. The people behind him were also ready for battle, ready to attack immediately if the other party made any dangerous moves. As Shauna knocked on the door, a weak young man with black hair, black pupils, and a pair of dark circles under his eyes opened the door. The one who opened the door was naturally Chen Yan, but he disguised himself. "What's the matter?" Chen Yan asked. Shauna showed an ID and said, "We are police officers and want to ask you about what happened today." "What happened? You don't know? I cleaned up until very late yesterday and slept upstairs." "So, what happened?" Although Chen Yan's words were plain, Hejie felt that the inexplicable fear in her heart increased a little, as if as long as she said one wrong word, the person in front of her could kill all of them in an instant. At this moment, Shauna and others were not much better. After a long period of training, they also have a certain ability to detect danger. Although the person in front of them looks harmless, he exudes a special aura that makes everyone present feel as if they are being targeted by some indescribable predator. Seeing several people in a daze, Chen Yan became playful. It was obvious that these people in front of them could not see through their disguise, and even had some fear of themselves. Unlike them, Chen Yan can clearly perceive the information of the people in front of him with the eye of true sight, and memories, emotions, etc. are constantly passing by in front of Chen Yan's eyes. Chen Yan knew very well what this meant, which meant that none of the people in front of him could be his opponent, not even together. Chen Yan suddenly got his thoughts on his mind. Since the coming chaos of spiritual energy recovery is inevitable, why not make the water a little muddier? Since there is no way to avoid confrontation with these extraordinary beings, let's simply let them get involved in this turmoil. "Come in and sit down, some of you." Chen Yan stepped aside and gestured as an invitation, gesturing for several people to enter the room. Several people swallowed in unison, but still walked into the house bravely. No matter whether the man in front of them is related to the fishman or not, if he is hostile to himself and others, then they have no chance to escape. It can even be said that they are not qualified to escape in front of the man in front of them. The first floor of the cafe was cleaned by Chen Yan using cleaning magic. Although the facilities inside were a bit old, most of the things were usable. After Chen Yan motioned for a few people to find a place to sit, he yawned and walked behind the bar to make coffee as if nothing had happened. Shauna asked Hejie in a low voice at this moment, "How are you, Hejie? Did you find anything?" Hejie's face was full of panic and she said tremblingly, "This person is very dangerous, very dangerous. We are not opponents." Shauna comforted her and said, "Don't be afraid. If he is hostile to us, he will take action from the beginning. If he doesn't take action now, it means that he is not hostile to us. What I want to ask is he a fishman?" After saying the words, Shauna also felt awkward. If the person in front of her was really a fishman, she and others would have died long ago without a burial place. How could they still be sitting here unharmed? And Hejie's shaking head also confirmed Xiana's thoughts. After a while, Chen Yan made the coffee behind the bar and said, "Guys, the coffee is ready. If you need it, you can get it yourself. I can't get it by myself." With that said, he took a sip to prove that there was nothing wrong with the coffee. Several people were almost breathless by the oppressive feeling emanating from Chen Yan's body, and they did not dare to act rashly. When Chen Yan saw this, he realized that the people in front of him were intimidated by his invisible aura. Chen Yanzhou's aura would not be felt by ordinary people at all, but these people are elites who have experienced the trial of life and death, and just now he clearly saw that the girl named Hejie in the crowd has a sense of life. Signs of ability. These people have a keen sense of danger and cannot be generalized to ordinary people. Chen Yan calmed down a bit to show his friendliness, and then everyone relaxed and went to the bar to get coffee. Although several people are still wary of Chen Yan, they also know that if the person in front of them wants to kill them, he will definitely not bother to tamper with the coffee. Shauna calmed down and took a sip of coffee. With just one sip, Shauna felt as if a warm current was filling her body, which was constantly growing her abilities, and her state of mind seemed to be loosened. After nodding to the team members and indicating that there was nothing wrong with the coffee, everyone drank it with confidence. And Shauna even drank the coffee in her hand. Yes, Chen Yan added some stuff to these coffees. This was also Chen Yan's first attempt to inject magic power into something other than potions, but he didn't expect it to work. The coffee in the hands of these people in front of them can actually be regarded as a degraded version of magic potion. That's why that situation happened. Chen Yan continued to ask, "So, what happened? Don't you know? I was busy late yesterday and slept very deeply today, so I don't know what you are talking about." Chen Yan knew that this answer was perfunctory and full of loopholes. Shauna also knew that Chen Yan's words could not withstand scrutiny, but what could they do? The person in front of him was absolutely human. Even if he didn't want to say it, there was nothing he could do about it. Thinking about it, Shauna stood up and said, "I'm sorry to bother you, we'll leave now." As Shauna stood up, the rest of the people also put down their cups, stood up, and turned around to leave. Chen Yan did not stop him, and his goal had been achieved. Under the influence of the coffee and his degraded version of the potion, his image in the hearts of these people will definitely become more unfathomable, and at the same time, this will also send a signal to them. That is, I have no hostility towards them. As long as you are a smart person, it is not difficult to come up with the answer, and you must not be your enemy. Once an existence of unknown strength is pushed to the opposite side, no one dares to imagine the consequences. After they left the door and were far away from the cafe, Shauna and others felt that the inexplicable pressure that had been pressing on them finally dissipated. Everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. This person has such a strong pressure, he is definitely not an ordinary person. One of the team members said, "Yes, and the coffee he made, did you feel it? After I drank it, I felt that the realm that had been stuck was loosened." "Me too," everyone said in unison. Shauna asked Kujie, "Do you think he is related to the fishman?" Hijia shook her head. "The powerful information on him almost covered the whole house, and my perception ability was completely ineffective. Let's go, this matter must be reported to the headquarters." At the same time, Chen Yan, who had sent several people away, took off his disguise and walked back upstairs, and found that Yujiaza had woken up at this time. Yujiaza saw Chen Yan coming up and asked, "Are they coming for my business?" Chen Yan nodded. "I'm sorry, master, I've caused you trouble." Chen Yan said calmly, "Don't take it to heart, even if you are not there, we will face each other sooner or later." Chen Yan packaged the magic potion in the crucible, handed it to Yujiaza, and said, "Do you know the Bat Cave?" Yujiaza took the magic potion and nodded. The Bat Cave is a huge cave on the seashore. It has no light all year round, and many bats live in it all year round, so it is called the Bat Cave. Basically everyone in Hahai City knows it. Even a few years ago, the Science and Education Channel organized an expedition team to explore it. Now it is one of the few well-known places in Hahai City. Feed this to the bats. They will be your subordinates from now on. Yujiaza was flattered and said, "Thank you for your gift, master." Chen Yan's plans slowly began again. After Yujiaza left, Chen Yan continued to study the unfinished potion. Octopus, lamprey, duck feet, worm slime, then stirred with magic. The first time, failed. Chen Yan continued to repeat the steps, but replaced the duck feet with goose feet, but the result still failed. Chen Yan continued and replaced the goose's feet with frog's feet. This time, the contents of the crucible melted smoothly into liquid and entered the intermediate state. Chen Yan continued to inject magic power and stirred continuously. After a while, the liquid slowly turned lavender, indicating success. The magic potion was successful, but where should we find suitable experimental subjects? Chen Yan fell into distress again. But this mentality did not last long. Chen Yan entered the research state again and began to develop new potions. 3 days later, Hohai University, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Instructor, you can't do this. That's my research result." A nerdy-looking young man wearing a plaid shirt and black-rimmed glasses was sitting in the dormitory talking on the phone with his instructor. The young man's name is Luo Wan, an ordinary second-year graduate student at Hohai University. "Your results? Is there any evidence?" The mentor's words made Luo Wan's mood sink to the bottom. He originally had evidence to prove that his senior brother had stolen his research results, but this evidence was handed over to his mentor. I originally thought that my mentor would clear my name, but I didn't expect that my mentor would choose to protect his senior brother and steal the research results that should belong to him. If you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense, otherwise others will hear it and think something happened to my laboratory. Then he hung up the phone. Dejected, Luo Wan walked onto the rooftop. At this moment, he thought of his family who had always had expectations for him, and he couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. He said in his heart, "I'm sorry, Dad, Mom, forgive my son for being unfilial. I will be your son again in the next life." Luo Wan closed his eyes, jumped from the 20-story roof, and just when Luo Wan thought his life was going to end tragically, he realized that although he had fallen to the ground, he was not dead. What Luo Wan didn't know was that he jumped directly into a portal, thinking that he was just returning to the light, still waiting for death with his eyes closed. But at this moment, a man kicked him and said, "Are you dead? If not, get up quickly." Luo Wan opened his eyes, only to find that he did not fall to his death on the concrete floor downstairs as expected, but fell on the wooden floor. Getting up to check the surrounding environment, Luo Wan asked in surprise, where is this? Should I say you are lucky or unlucky? I happen to be short of a test subject. I originally wanted to use the portal to catch a bird, but you fell in." Chen Yen played with the sparrow in his hand and looked at it with amusement. "Rowan." Luo Wan was surprised. What do you mean by portal?" "It's very simple. I randomly opened a portal in midair to catch birds, and you fell in. It's that simple." "Oh, I forgot that you came in with your eyes closed. I don't understand what you are talking about. Where is this? Who are you?" "Me? I'm just a scholar obsessed with alchemy. This is my research laboratory. Also, I should ask, who are you?" But Chen Yen did not give Luo Wan a chance to answer, but continued, "Forget it, I'm here now, and I can't let you go. Drink it." With that said, Chen Yen took out a bottle of lavender potion and handed it to Luo Wan. "I don't want to drink. What is this?" "Good stuff. Drinking it may be able to solve your current predicament." Chen Yan's words seemed to have magic power, constantly tempting Luo Wan. And Luo Wan also fell under these words. His body instinctively took the bottle of lavender potion, and his intuition told him that drinking it might really be able to solve his current problem. "There's nothing worse than death, right?" Luo Wan opened the stopper and drank the potion in the potion tube. Suddenly, Luo Wan felt a tearing headache coming from his brain, and then his body began to melt gradually. Luo Wan looked at this horrifying scene, but he was speechless. Could it be that something worse than death had happened to me? Rowan thought to himself. Chen Yen, on the other hand, was observing carefully from the side, writing down something in his notebook from time to time. Luo Wan used all his strength to utter only 2 words, "Save me." But Chen Yen seemed not to hear it and continued to write and draw in the notebook. Rowan then lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he saw Chen Yen sitting on a chair looking at him with a playful expression. I'm not dead?" Luo Wan looked around in disbelief, but suddenly found that his voice had become hoarse and unpleasant. It was not his own voice. Chen Yen pointed at the mirror in the corner. Luo Wan looked at the mirror in the direction of his finger, but suddenly he staggered with fright. In the mirror, there was a head similar to an octopus, with 4 tentacles, and eyes without pupils, which were milky white. A monster with a lavender body. However, Luo Wan then realized that the monster in the mirror behaved the same as him, so he lowered his head and looked at his body. With its lavender body and webbed palms and soles, I am the monster in the mirror. What did you do to me?" Luo Wan pointed at Chen Yen and said angrily, but at this moment, his voice became low and magnetic. Chen Yen also noticed Luo Wan's change and said, "You questioned me what I did to you, but your body accepted it very quickly." When Luo Wan was unconscious just now, Chen Yen used the Eye of Truth to check Luo Wan's information in memory. He had to sigh that sometimes fate plays tricks on people. A poor student who tried to understand life by suicide fell in front of him because of his unintentional act. And the abilities he gained were also clearly visible in front of Chen Yen. Telepathy, can generate telepathy with the designated target. Psychic blast, shoot out a ray of mental energy to destroy and damage the designated target. Memory portrayal, can convert the memory of the designated target into physical data for recording. Absorbing soul, can absorb the soul of the designated target to warm the body. In addition to these supernatural abilities, the Mind Flayer also has the ability to change the voice at will and super high intelligence. This is very suitable for this student. Ignoring Luo Wan's question, Chen Yan said calmly, try to feel the power you have gained. Also, you can change back to human form. Luo Wan, who was about to continue questioning, was choked back by Chen Yan's words, and then followed the order to feel the power of his current body, and his body slowly changed back to its previous appearance. Luo Wan didn't know why, facing the order of the person in front of him, he couldn't disobey. After feeling the changes in his body, Luo Wan immediately knelt on the ground and said, thank you for giving me the power. I don't know how to repay you. If you have any needs, just ask me. I will be your servant from now on. Chen Yan said, you put your clothes on first and then talk. Just now, Luo Wan's body melted after drinking the potion. Although it was reshaped now, his clothes were scattered on the ground. At this moment, Luo Wan was completely naked in front of Chen Yan. This made Chen Yan feel weird, and the atmosphere seemed to be getting tense. Chen Yan was not in the mood to play games with Luo Wanban. Luo Wan seemed to have just noticed it, and quickly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. It looked like there was a missing string in his head, which made Chen Yan start to doubt the information he saw. Does this really have super intelligence? Seeing Luo Wan put on his clothes, Chen Yan threw over a tube of transparent liquid and said, this is the invisibility potion. One sip can keep you invisible for 30 minutes. In the invisible state, you will seem to have disappeared half, invisible. There is no body or shadow. Just go and do what you have to do. Luo Wan hurriedly caught it and said, thank you, master. Then Chen Yan opened a portal and said, I remember you are from Hohai University. You can go back through the portal. Remember, don't mention my existence to anyone. You are just an experiment of mine. Taste. Luo Wan nodded in agreement and then passed through the portal. After passing through the portal, Luo Wan found that he had appeared in a dark, remote and unmonitored corner of Hohai University. Walking out of the corner, Luo Wan felt as if he was in another world. He looked at the watch on his hand and saw that it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Just 2 hours ago, he was a nobody with no power or background. In just 2 hours, he had been completely transformed, possessing the ability to take life and death. Silently thanking Chen Yan in his heart, Luo Wan walked towards the laboratory. With the ability given by the master, you can't waste it. You must let that bastard mentor and bastard senior get the lessons they deserve. Laboratory building, office on the 2nd floor. Thank you for your guidance this time, mentor. Please keep this to show your respect. A young man stood in front of the mentor and respectfully handed over an envelope. These two people were Luo Wan's senior brother Su Jie and his mentor Duan Kai. Duan Kai took the envelope with a smile and said, taking care of students is what I should do, but you are going a bit too far. Although he said rejection, Duan Kai took the envelope in his hand and felt the thickness of the envelope, making Duan Kai's smile even wider. Su Jie said with a smile, what are you talking about? Without you, there would be no student today. I asked the instructor to take more care of me in the future. As soon as the words fell, both of them laughed out loud. But soon, the smile on Su Jie's face faded and he asked, but mentor, is this really okay for Luo Wan? When Duan Kai heard this, the smile on his face faded a bit, but he still kept his smile and said, he doesn't even have evidence now, what's the problem? I'm worried that he will do something drastic. Excessive action? Blood spattered 5 steps in the anger of a common man, not to mention he has parents, he can't make any big trouble. But just as Duan Kai finished speaking, a cold voice appeared in their minds. Yeah? The two of them were startled, and then looked around in unison. Duan Kai even said in surprise, who? But looking around, there was no one else in the room except the two. Just when the two of them were still wondering that they were hallucinating, the door opened strangely. Immediately, Duan Kai saw the most terrifying scene in his life. His proud disciple seemed to be sucked by something on his scalp. He rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth. Su Jie, what's wrong with you? But Su Jie did not answer Duan Kai's question, but fell straight to the ground. Duan Kai thought that Su Jie might have some hidden disease, and he was sick at this moment. His first reaction was to call an ambulance, but before he picked up the phone, a cold voice came from behind it. Teacher, the wrath of a common man, it's scary sometimes. Duan Kai instantly hit him backwards, but missed and hit nothing. Luo Wan, is it Luo Wan? But there was no sound in response to him, as if he and Su Jie were the only ones in the room from beginning to end. Duan Kai thought that he might have done too much and was hallucinating, so he tremblingly picked up the phone on the table and called an ambulance for Su Jie who had fainted. Duan Kai walked out of the house and asked a student to quickly go to the infirmary to find someone. Su Jie was his favorite student, but nothing unexpected could happen. Whether he could buy a second house this year depended on Su Jie. After giving instructions to the students, Duan Kai returned to the room feeling restless and emboldened. Duan Kai stepped forward and tested Su Jie's breathing. Fortunately, he was still breathing, but he just passed out. Duan Kai felt relieved. Fortunately, nothing serious happened, but he immediately began to doubt, was everything just his imagination just now? Duan Kai was restless, but fortunately, the doctor from the infirmary rushed over not long after. The doctor briefly checked Su Jie's condition and said, "It may be an epileptic disease. Now we can only wait for the ambulance to come." Then some emergency measures were taken for Su Jie. Duan Kai was relieved to hear that Su Jie was fine. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, walked to the window, and lit it silently. At this moment, Duan Kai found that many students were rushing to the playground. Duan Kai just remembered that the school had a party on the playground tonight to celebrate the school anniversary, but it was only a few hours. Why were the students rushing there so quickly? Duan Kai had an inexplicable feeling in his heart, and he always felt something was wrong. After telling the doctor a few words, he hurriedly followed the crowd to the playground. And on his way to the playground, students looked at him strangely from time to time. Duan Kai's bad feeling in his heart became more and more intense, until he walked to the playground and saw the content played on the big screen clearly. Duan Kai's hanging heart finally died. The content played on the big screen was the video of how he and Su Jie plotted Luo Wan's research results, and even the scene of Su Jie handing him a red envelope just now. Who took this? Duan Kai was angry, but facing the constant gazes, Duan Kai could only leave in disgrace. He could sense that some people in the crowd were eager to beat him up. If he didn't leave quickly, with so many students gathered on the playground, one punch from each of them could beat him into a pulp. It must be Luo Wan. It must be Luo Wan. Duan Kai ran back to the office quickly, shouting, "Luo Wan! Come out! Luo Wan!" The doctor beside him didn't understand and asked, "Teacher Duan, what happened?" Duan Kai ignored the doctor's question and continued to shout, "Luo Wan! You have the ability to take secret photos, but you don't have the ability to stand in front of me?" Duan Kai knew that once this video was released, his reputation would be completely ruined. But before he died, he had to drag someone out to be a scapegoat. "Luo Wan! Come out! Luo Wan!" At this moment, a voice sounded in Duan Kai's mind, "Teacher, where are you looking?" "I'm here. Luo Wan! Luo Wan, where are you?" "I'm in front of you, my dear teacher." Duan Kai hit Luo Wan like crazy, but he couldn't hit Luo Wan who was invisible, not to mention that Luo Wan was standing behind him at this time, so he couldn't hit anyone in front of him. Duan Kai's punch did not miss, but hit the doctor in the infirmary in the face. "Teacher Duan, why did you hit me?" the doctor asked, covering his swollen face. Duan Kai's punch just now can be said to have been very strong, and the doctor's face quickly swelled up. Luo Wan was still torturing Duan Kai's mind with telepathy. "Teacher Duan, teacher, I'm right in front of you, why can't you see me? Luo Wan! Luo Wan, come out!" Duan Kai's eyes were red at this moment, like a beast out of control. "Teacher misses me so much, so I will give you a gift," Luo Wan said, and then punched Duan Kai in the stomach. This punch was also very strong, full of Luo Wan's suppressed anger and frustration. Duan Kai was beaten back again and again, and he didn't stop until he retreated to the table. Duan Kai hurriedly turned around and took out a fruit knife from the drawer of the table, and then desperately stabbed around him. But how could he stab the invisible Luo Wan? At this moment, Luo Wan had already left the room. In the doctor's eyes, Duan Kai's current state was like a madman. The doctor dodged Duan Kai's knife and ran out of the door, shouting, "Come quickly, Teacher Duan is crazy. Go call the security department." Just as the doctor was leaving, Luo Wan walked into the room and showed up. Duan Kai was frightened by the sudden appearance of Luo Wan, and then the knife in his hand fell to the ground, saying, "Luo Wan, are you a human or a ghost?" "Teacher, seeing that you asked this question, of course I am." Luo Wan's voice stopped abruptly and then changed into the appearance of a heart flayer, saying in a hoarse and unpleasant voice, "Ghost! Ghost!" Duan Kai fainted with a scream. Luo Wan quickly took another sip of invisibility potion and disappeared. When the ambulance arrived, only Su Jie lying on the ground and Duan Kai huddled in the corner with a knife in his hand and kept muttering Luo Wan were seen. At this time, Luo Wan Kai walked into the laboratory building without haste, and saw Duan Kai, who was being held by the security guards of the security department, and Su Jie, who was being carried on a stretcher to the ambulance. Duan Kai saw Luo Wan in the crowd and shouted, "Luo Wan! Ghost! Ghost!" Everyone looked at Luo Wan, and Luo Wan seemed to be confused and asked the people around him, "What's wrong with Teacher Duan? Why do you shout ghost when you see me?" The people around him were also confused. They only knew that Duan Kai and Su Jia had jointly seized Luo Wan's research results. As for why the two of them became like this, no one knew. But Luo Wan knew in his heart that if nothing unexpected happened, these two people might not be able to leave the hospital in this life. Su Jia had a part of his soul taken away by him, and he would never wake up in this life. And Duan Kai was hit by a mind explosion by himself, and at best he would be a madman in this life. Luo Wan's revenge ended, but Su Xuemin had a problem. Su Xuemin, who had just returned to China, was stopped by the police. In the interrogation room, two police officers sat in front of Su Xuemin and asked him, "What did you do when you went abroad this time?" "To North America, to relax." "Didn't you say that my wife might have run away with an adulterer?" "I feel upset, so I went abroad to change my mood." "Su Xuemin, I advise you to tell the truth. We can't call you here for no reason." Su Xuemin was not panicked at all. He knew that the police had no evidence at all. This was a common method of interrogation, which was to deceive confessions. "Officer, I am more upset than any of you that my wife can't be found. Why don't you find the whereabouts of the two of them, and why do you hold me?" Su Xuemin's eyes were red, as if he was greatly stimulated. Until an hour later, the police didn't get anything out of Su Xuemin's mouth. The police could only let Su Xuemin go, but before Su Xuemin left, they warned him, "Don't leave Hahai City recently. We will contact you at any time if there is anything." "Okay." Su Xuemin's eyes were still red at this time, obviously crying. When Su Xuemin got in the car, his sorrowful expression disappeared and he drove directly to the coffee shop. On the way, Su Xuemin was still sighing that his acting skills were really exquisite, but suddenly he remembered that he had not greeted his master when he came back, so he sent a message to Chen Yan with his soul mark, "Master, I'm back and on my way to your place now." But Chen Yan said, "Go home first. Try not to show up during this period." "Why?" Su Xuemin was still wondering, but he didn't know that Chen Yan had known everything through the soul mark since he returned to China. Chen Yan knew very well that the police must be keeping a close watch on Su Xuemin at this time. After all, he was now the first suspect. If he came to the factory area where the incident had just happened, or went to the coffee shop that had already closed down, it would definitely attract some unnecessary attention. After Chen Yan told Su Xuemin the reason, Su Xuemin did not go home directly, but drove around the city in circles. There was no other reason, because Su Xuemin found that a car was following him. Although the car following him had been driving very carefully, it could not escape Su Xuemin's super eyesight. Su Xuemin drove the car sent by the police to follow him around the city in circles. Just when the police were confused, Su Xuemin turned the direction and rushed directly towards home. At this time, the police were following him. "Boss, do you think he has discovered us? He is deliberately going around in circles with us." "It's possible. Please notify other units, especially colleagues near Su Xuemin's home, to keep a close watch and not miss any suspicious clues. We will stop tracking for the time being." After saying that, the police car turned around and returned to the police station. The Shantak bird, a kind of alien creature known as the nightmare giant bird. It first appeared in Lovecraft's Dream of Kadath. Its body is bigger than an elephant, covered with scales, its head is like a horse, and its cry is like the sound of scratching frosted glass. This is what Chen Yan has created. Looking at the potion in his hand, Chen Yan smiled. This is the first time that Chen Yan has used the method of the mad alchemist to make a potion. As for whether it is successful, it still needs experiments. If the memory inheritance is correct, this potion can produce alchemical products as long as it is dropped on the ground. Chen Yan found a spacious and empty space and dropped the potion on the ground. The moment the potion dripped onto the ground, a dazzling light was emitted, and a huge meatball appeared out of thin air on the ground. As the meatball continued to grow, it began to change until it grew larger than an elephant, gradually growing claws, wings, a trunk, and a head. Accompanied by a shrill cry, the Shotak bird was born. Chen Yan did not engrave a soul mark on this bottle of potion, so the Shotak bird was not controlled by Chen Yan, but despite the lack of a soul mark, the Shotak bird's ability to sense danger was still not inferior to that of a human. It clearly knew that the person in front of it was not its opponent, so it did not act rashly. Sprinkling all the remaining potions on the ground, watching the meatballs continue to take shape, Chen Yan opened the portal and left here. This time, so many Shotak birds were created, enough to keep the Awakener busy for a while. At the same time, Yujiaza, who was feeding potions to bats in the bat cave, received a message from Chunyen. Chunyen, who returned home, looked at the time on his mobile phone, and the game began. In an instant, all the shotak birds gathered in the open space rushed straight into the clouds with a shrill cry, and then dispersed and flew in all directions of Hahai City. At the same time, the Awakener Base, the National Special Event Handling Agency number 1. In the command room, everyone was shocked when they saw the picture sent by the satellite radar. A large number of unidentified flying creatures appeared in Hahai City. Please send out the first and second teams immediately and make sure to wipe them out before they cause damage. After receiving the order, Shana and Hizu, who were on standby, ordered all team members to be ready. In less than 5 minutes, everyone was fully armed and boarded the carrier to Hahai City. Hahai City has been uneasy recently. Why do all the strange things happen in Hahai? Hizu said to Shana on the communicator. Shana looked solemn. Indeed, the frequency of strange things happening in Hahai City has been increasing recently, which is a bit abnormal. Thinking of this, a figure appeared in Shana's mind. Are these things related to that person? The carrier plane soon arrived over Hahai City, which was already in chaos. Are we still late? Shana muttered as she looked at the chaos outside the carrier plane. But soon, Shana discovered a fatal problem. They might not be able to solve the problem alone. The locations of the Shantak birds were too scattered, and they were air units. Although they all had certain superpowers, they did not have the means to directly attack the air. Shana and Hizu responded to this problem at the same time and applied for air support from the headquarters at the same time. In this case, they could only apply for military support as soon as possible, otherwise, the losses caused by the Shantak birds would be immeasurable. At this time, Hahai City had fallen into a purgatory on Earth. Countless people were caught by the Shantak birds in the sky and then thrown to the ground. Pools of blood and flesh on the ground decorated the entire city into a purgatory on Earth. Under the command of Hina, the carrier of the first team flew towards the nearest Shantak bird. When the distance was close, Shana opened the hatch and used the teleportation ability to move to the back of the Shantak bird. The standard Tang sword in her hand stabbed the back of the Shantak bird's neck directly. But unexpectedly, this blade that could easily cut the skin of the nightmare lost its effect in front of the hard scales of the Shantak bird. Shana realized that something was wrong and quickly teleported back to the carrier. At this time, the Shantak bird had already regarded the carrier as a target. At the moment when Shana returned to the carrier, the Shantak bird rushed straight to the carrier. Just when everyone thought that the carrier might crash, a nightmare directly blocked the carrier. It's a bat monster. Everyone in the carrier saw the nightmare suddenly appearing in front of them. After blocking the attack of the Shantak bird, the nightmare holding the trident directly attacked the Shantak bird with the trident. Strange things also happened at this moment. The scales that the standard Tang sword did not cut were easily pierced by the trident of the nightmare like a layer of paper. In the hand of the Shantak bird, an extremely unpleasant whine came out of its mouth. Everyone present felt their hearts shaken, and Guodang directly opened the mental barrier to stabilize everyone's mind. Damn it, it's another mental attack. The call of the bat monster has mental damage, so why does this thing also have mental damage? Guodang cursed. Everyone calmed down and watched the two monsters fighting in front of them, and they were all horrified. Where did this bat monster come from? Everyone looked around, and the nightmare army that covered the sky and the sun appeared on the horizon. Just as everyone was stunned, a trident directly penetrated the fuselage of the carrier. Guodang looked at his pierced chest, blood gushing out of his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word. As the trident was pulled out, the carrier also lost control and crashed straight into the ground. Shana didn't have time to react, and instinctively used the teleportation ability to transfer everyone in the cabin to the nearest rooftop. But despite this, with an explosion after the carrier fell to the ground, there were still 5 team members who did not transfer out. No, Hihui, Tantong, Jian, Wuji, Joey. Shana's psychological defense line collapsed instantly, and she moved directly to the fuselage wreckage that was on fire, calling the names of the 5 team members who were not rescued in time. But no one responded to him, and the 5 team members died in the explosion together with the pilot of the carrier. At this time, Shana's eyes were red, and a wave of energy emanated from her body. Shana broke through. After the breakthrough, Shana felt the power surging in her body, and instantly moved to a higher place, stabbing directly at the nightmare that had just attacked the carrier. The Awakeners were defeated. The first team had 5 dead and 3 injured, and 10 people survived in the end, but the second team was not so lucky. Except for the Captain Hizu, the whole army was wiped out. Facing the army of night terrors that covered the sky and the sun, even if the military dispatched fighter jets, it was still a drop in the bucket. Just when everyone was in despair, with the tragic death of the last Shotak bird, all the night terrors stopped moving, and then flew in the direction they came from as if they were summoned by something. At this time, on the sea, a majestic old man holding a trident was waving the trident in his hand, muttering something in his mouth, as if he was summoning the night terrors. The night terrors obeyed the call and returned to the bat cave on the seashore. The sky returned to silence. If it weren't for the ruins on the ground that showed the tragic situation just now, you would even think that these monsters had never appeared. Collect the team. Shauna uttered these two words with difficulty with a heavy heart. They were all people who had experienced the test of life and death. Although they had prepared for death long ago, when death really came, the feeling of powerlessness of being swept by fate spread all over their bodies. No one wanted to die, and no one wanted to die in frustration without any ability to fight back. However, no matter how much they regretted, it was useless, because the person was already dead. Shauna ordered the recovery of the remains of the team members. When she saw the body of Joey, the youngest in the team at only 17 years old, her tears could no longer stop flowing. Why didn't she die? Joey was still so young, and her life had just begun and ended. Awakener Base, National Special Events No. 1 Handling Agency. Everyone in the command room looked heavy. This time they suffered a huge loss, losing nearly 20 superpowers at once. Such a tragic result was completely unexpected. Check, where did these things come from? Check for me. A middle-aged man with some gray hair ordered. The middle-aged man was the head of the National Special Events No. 1 Handling Agency, Director Wang Miao. He was also the one who led the creation of the Awakener Project and the National Special Events No. 1 Handling Agency. Undoubtedly, the appearance of alien creatures will make it correct to establish this organization, but such a disastrous defeat will inevitably lead to accountability from above. At the moment, the most urgent task is to find out how these alien creatures appeared. Wang Miao felt as if there was an invisible big hand manipulating the changes in the entire Hahai city. When Shauna and others returned to the base, Shauna reported the results of the incident to Wang Miao. Wang Miao's face became more and more ugly. I installed a small positioning device on one of the monsters. I think I will soon be able to find out where these creatures came from. Shauna said. Wang Miao lit a cigarette, but the solemnity on his face did not diminish at all, and said, "Well done. You are heroes, and everyone will remember your contribution." I am not a hero, the dead are. The conversation between the two fell into a dead silence. But this state did not last too long, and the positioning device placed on Nightmare soon sent a signal. In the command room, everyone stared at the moving red dot on the screen, lost in thought. The red dot stopped completely when it moved to the bat cave. It seems that this is the lair of those bat monsters. But, where did the huge bird come from? Wang Miao said. No one in the command room spoke. They were not idle. The moment the Shotak bird appeared over Hahai City, they began to trace the origin of the Shotak bird. But even the satellite images did not capture any clues. These huge and terrifying birds seemed to appear out of thin air. Director! I have an idea. A staff member in the command room stood up and broke the long silence. What idea? Tell me. Wang Miao said. It's like this. After we recovered the corpse of the first bat monster, I had a rough guess in my mind, but the guess has not been implemented. Speaking of the key points. Based on the appearance, the image of this monster is very similar to the nightmare in Cthulhu mythos. I was not sure at first, but the appearance of the giant bird today indirectly confirmed my idea. The appearance of the giant bird is very similar to the Shotak bird in Cthulhu mythos. In Cthulhu mythos, the nightmare is the natural enemy of the Shotak bird, which is also in line with what happened today. Although the nightmare killed our people, it is not difficult to see that its real target is still the Shotak bird. You want to say that these things are not literary fictions, but real existences. What we encountered is the nightmare and the Shotak bird in Cthulhu mythos you mentioned? Yes, this is my idea. After hearing this, everyone frowned, and Wang Miao ordered the staff member who was speaking to bring him the book he was reading. Cthulhu Mythos illustrated book. When the book was brought to Wang Miao's brows were already furrowed, but when the staff member turned to the 2 pages about the nightmare and the Shotak bird, Wang Miao was stunned. Both the illustrations above and the text descriptions below were extremely similar to the monsters they encountered. But, shouldn't these be fictional? There is another one, the fishman who suddenly disappeared before. According to the description, he is also very similar to one of the monsters, the deep diver. The staff said, turning the page to the page of the deep diver. This. Wang Niao fell into deep thought. Is this all a coincidence? No, it's impossible. Once or twice may be a coincidence, but there are 3 of them who completely meet the description. This is definitely not a coincidence. Could it be that these monsters once existed, but chose to hide because of the coming of the Dharma ending age? And now, with the revival of spiritual energy, these alien creatures that once hid have appeared in front of people again. Shauna said, Director, I think we have to change our previous views. The impact of the revival of spiritual energy is probably far beyond our imagination. There will probably be more existences beyond our cognition in the future, and we need to be very cautious in our next actions. We cannot know the capabilities of these monsters, and their strength may even be far beyond our cognition. What do you want to say? The Awakener plan will be put on hold for the time being. We need more power. We underestimated the enemy. The power of the Awakeners alone cannot fight against these creatures that have existed for who knows how many years. We need more advanced weapons and more well-trained combatants. Contain and control these creatures so that we can find ways to fight against them on their bodies. If the alien creatures in the Cthulhu mythology really exist, then what we have to face may be countless times more terrifying. What do you mean, activate the reincarnation plan, form a special task force, and develop new weapons and mobile equipment based on the characteristics of the monsters? A few days later, the chaos in Hahai City gradually subsided. Su Xuemin came to the coffee shop today. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Chen Yan tidying up the tables and chairs in the house. Su Xuemin hurried forward to help and asked, Master, why are you working? I'm tired of refining magic potions, so I changed my job to relax. But you, why are you here today? Seeing Su Xuemin took over the job of placing tables and chairs, Chen Yan went behind the bar to grind coffee beans. Su Xuemin complained, I've been watched by the police for several days and can't do anything. 003 can solve the problem for you, but I'm still idle now. I feel a little unbalanced. Chen Yan thought about it and it seemed that he hadn't assigned any work to Su Xuemin for a long time. Su Xuemin has been under surveillance since he returned to China. The police have set up strict surveillance near his home. Su Xuemin's every move is almost under police surveillance. And today Su Xuemin came to the coffee shop, and naturally there was a tail behind him. The vehicle that was following them stopped not far from the coffee shop, and the people inside stared at the direction of the coffee shop with a tense expression. Chen Yan was grinding coffee beans leisurely and said, Wait a minute, there will be a customer coming in a while. Customer? Is he also your experiment, sir? Yes. Chen Yan only said one word and ignored Su Xuemin. Su Xuemin continued to arrange the tables and chairs, and then turned the close sign at the door of the store over to open. At this moment, Su Xuemin saw a person who looked like a college student walking towards this side, and Su Xuemin pushed the door open and went in first. He felt a dangerous breath from this college student. You know, after becoming Quetzalcoatl, almost no one has ever been able to make him feel dangerous, not even Pan and Nodens, but the college student in front of him exudes a cold temperament, and there is a coldness hidden between his eyebrows that is not easy to be noticed. Su Xuemin walked to the bar and said to Chen Yan, Master, the guest you mentioned seems to have arrived. Yes, I know. As the doorbell rang, the young man who looked like a college student walked into the house. Chen Yan pointed at the young man and said to Su Xuemin, Let me introduce you, number 004, the Heart Flayer. The person who came was none other than Luo Wan. Luo Wan at this time was very different from his previous honest image. He had not been idle these days. There was a group of hooligans in the school who liked to make trouble and bully people. Luo Wan was busy absorbing their souls these days. In less than a week, the souls of 32 people were absorbed. Without a soul, a person will become a completely motionless living dead. Although the body functions are still alive, he will never wake up. The difference between a vegetative person and a vegetative person is that a vegetative person at least moves and has instinctive reactions. But the living dead whose souls have been sucked away will completely disappear even with the most basic instinctive reactions. This matter caused a lot of uproar in the school, but everyone applauded. After all, the school had fewer troubles, which was a great joy. Luo Wan's eyes were indescribably cold, and his whole body exuded an aura that kept people away from him. This was all caused by the absorption of souls in the past few days. Number 001, Quetzalcoatl, Su Xuemin. Su Xuemin stepped forward and shook hands. Luowan also stretched out his hand and said, "Number 004, Mind Flayer, Luowan." Chen Yan used the Eye of True Vision to check Luowan now. At this time, Luowan had reached the singularity and met the conditions for upgrading. The way Luowan reached the singularity was very simple. He kept absorbing souls. In addition to the 12 people he absorbed in the school, Luowan also absorbed the souls of many homeless people and beggars. The speed at which Luowan reached the singularity was somewhat beyond Chen Yan's expectations, but fortunately, the potion for Luowan's evolution was ready. "Go upstairs, potion number 14 in cabinet number 2, drink it," Chen Yan said to Luowan. Luowan nodded and went upstairs. At this time, Su Xuemin became depressed again and asked, "Master, is he going to evolve?" Chen Yan nodded without comment. After getting Chen Yan's affirmative answer, Su Xuemin felt even more depressed. "I am the first one to come, why haven't I evolved yet?" Chen Yan looked at Su Xuemin's state with the Eye of True Vision and said, "It's almost there, you still need an opportunity." "What opportunity?" Su Xuemin became interested. "You will know when the time comes." Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Luowan quickly found the potion that Chen Yan mentioned. Without any hesitation, Luowan directly pulled out the cork and drank it. The moment the magic potion entered his stomach, Luowan felt a heat flow from his stomach to his limbs, followed by a piercing headache. As expected, Luowan fainted again. The two people downstairs heard the sound of Luowan falling to the ground, looked at each other and smiled. Not long after, Luowan woke up. Luowan's expression became even more indifferent after waking up. He tidied his clothes and then went downstairs. Chen Yan used the Eye of True Vision to look at Luowan's new abilities. There were not as many as expected, only one, but the effect was extremely amazing. Mind Control. This ability allows Luowan to directly control the minds of others. The effect is amazing. At the same time, the range of his telepathy has also expanded a lot, and it can now cover an area of about 5 kilometers. That is to say, Luowan can control anyone within a 5-kilometer radius without showing his face. Find a way to help 001 solve his troubles. Yes, sir. As he said that, Luowan transformed into the form of a mind flayer, and directly used telepathy to sense the police tracking vehicle that had been monitoring him. He used telepathy without any extra means. After a moment, the tracking vehicle slowly drove away. "This is only a temporary solution, not a permanent solution," said the mind flayer. Su Xuemin nodded and said, "If you really want to completely divert the police's attention from me, you need to directly control the higher-level people." "Take me to the police station," said the mind flayer, and then transformed back to the appearance of Luowan, with a calm tone. The two drove quickly to the vicinity of the police station, found a remote place to park, and after ensuring that they would not be seen, Luowan transformed into a mind flayer again. In a short while, the mind flayer returned to Luowan's appearance and said to Su Xuemin, "It's done. From now on, the police will not focus on you." Hearing Luowan's words, Su Xuemin felt his mind ripple, as if something was loosened in the dark. Is this the opportunity that the master said? Man can conquer heaven. These 4 words have been regarded as the standard by Qiuzhenghua for a long time. But Chen Yan told him, human development is actually a kind of self-destruction. Human beings think that they have maintained enough respect for nature in the world, but this is actually the greatest arrogance of human beings. When Qiuzhenghua obtained the power of God Pan, Chen Yan's statement was increasingly confirmed. It is almost impossible for human beings to truly coexist in harmony with nature. An earthquake or a typhoon will take away many lives at once. When Qiuzhenghua transformed into Panshin, he was almost completely intoxicated in communicating with nature. He could feel nature crying. Flowers are withering, trees are rotting, and industrial waste gas is filling the atmosphere. The longer you stay with nature, the deeper you will understand Chen Yan's words. Qiuzhenghua's mood was extremely bad. Just today, a black crow flew to Qiuzhenghua's windowsill. Qiuzhenghua subconsciously reached out and stroked him. He was now almost integrated with the entire Shirshi forest farm, and he had a natural affinity for animals. Qiuzhenghua likes ravens very much, because ravens are very smart, but he didn't wait until Qiuzhenghua touched a raven. The raven flapped its wings and flew directly into the house. Naughty little guy. Qiuzhenghua smiled and didn't care. But suddenly the size of the raven in front of him began to expand and change, until it finally turned into a human form. The person who came was none other than Su Xuemin. Quetzalcoatl? How could it be you? Your Excellency has given me the opportunity to evolve. Now I can change my body at will. Not to mention this raven, Su Xuemin said, directly changing into Qiu Jinggua's appearance. I can even turn into you. This situation surprised Qiu Jinghua, but then he joked, then have you gained other abilities? Certainly. Su Xuemin waved his hand gently, and a breeze passed in front of Qiu Jinghua. This is airflow control. You can control the airflow at will. Doesn't this mean you can directly set off a hurricane? Yes, you can, but that will consume a lot of mental energy, but there are other things besides this. As he spoke, Su Xuemin's appearance changed into the form of Quetzalcoatl, but compared to before, his head was more human-like, and his originally fragile limbs became stronger. The most eye-catching thing was his wings. The wings that originally looked like ordinary wings have now turned into a pair of steel wings. The feathers on the wings are not only several times sharper, but also much larger. They can be used not only for attack, but also for defense. After listening to Su Xuemin's show-off, Qiu Jinghua hurriedly interrupted, Okay, don't show off yet. What do you want to do here today? Su Xuemin was stunned after hearing this. It's nothing, I just came here to show off to you. Qiu Jinghua felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart. By the way, while you were away, the master also created 004, which basically evolved on the same day as me. And 003, let me tell you, he turned out to be the first one among us to evolve. Then the first time he commanded such a large group of monsters at sea, Su Xuemin talked tirelessly, but every word was like a knife stabbing Qiu Jinggua's heart. Stop talking, stop. If he didn't stop, Qiu Jinghua might not be able to help but pick up the hatchet in the room and chop Su Xuemin to death. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that you haven't evolved yet. With a clang, Qiu Jinghua picked up the hatchet and looked at Su Xuemin. He heard a clang sound and the hatchet got stuck on Su Xuemin's wing. Seeing Su Xuemin wrapping himself with wings, Qiu Jinghua stabbed him several times. Although this can't cause any harm to Su Xuemin in the form of Quetzalcoatl, it can relieve his anger. After cutting dozens of times in a row, the blade was cut off without causing any harm to Su Xuemin. Qiu Jinghua didn't feel relieved until now. Su Xuemin poked his head out of his wings and asked with a smile, Are you feeling better? Qiu Jinghua looked at Quetzalcoatl's smile, which was worse than crying, and he was amused for a moment. Okay, I won't cut you anymore. Give me the knife and cut it off. Tell me, what has that adult been doing recently? He hasn't asked me for materials recently. That adult has been refining magic potion recently. I heard that it is to help you evolve. Help me evolve? Qiu Jinghua thought to himself, it's finally my turn. Why should the latecomer come first? It's not because he, the former, doesn't compete. But fortunately, the master still thinks of him. By the way, I have a mission to come to you this time. Didn't you say it was okay, or were you just showing off? Su Xuemin chuckled and said, Didn't you forget it? That adult asked me to give you this bottle of magic potion. It should help you evolve. Help me evolve? Yes, you must have felt that your strength has reached a bottleneck recently. There are some. Now the entire Shirshi Forest Farm, including the area about 5 kilometers outside the Shirshi Forest Farm, has basically integrated with me. I can feel that I can call on all the natural elements in this range. But I don't know why, I feel nothing wrong, but it just can't really be manipulated. As he spoke, Qiu Jinghua condensed a ball of earth as big as a millstone in his hand and continued, At present, we can only call on natural elements within a radius of 5 kilometers, but the intensity of the call can only create this thing. This should be the singularity that the master said. Let me explain to you, the singularity is the bottleneck period we just talked about. After reaching the singularity, your strength can no longer continue to grow. If you want to continue to grow your strength, you need to evolve. After evolution, you will gain new abilities, and your strength will also increase a lot. I see. Qiu Jinghua took the potion from Su Xuemin and asked, Do you have anything else to do? Yes, the master doesn't plan to let you stay in Hahai City anymore. Why? That lord ordered you to go to the southwest, where there are more natural resources and more suitable for you. Development. Hahai City has attracted a lot of attention. Do you know the National Special Events #1 Handling Agency? I know. I came here some time ago. It was said to be an investigation of UFOs. I should have come for your business, but I was fooled by the trickery. Yes, the West Forest Farm will face more surveillance in the future. Don't forget that in addition to the time I landed in the West Forest Farm, there were also those people you killed before. Although that kind of death was very creative, it has also attracted their attention. In addition, Hahai City has changed too frequently recently, so you need to do something in the southwest to let them shift their attention to you. What do you think that adult is planning? Neither you nor I need to know this. Just do what the adult tells you. No one can really guess what the adult really thinks. A few days later, Southwest Province, Chaoshi. Chaoshi is a very special place. It is located in a vast valley, with the rolling Suifeng Mountains behind it and the sparkling green lake in front of it. The east, west and north sides of the city are surrounded by mountains, and the south is an endless green lake. It is a rare scenic spot, but the only drawback is that it borders Dian country. Because of this relationship, Chaoshi has almost become the main gathering place for black industries such as smuggling. In 2006, the local government organized a purge plan, but it failed. Since then, the original residents of Chaoshi have gradually moved to other places, and some people have even evaporated on the spot and disappeared without a trace. Chaoshi has become a paradise for black industry operators. And Xiao Jinggua's destination this time is Chaoshi. The adult asked him to make some noise in the southwest, so he simply made a bigger noise. The evolved Pan Shen is no longer the same as before. On the green train, Pan was on his way to Chaoshi with his luggage. There was no way, Pan couldn't fly like Quetzalcoatl, so he had to rely on transportation to get there. At this moment, the people in Chaoshi didn't know that their doomsday was coming soon. But Hahai City was not calm at this time. The country launched the second plan, Reincarnation Plan, and organized a task force called Reincarnation. Unlike the previous Awakeners, most of the people in the Reincarnation Task Force were basically ordinary people without superpowers, but almost everyone was the top of the special forces. When the Reincarnation Task Force was formed, a new batch of weapons was also researched. This time, the Reincarnation Task Force was equipped with the latest combat equipment and entered the Bat Cave. The Bat Cave was dark. Because there was a fork in the road, the Reincarnation Task Force was divided into two teams, one of which had 15 people and the other had 16 people. No one turned on the light, and all relied on night vision goggles to observe the situation in the cave, fearing that they would disturb the monsters hidden in the cave in advance. This was the moment when the sight was clear, and everyone was surprised. All the night terrors were hanging upside down on the top of the cave in a very weird posture. Everyone thought that these night terrors were sleeping, but in fact, as early as the moment they entered the Bat Cave, Nodens, who was hiding in a puddle deep in the cave, had already noticed it. The night terrors were his family, and the perception between the two was shared. Nodens, who was hiding in the deepest part, showed a strange smile on his face. Then, a team's communicator sounded. "Call the captain, call the captain. We were attacked by the night terror. Repeat, we were attacked by the night terror. And accompanied by gunshots. Yes, the country has completely named this monster as the night terror." The gunshots were like an alarm clock, waking up all the night terrors, and the night terrors attacked people directly. Noden's strategic thinking was not very high. For these mortals who obviously had no special abilities, he just let the nightmare rush up and kill them all. But Nodens obviously underestimated the strength of the Samsara task force. This time, they were equipped with new equipment. I saw bullets penetrate the skin of the nightmare in an instant, knocking the nightmare to the ground one by one. The nightmare corpse recovered by the Awakener task force was used before, so the people of the Samsara task force knew very well that the head and heart were the weaknesses of these abominations. The bullets this time used the same carcass steel as the previous standard Tang swords, and the bullets easily penetrated the head of the nightmare. As the gunshots continued to ring, the nightmare that was hit in the vitals kept falling to the ground, but the nightmare behind them soon pushed up again. Soon, a trident of a nightmare pierced through the shield used by the task force for defense, and directly broke a hole in the formation formed by the Samsara task force. People were constantly killed by the tridents wielded by the nightmare. Duan Zhua. Fuck, I'll fight you. With roars, bullets were madly tilted like they were free, but the number of nightmares was too large. Once caught by the nightmare, they would die without a word. And in the depths of the cave, Nodens frowned. He had never expected that this group of people could hold on until now. Atokamora, Atokamora, Nodens finally began to chant. A magic circle appeared in front of him, and nightmares crawled out one by one. This ability was the result of an experiment by Qingyan. Nodens could directly transform bats into nightmares for his own use by just chanting a spell. A sharp trident directly pierced into the body of a task force member. Fuck, I'm going to fight you. With the last bit of strength, the task force member put his gun to the head of the nightmare. With a gunshot, another nightmare landed. Retreat, emergency retreat. Arrange the formation, emergency retreat. And at this moment, a shotak bird blocked the cave entrance. Everyone was suddenly desperate and felt hopeless. There were wolves in front and tigers behind, and they were in a dilemma. But soon, they found that the nightmare had shifted its target to the Shatak bird. The moment the Shatak bird appeared, these nightmares shifted their target to the Shatak bird. Everyone took advantage of this gap and hurriedly withdrew from the cave. The moment they left the cave and saw the sun again, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. The nightmare was constantly fighting with the Shatak bird. Although the Shatak bird was huge and had hard scales, it was still beaten without any chance to fight back when facing its natural enemies, and there were piles of them. A series of wails came from the mouth of the Shatak bird, and the task force members who heard the screams fell into a strange state of madness. Cover your ears and don't listen to the sound. But it was too late. Only a few people covered their ears, and most people had completely fallen into a state of madness. And a Sharpied team member saw a black shadow on the sea level in the distance and said, "Captain, what do you see?" The captain looked at the sea level and saw a group of countless Shatak birds flying towards here. "Everyone, take the wounded and retreat urgently." As the task force members evacuated, a young man standing on the roof of a tall building not far away slowly put down the telescope. This man was Chen Yan. Not long after Nodin sent him the message, Chen Yan created many Shatak birds. There were two purposes. One was to buy time for the task force to evacuate, the other was to make the task force mistakenly believe that the nightmare and the Shatak bird were mortal enemies, and that the priority of attack was higher than that of humans. Cthulhu Mythos Illustrated book was not owned by me alone, and there was no guarantee that there were Cthulhu culture enthusiasts in the country who would recognize these two creatures. The two creatures were described as natural enemies in the book, so Chen Yan made such an arrangement without any omissions. Since the revival of spiritual energy was a chaotic time, I might as well muddy the water myself. Chen Yan's plan was successful. The reincarnation task force returned to the base and reported the situation immediately. High-level national officials also opened a meeting regarding this situation. This is the Cthulhu Mythos Illustrated book that I borrowed from my subordinates. The two monsters I encountered this time are very similar to the Night Dire and the Shatak bird recorded in it. What do you want to say? You want to say that these monsters ran out of books? No, please don't misinterpret me. What I want to say is that some of the creatures recorded in these books are probably real. When everyone present heard this, they all remained silent and frowned. Everyone here basically knows about the revival of spiritual energy. What I really want to say is that after the spiritual energy is revived, many things may appear that are beyond our previous knowledge. Now there are Shatak birds, night dyers, and an unknown whereabouts fishmen, so how should we protect our compatriots in the future? Now just two monsters have plunged Hahai City into hell on earth, so if similar monsters appear again in the future, will we make the same mistake again? Nothing can be done? What do you want to say? To expand the number of the Samsara task force, the research team conducted further research on the corpses of the night dyer and the Shatak bird, and at the same time developed more weapons with small-scale lethality. The survival of the Samsara team this time was entirely due to the night dyer. Attracted by the natural enemy, the Shatak bird. So what about next time? Should we just leave the night gaunts alone? Everyone was speechless. Seeing that Wang Miao wanted to continue speaking, the chairman interrupted Wang Miao's speech. The next step is for everyone to vote. If you agree to continue what Comrade Wang Miao just said, please raise your hands. As the words fell, all 12 people present raised their hands. Okay, then it is decided that the reincarnation plan will continue to be implemented, allocate special funds to the Institute to research new weapons, and at the same time expand the recruitment of reincarnation task force personnel. These weird things must be suppressed at all costs. Comrades, we have no choice. Retreat, because behind us are thousands of lights. We hope you will support us. Mutual encouragement, cafes. Shauna walked in with a depressed look. Chen Yan knew that she was coming when he set foot near the factory, so early in the morning he turned into the frail young man with black hair and black eyes under a pair of dark circles. What do you need to drink? Chen Yan asked without any emotion in his tone. Casual. How about an espresso? Okay, huh? Shauna seemed to have just come to her senses. Seeing Xiana like this, Chen Yan smiled knowingly. Recovered? Think about what to drink. If you say it's casual again, I will give you a glass of espresso. Americano. Just a glass of iced Americano. Okay, wait a moment. As he spoke, Chen Yan began to grind the beans slowly and asked while grinding the beans, you seem to have something on your mind. Boss, do you know about the fishmen? Shauna got straight to the point. Chen Yan was stunned by this question, but then he smiled slightly and said, who knows? You must know about the fishmen. And I also know that your identity is by no means ordinary. Last time, the little girl in our team was almost scared to tears by the aura you exuded. Even us were too. I feel shuddering. There is no one else now. Can you tell me who you are? Did you ever hear a saying? What? Curiosity will kill the cat. Shauna smiled bitterly, but Chunyan ignored her. After grinding the beans, he turned around and made coffee for Shauna. Not long after, a glass of iced Americano was ready. Chunyan read Su Xuemin's memory and learned how to make coffee from his memory. Chunyan felt that making coffee was not difficult, at least it was much simpler than refining potion. Chunyan still injected some magic into this glass of iced Americano, just like before. Shauna took the coffee and joked, "You won't poison it, right? Is it too late for me to get off now?" Chunyan was about to take something out of his pocket, but Xiaona quickly stopped him. No, I'm just kidding. Next time you want to drink something poisonous, remember to tell me in advance, otherwise I'll be embarrassed to drug you in front of you. Thank you, but you'd better say goodbye. I don't want to drink anything poisonous. Shauna took a sip of coffee, and just like last time, a warm current spread directly from her stomach to her internal organs, making her feel indescribably comfortable. I'm still curious, who are you? It's impossible that you don't know what's happening in Tianhai City these days. Are you related to these things? I'm just a scholar. What kind of scholar? You can understand it as occultism. Does that mean you're a stickman? Xiaona tried to use provocation to provoke Chen Yan into revealing his true identity, but Chen Yan didn't accept this trick and just said, "It depends on how you understand it." Then the atmosphere between the two fell into a long silence. It wasn't until Shauna finished drinking her coffee and paying the bill that she was about to leave when Chen Yan stopped her. Etc. Anything else? Chen Yan flicked a reagent tube over and said, "This thing should be helpful to you." Shauna caught the reagent tube thrown over, then thanked her and left the cafe. After Shauna left, Chen Yan changed back to his original appearance, with an intriguing smile on his lips. Shauna, who was walking away, didn't know this. She was playing with the potion in her hand while walking on the road, hesitating in her heart. What is this? Why did the shopkeeper give her this? Can I drink it? These three questions kept lingering in Shauna's mind. After hesitating for a long time, Shauna decided to drink it. Although she didn't know what the consequences of drinking it would be, she had reason to believe that the shopkeeper would not harm her. Because if he wanted to harm her, he didn't need such a lowly means. This might be her chance. Shauna returned to the dormitory of the base and drank the whole potion. At the moment Shauna drank the potion, the powerful medicinal power, which was completely different from that of coffee, instantly swept through her body. This medicinal power was constantly destroying every cell of Shauna, but at the same time it was reshaping every cell in Shauna's body. The cells, bones, and flesh in her body were constantly broken and reorganized. This extreme pain was unimaginable. Shauna wanted to faint, but the powerful drug power kept stimulating her spirit, making it impossible for her to faint. Shauna wanted to wail, but she couldn't make any sound because of the remodeling of her body cells. This state lasted for nearly 2 hours, during which Shauna was tortured like an inhuman being. Until the drug power gradually dissipated, all the cells gradually stabilized, and Shauna, who had already lost strength, fainted directly. Luo Wan changed his major. As his mentor entered the mental hospital, Luo Wan's original major had no mentor, so he had to change his major. But what puzzled everyone was that Luo Wan chose a major in folklore investigation that had nothing to do with his previous major. This major is to investigate and study the local customs and customs of various places. Humanities and folk customs have nothing to do with Luo Wan's original material science. Everyone was puzzled, but Luo Wan did not make any explanation. Although many people came to persuade Luo Wan always insisted on choosing the major of folklore investigation. At this time, Luo Wan's image was very different from before, and he no longer had the nerd air. The original plaid shirt with jeans, which was almost unchanged, was also changed into a clean and neat casual outfit. The whole person's appearance and temperament have changed drastically. At this moment, Luo Wan looked cold and witty. There was a reason why Luo Wan chose this major. In recent days, he has absorbed the souls of many people in Hahai City. Things will get bigger and bigger, and he needs to change his hunting ground. The profession of folklore investigation basically meets Luo Wan's requirements perfectly, because this profession often goes to some mountainous areas or remote cities to investigate local customs and customs. This provides a cover for Luo Wan to find a hunting ground. And now, the place they are going to is a remote village called Zhengde Village in Jolian City, Huangxi Province. It is said that this village still maintains the customs before the founding of the People's Republic of China, and there is not even electricity, as if the time of this village has stopped at a certain moment in history. In fact, it is not that the local government does not pay attention to the situation in Jingda village. On the contrary, the local municipal government is very concerned about the situation in Jingda village. Jingda village has a permanent population of nearly 10,000, which is an extremely large village, but the development of the village has been stagnant, and the people in it still live the primitive life of the ancients who work from sunrise to sunset. The municipal government wants to connect electricity to Jingda village. They think that as long as the villagers feel the convenience and benefits of modern technology, then some of these people will always want to transform. Once the gap is opened, things will become easier. However, Jingda village was like an iron plate, and no matter how the municipal government persuaded them, it was useless. It was not that they had not thought about forcibly enforcing it, but for fear of provoking civil unrest, the matter was directly shelved. So Jingda village has remained in this state until now. Luo Wan was sitting on the green train admiring the scenery outside the window. A classmate sitting next to him handed him a bread. Here, eat something. It will take a long time to reach Julian City, so eat something to fill your stomach first. Luo Wan happily took the bread, but when he looked back, he saw that the man kept taking food out of his bag. Luo Wan asked in surprise, "Zhang Chao, you have a four-dimensional pocket hidden in your school bag." The slightly fat young man called Zhang Chao smiled naively and said, "I call this being prepared. Think about it, it takes more than a day from our Hahai to Julian City, and the things on the train are expensive. How much money will it cost if you don't bring more? It has to be you." Luo Wan gave Zhang Chao a thumbs up. At this time, a middle-aged man sitting in the aisle next to them seemed to have heard their conversation and asked, "Little brother, are you going to the ninth company this time?" Zhang Chao stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth and said, "Yes, uncle, are you too?" "Yes, my family is from the ninth company, and I'm going home to visit my relatives this time." "What are you doing in Julian City?" Zhang Chao answered directly, "Uncle, you are from the ninth company. Have you heard of Jingda village? We are going to Jingda village to conduct an investigation this time." The middle-aged man was stunned and said, "What are you doing? Why did you think of going to that ghost place?" The middle-aged man's words attracted the attention of the team leader Jiang Ming, who asked, "Why do you say that it is a ghost place?" "You are, Jiang Ming, I'm their team leader." "Oh, my name is Wang Zhu." After introducing themselves, the two shook hands, and then Jiang Ming continued to ask, "You haven't said it yet, why do you say Jingda village is a ghost place?" Wang Zhu sighed and said, "This is a long story. My hometown is in the village next to Jingda village. There are not as many people as Jingda village, but there are also 1,000 or 2,000 people. It's not a small village." Wang Zhu said, "Hey, there is less land and dense population over there, so it's like this. Our village was renovated 6 years ago. Roads were built, street lights were built, and electricity was connected to every household. This is a happy thing, but when the road was being built, there was a section of the road that had to pass through Jingda village. The people of Jingda village didn't want to, and even beat people, and then gathered to make trouble to prevent the road builders from passing through there. The final result was that the road had to go around 8 miles from somewhere else. This is considered to be repaired. It took a few years, and several villages around us were renovated, but Jingda village refused to renovate." Jiang Ming asked, "Why is this, do you know?" Wang Zhu shook his head and said, "I don't know much, I only heard it occasionally, saying that Jingda village is the master's Taoist temple and no changes are allowed." Jiang Ming caught the key words and asked, "Master, do you know what this master is?" Wang Zhu still shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure, but before Jingda village had such a bad relationship with the surrounding villages, I heard that every household in Jingda village worshipped a god. I think the master they are talking about may refer to the god they worship." After hearing this, Jiang Ming and his party fell into deep thought. After a while, Luo Wan asked, "How long has their custom of worshipping gods lasted?" "Oh, it's been a while. According to the older generation in the village, it seems to have existed before the founding of the People's Republic of China." Luo Wan and Jiang Ming looked at each other and understood each other's eyes. This time they came. A belief that existed before the founding of the People's Republic of China. This belief inheritance must have something to study. Zhang Chao asked, "Do you know what the god is called?" Wang Zhu thought about it and said, "I heard that the older generation said it was called something like Northern Jungda Bodhisattva, but I can't remember the details." But then Wang Zhu changed the subject and said, "But I tell you, you'd better not go there. That village is very evil. At night, every household makes a lot of noise. Once I was drunk and walked to Jinda village for no reason. As a result, every household had lights on, and there were sounds like iron hammering. Although these people looked normal during the day, they became ferocious and scary at night. Jiang Ming and others were a little scared by this, but Luo Wan found it very interesting. A village that worships some kind of god, villagers who are kind during the day and fierce at night, everything makes Luo Wan feel that he seems to have found a hunting ground suitable for him. The train traveled for a long time, and it was not until the afternoon of the next day that it arrived at Julian City, the destination of this trip. The road to Jingda village is not easy to walk. First, you need to take a bus to Yangping Township and then take a bull cart from Yangping Township to Jinda village. It was already evening when everyone arrived at Jingda village. Strangely, the sky was not completely dark yet, but the streets of Jingda village were already empty, and the doors of each household were closed. Luo Wan and others also vaguely felt that the villagers were secretly spying on them. Luo Wan used telepathy to try to sense the thoughts of these residents. Another stranger is coming. What if I disturb the master's rest? Alas, another group of people are coming to die. Again? Luo Wan caught the key words. Why do you say that another group of people are coming to die? Could it be that someone had been here before they came? It sounded like he was dead. Seeing that every household had closed their doors, Luo Wan and his group could only walk to the next village to find a place to stay. After walking about 5 or 6 miles, they finally found a village, and Jiang Ming knocked on the door of a family. The person who opened the door was a young man with dark skin, but there was a bit of sharpness in his eyebrows and eyes. The young man said, "Who are you?" "Hello, we are the investigation team of the folklore research major of Hohai University. I am sorry to bother you to ask if we can stay here for a few days. Don't worry, we will pay the rent." The young man looked up and down at several people, including the panting, slightly fat young man Zhang Chao, the cold-looking Luo Wan, and the weak-looking girl Su Jin. After looking at the 4 people, the young man felt that there was no problem, so he let Jiang Ming and others into the yard. "There are 2 empty houses in the west yard, you can stay there. By the way, how long will you stay?" "About 1 month. 800 a month, water and electricity bills are paid by yourself, is that acceptable?" the young man asked. "Acceptable, acceptable." Gurgle Zhang Chao's stomach rumbled at an inopportune time, and Zhang Chao's stomach was like a fuse, and the stomachs of several other people also rumbled. Luo Wan was no exception. Although he could now rely purely on absorbing souls to maintain his body energy, Luo Wan, who had been sitting on the train for a whole day and had only eaten some snacks and no more, felt a little hungry at this moment. "You have to pay for meals," the young man said. "Okay, sure. How much is each meal?" "You 4 together, 100 yuan a day." Okay. Jiang Ming agreed without hesitation. "Wait here, I'll cook for you." After saying that, the young man left the west yard and went to the kitchen in the east yard to get busy. Several people took out their luggage and sorted it out. Zhang Chao asked, "Teacher, why do I always feel that this place is so evil?" "Where are you talking about?" "It's the Zhengde village we just went to. You can imagine that every household has closed their doors before it gets dark, and there are no lights inside. When we walked there, I always felt that someone was watching me from behind, which gave me goosebumps. Yes, Zhengde village also gives me an uncomfortable feeling. Do we really want to go there for investigation?" Su Jin, who has always been taciturn, also spoke up. Luo Wan ignored the topic here, but went to the kitchen to help the young man cook. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Luo Wan greeted. The young man asked, "Can you cut vegetables?" "Yes." "Cut the potatoes on the table into shredded potatoes." "Okay." While cutting shredded potatoes, Luo Wan asked, "My name is Luo Wan, what should I call you?" "Just call me Bayan." "Are you alone at home?" "No, my grandfather is also at home." Speaking of the devil, an old voice came from outside the kitchen. "Bayan, are there guests?" Accompanied by the sound of a walking stick hitting the ground. Bayan, who was burning the fire, stood up and ran outside to help the old man. "There are a few guests staying overnight. Why did you come out?" "The doctor said that you need to rest and can't walk around easily." "Forget it. If I rest any longer, my limbs will degenerate." Bayan supported Grandpa and walked into the kitchen. Luo Wan, who was cutting vegetables, saw the old man and greeted him. "Hello, Grandpa. You are the guests who are staying overnight?" "Yes, there are 3 others who are packing their luggage." Bayan helped Grandpa sit on a chair. As soon as the old man sat down, he asked, "Where are you from?" "Hohai University." "I wonder if you've heard of it." "Oh, who doesn't know Hohai University? Your school is one of the best universities. He hit Bayan's head and said, "It's a pity that my child is not motivated and can't even get into a university." Bayan rubbed his head, which was a little painful from the knock, and said to the old man, "Grandpa, didn't you agree not to mention this in the future?" Okay, I won't mention it." Bayan continued to make fire. The old man seemed to have opened up a conversation box and asked Luo Wan, "Young man, what are you doing in this remote place like ours?" "We are here to do a folklore survey. We heard that there is a Zhengde village here with unique folk customs, so we came here to collect some information." The old man's expression changed when he heard this, and even Bayan's hand that was pulling the bellows slowed down. "Are you going to Zhengde village?" "Yes. I advise you to go back." "Why?" "In a few days, it will be the day to welcome the master in Zhengde village. If you don't leave, you may get into trouble." "What exactly is this master you are talking about?" "On the way here, a big brother also told us that everyone in Zhengde village worships the master." "What exactly is this master?" The old man took out a pipe from behind, lit a puff of cigarette, and told Luo Wan, "This master is actually a bodhisattva named Beifong Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva. It is said that he has 6 eyes and can know everything in the world. The people of Zhengde village, adults and children, without exception, believe in this bodhisattva like crazy. The government said that it wanted to transform the new countryside, but they disagreed and risked their lives to stop people from starting the construction, saying that it would disturb the master's rest. It is said that in their village, boys and girls are sacrificed to the master. Luo Wan listened with rapt attention. There must be something wrong with this Zhengde village. "Anyway, I advise you to leave quickly. This Zhengde village is weirdly tight," the old man advised. Luo Wan nodded and said, "I understand, old man, we will be careful." I saw the old man getting up, picking up a cane and walking out of the door. As he walked, he said, "Oh, it's hard to persuade the damn man." Luo Wan took the old man's words to heart and couldn't help but become more vigilant. He began to use the soul mark to send messages to Chen Yan in Hahai City. "Master, I found a strange village." When Chen Yan heard that Jojo was coming, he asked, "What's weird?" "There seems to be some kind of evil god in this village." "Some kind of evil god? How can we see it?" "Some people on the green leather train we came from said that something was wrong with Zhengde village. The old man of the family where we are staying now also told us that this village is weird. It is said that the god worshipped is called Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva of the North, and there are rumors that this people in the village will sacrifice boys and girls." "Oh? That's interesting." Luo Wan's words aroused Chen Yan's interest. Without him, Chen Yan recently compiled another magic in the Mad Alchemist's Inheritance. The method of the god of cookery. As its name suggests, this method can consume gods to enhance one's own strength. However, this method is useless for your own transformation, at least it is useless now. The gods mentioned in the god of cookery method need to possess godhood, and the people he transforms are only people with superpowers so far, and they cannot be called gods. Originally, Chen Yan was still curious about where to find this god, but good news came from Luo Wan. "Continue to investigate and contact me if you have any other information." After saying that, Chen Yan cut off the soul communication. At this time, Luo Wan had already prepared the dishes and was ready to stir-fry. "Can you cook?" Bayan asked. Luo Wandao said, "Children from poor families know how to cook when they are young. When I was young, my relatives teased me and told me to be a chef when I grow up." "But you are a graduate student now." "Ha ha ha, that's true. But how did you know that we are graduate students?" Bayan suppressed his smile, closed his mouth as if he had said something wrong, and refused to say anything no matter what Luo Wan said. It wasn't until the food was ready that Bayan said, "Go, and ask them to eat." Luo Wan felt strange in his heart, and turned on his telepathy while walking towards the west courtyard. But the strange thing is that there seems to be a barrier around Bayan, and Luo Wan's telepathy cannot penetrate that barrier to sense what Bayan is thinking. It seems this investigation will not be that simple. Luo Wan was thinking this in his heart, but with a relaxed look on his face, he walked to the west courtyard and invited everyone to come out for dinner. At the dinner table, everyone introduced their names to Bayan. After all, he was going to stay for a month, so he couldn't live without a name. After having enough wine and food, everyone went back to their respective rooms to sleep. Su Jin was in a room alone because she was a girl, while the remaining 3 grown men were crowded into a room. The first half of the night was uneventful, but in the second half of the night, everyone was woken up by a scream. The owner of the scream was Su Jin. Luo Wan and others quickly ran to Su Jin's room and saw Su Jin locked on the bed against the wall and shivering. "What happened?" Rowan asked. Su Jin stammered, just now, there was a strange person near the window just now. Everyone rushed out of the house and looked around, but didn't find even a single figure. At this time, Bayan, who heard the sound, came over from the east courtyard and asked everyone, what's wrong? What happened? Just now Su Jin said he saw a strange person standing by the window. Let's go in and take a look. Everyone walked back into the house, where Jiang Ming was comforting Su Jin, who was frightened and crying. Bayan asked, girl, do you still remember what that strange figure you saw looks like? Su Jin sobbed and nodded, saying, he has a pointed head and a hooked nose. He was lying on the window and staring at me motionless. Bayan nodded and said, I understand. Then he went to the kitchen in the east courtyard, took out a half-burned piece of firewood, and used the charcoal from the firewood to draw a long straight line next to Su Jin's window. The line turned when it reached the door and turned to Su Jin. In front of Jin's room. After drawing the line, Bayan sat in Su Jin's room and said softly to everyone, this is not a good place. It can be said that the entire Yangping township is not a good place. According to what you say outside, our place is not a good place. Feng shui is not good. I often attract some dirty things. It used to be when I was young. Wait, these are still legends. But I don't know how. There have been more and more strange things in recent years. What you saw just now should be our legendary Black Grandma. It was originally said that this thing can eat children, but after several family members saw Grandma Hay didn't do anything. Later, the old man in the village said that he would use burned firewood to draw a seal on the door so that the Black Grandma would not come. I missed this point and didn't draw it for you, but don't worry, it's fine now. Just sleep peacefully. Bayan's tone of voice was very calm, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing, but everyone was still sleepy at this moment, so they grabbed Bayan, who was about to leave, and started asking questions. Everyone asked at once, making Bayan not know who to answer first, so he said, stop, ask one by one. Jiang Ming spoke first, who is the old man you are talking about? The old man is the oldest in our village, not only in our village, but also in Yangping Township. He is now over 110 years old. It is said that when he was young, he was a feng shui master and very capable. He taught us all these ways to avoid evil spirits. Zhang Chao asked, does this kind of evil spirit often appear here? Bayan thought for a while and said, not often. Didn't I say that when I was a child, these were just legends? It was not until I grew up that people gradually began to see these things. But it is also an occasional thing. What is that Black Grandma? Luo Wan asked. As for Black Grandma, I don't know much. I heard most of it from my grandfather. Black Grandma was not originally an evil spirit. She was just an ordinary old lady in our Lidwa village. She was betrayed by her husband in her early years and had no children. But she was very kind to the children in the village, until one day, the old lady suddenly disappeared. On the day the old lady disappeared, livestock died for no reason, crops withered for no reason, and even children disappeared at night. People thought that the old lady must have died, but her resentment towards her husband after her death did not dissipate, so she turned into an evil spirit. But later everything returned to normal and no one took it seriously. It was not until recent years that she gradually started to make trouble again, but no one has heard of any family suffering actual losses. Chen Yan, who was about to go to sleep, received a soul-mark message from Luo Wan. Grandma Black? This is interesting. It seems that many legendary things have come out after the spiritual energy is revived. I don't know what it will be like in the future. After Luo Wan and others listened to Bayan's story, they continued to sleep with Bayan's assurance of safety issues. Until the morning and noon of the next day, the four of them packed their things and prepared to go to this mysterious village, Jingda village. On the way, Jiang Ming told the three people about Jingda village while walking. According to the local county records, this Jingda village was called Shitu village before the Ming dynasty, and was renamed Jingda village during the Wanli period. The specific reason is unknown, but it is said that it is related to the White Lotus sect. So I suspect that the so-called Northern Zhengda Tongjing Bodhisattva worshipped in this village is closely related to the White Lotus sect in ancient times. The four of them walked while talking, and soon they all arrived at Jingda village. When the dead stepped into Jingda village, a land that seemed to have been forgotten by time, they seemed to have traveled to another time and space in an instant. This village is hidden in the embrace of dense forests, far away from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, and everything seems so quiet and ancient. The smoke from the cooking pots curled up and entangled gently between the low eaves, but it could not dispel the weird atmosphere in the air. The houses in the village are all built of logs, and time has carved mottled marks on their surfaces. Every crack seems to tell a story of the past. The villagers' attire is simple, as if they were dressed hundreds of years ago. Men farm and women weave, seemingly leading a quiet, self-sufficient life. However, whenever their eyes touched Luo Wan and others, despite the smiles on their lips, there was an indescribable sense of distance in their eyes. That coldness seemed to be separated by thousands of years of ice, making people feel inexplicably heart-palpitating. The children chased and played in the alleys, laughing innocently. But the moment they saw Luo Wan and others, their smiles quickly disappeared, leaving only emptiness and alienation. This village is very strange. This was the first thought in Luo Wan's mind. But in comparison, Jiang Ming seemed very excited. It was unbelievable that such a thing still existed in modern times. Jiang Ming found a middle-aged woman who looked kind-faced, stepped forward and asked, "Hello, excuse me, we are here to conduct a humanities survey. I am the leader of the team, Jiang Ming, followed by 3 of my students. I wonder if I can ask you a few questions." The middle-aged woman looked Jiang Ming up and down, then turned to look at Luo Wan and the other 3, and said, "If you want anything, ask the old man. He knows more than me. I'm just a little daughter-in-law. I don't know anything, have no idea." Jiang Ming heard this and said, "Then where is the old lady you are talking about?" The middle-aged woman pointed to the east and said, "Go over there. There is a big locust tree over there. The old lady should be basking in the sun there right now." Jiang Ming thanked him, and then led the 3 of them to look in the direction of the woman's finger. No one noticed that the moment the 4 people left, the smile on the woman's face instantly disappeared, replaced by indifference and an inexplicable hostility. Luo Wan walked behind the team, a little distracted. Not zoning out, but using telepathy. He found that people in this village seemed to suddenly have a barrier on their bodies. Just like when he tried to sense Bayan last night, there was an invisible barrier blocking Luo Wan's telepathy. The 4 of them quickly walked to the big locust tree, and sure enough, they saw an old man lying on a rocking chair next to the tree, basking in the sun. Jiang Ming stepped forward to say hello, "Are you an old lady?" When the old man heard this, he took off the cattail leaf fan covering his face, looked at Jiang Ming and asked, "He's from outside, right?" "Yes, we did the folklore survey from Hohai University." The old man was not interested in Jiang Ming's words and said, "The village will welcome the master soon. You'd better leave quickly." "Old master, we are here to investigate folk customs this time. Can we also observe mastering?" "Don't worry, we will definitely not cause trouble." The old man raised his eyelids and glanced at Jiang Ming, and said, No outsiders can be present in the village to welcome the master, otherwise the rules will be broken." Jiang Ming did not give up and continued to ask, "Then can I ask you a few questions?" Surprisingly, the old man did not refuse, but said, "Just ask, I will tell you what I can tell you. I heard that the city government has said many times that it would help Qingda village with its renovation. Why did you refuse? Wouldn't it be more convenient to have electrical appliances, running water, and the like?" The old man said, "That would have hit the master. Then why are you still wearing such ancient clothes? Aren't modern clothes more convenient and comfortable?" That would offend the master. "Don't you yearn for the outside world at all? Have you never thought about going out to see the outside world?" That would have hit the master, Jiang Ming and the old man said in unison. He knew it must be this sentence. Seeing that he couldn't get any useful information from the old man, Jiang Ming decided to disperse and go to various parts of the village to see the customs of the village. The few people dispersed and agreed to meet at the entrance of the village in the evening. Su Jin followed Jiang Ming, not because of preference, but because in this obviously uncivilized village, a foreign woman swaggering on the road didn't know what would happen. As Luo Wan walked, he used telepathy to sense his surroundings. As expected, almost everyone in the village had an invisible barrier on their bodies. Luo Wan speculated that this should be related to the so-called master, that is, the northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva. Suddenly, a person without a barrier appeared in Luo Wan's telepathic range. The appearance of this person was as conspicuous as a bright light in the dark night. Luo Wan walked towards the direction of the person, trying not to let people notice that he was wrong. The location of the person was very remote, and Luo Wan turned several corners before finding the location. But after arriving, Luo Wan looked around and found no one, but telepathy would not be wrong. Luo Wan looked around and found a haystack in the corner. Pulling open the haystack, there was a rotten person inside. There were large areas of rot on his face and body, but even so, this person still had a breath. Luo Wan did not carry anything that could heal his wounds, and this person had already fallen into a coma. There was definitely nothing to ask. Luo Wan used telepathy to sense it, and after confirming that there was no one around, he saw that he changed into a heart-stealing demon state. The mouth parts like lampreys sucked directly on the man's head, and a stream of memories entered Luo Wan's mind. After Luo Wan absorbed all the memories, he quickly changed back to human form and used telepathy to sense the location of Jiang Ming and others. We must leave quickly, this village is very dangerous. Chen Yan came to Jingde village. After sitting on a green train for a day, and then on a bull cart, Chen Yan's butt hurt. As soon as he arrived at Jingde village, Chen Yan used his magic to sense the surroundings. The atmosphere around the village was very mixed, and it revealed a strong sense of death. Soon, Chen Yan sensed Luo Wan's location, but Chen Yan did not contact Luo Wan. Because Luo Wan seemed to be a little panicked at this time. What can make the mind flayer feel panic? You know, since being transformed into a mind flayer, Luo Wan is not only super intelligent, but most of his humanity has gradually disappeared. Being able to make the mind flayer feel panic means that there is something here that he cannot contend with his current strength. Interesting, Chen Yan's mouth curled up a smile. During this period, Chen Yan basically did not have a moment of idleness except for the most basic diet and daily life. Not refining potions, but studying magic. The inheritance left by the mad alchemist not only has the method of refining potions, but also countless magic. According to the mad alchemist, this is called the inseparability of magic and potion. Alchemists also need means of self-protection. So the mad alchemist also collected a lot of magic. Chen Yan mastered a lot of offensive and functional magic during this period. With his current strength, Chen Yan feels that he can go out and try his luck. Of course, Chen Yan's main goal is still the so-called Northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva. The method of eating gods is too tempting for Chen Yan. After casting an invisible magic on himself, Chen Yan walked into Zhengde village. Looking at the village that is almost completely out of touch with modern society, Chen Yan sighed in his heart, isn't this the real version of Peach Blossom Spring? But soon, Chen Yan found something wrong. This is not a Peach Blossom Spring. Although everyone in the Peach Blossom Spring and Peach Blossom Spring is completely out of touch with the outside society, everyone in it exudes a kind of vitality, and what about the village in front of him? Everyone's face was dead, and although they kept smiling, it was obviously a fake smile, as if something was forcing them to smile. This made Chen Yan feel something was wrong. Chen Yan's magic perception was always on. The further he walked into the village, the more he could feel a trace of unusual energy fluctuations. Until he reached the source of the energy fluctuations, Chen Yan saw a big locust tree, and the energy fluctuations were emitted from here. When Chen Yan walked there, Luo Wan and the other four also walked to the big locust tree. Luo Wan seemed to have sensed it and communicated with the soul mark, Master, are you here? Well, do what you should do, don't worry about me. Okay, Master. After Luo Wan gathered the four people, he hurriedly led the four people out of the village. Chen Yan followed the four people silently. It was not until they walked out of the village that Jiang Ming asked, Luo Wan, what's the situation? Why do you have to let us leave? You'd better give me an explanation. Jiang Ming was the team leader, so he was a little dissatisfied with Luo Wan's self-willed behavior. Don't you feel that there is something wrong with this village? Yes, there is something wrong. Although everyone looks friendly, they give people a sense of alienation. I just saw a corpse in a corner of the village. What? Everyone was shocked. Luo Wan signaled everyone to be silent, and then took a few people to a place where there was no village or shop. He spoke only when he was sure that there was no one around. When Bayan's grandfather was cooking last night, he said, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words. I was doubting the meaning of this sentence at the time. Until I saw the corpse, although the corpse had rotted, the clothes on the body were still there. The clothes on the body were obviously a set of casual clothes, which was obviously inconsistent with the dress of the people in the village. This shows that someone had come to this village before us, but I don't know why they died here. Everyone took a breath after hearing this. Luo Wan actually lied. It was not a corpse. He was still alive when he found it, but he was completely dead after Luo Wan absorbed his soul. Before the man died, Luo Wan heard two words, thank you. From the man's memory, we know that at the beginning, the attitude of the villagers towards outsiders was not like this. In the man's memory, they were an expedition team with a total of 5 people. They came a few days earlier than Luo Wan and his team. Unlike Luo Wan and his team, this group of people did not respect the local folk customs at all. They were well equipped and carried various high-tech instruments, intending to reveal the unsolved mysteries of this remote village. When they first arrived, they did not give enough respect to understand and learn local customs. Instead, they looked down on everything and thought that their way was more advanced and superior. The local villagers held a welcome ceremony for them, but they ignored it. Thinking that it was a waste of time, they directly broke into the forbidden area for investigation, and even excavated the historical sites behind the village without permission, trying to find the so-called treasures. This series of actions undoubtedly seriously offended the feelings of the local residents. In the eyes of the villagers, this site is not only a memory left by their ancestors to future generations, but also a resting place for the master Beifang Zheng de Tongjing Bodhisattva. So they died. He died under the siege of the crowd. Only that one person survived by chance, and after escaping, he found the haystack and hid there. But he had no strength to escape and could only wait for death in the haystack. And Luo Wan's arrival gave him relief. What should we do now? Jiang Ming said. Go back and pack your luggage and leave tomorrow. Luo Wan said. After listening to Luo Wan's advice, although Jiang Ming was still a little unwilling to give up, after all, it was a matter of life and death, so there was no objection. At night, after everyone went to bed, Luo Wan sat in the yard and smoked. On the surface, he was killing time, but in fact he was talking to Chen Yan. At this time, Chen Yan was standing next to Luo Wan, but he was invisible and no one could see him. You are very scared today. Chen Yan said. Yes. Why? Master, are there really gods in this world? Yes. Chen Yan did not comment. There were gods before the end of the law, which can be confirmed from the memory inheritance of the crazy alchemist. There seems to be a real god in Zhengde village. The expedition team that came before us died at the hands of the god. I will pass the memory to you, and you will know after you read it. After the words fell, a memory was transmitted to Chen Yan through the soul mark. The memory showed the terrible scene that the expedition team encountered before they died. Chen Yan took a breath and thought to himself, things are going to be troublesome. Originally, Chen Yan wanted to come and see the god worshipped here. If he was not as powerful as himself, he would try to kill him and eat him to usurp his godhood. However, from the memory transmitted by Luo Wan, this northern Zheng de Tongjing Bodhisattva had quite impressive strength. The expedition team sneaked into the ruins behind the village under the cover of night. It was a forbidden place for the villagers. Even the local villagers were strictly prohibited from entering during non-holidays. However, the arrogance and eagerness for quick success of this expedition team made them completely ignore the warnings of the villagers. As a result, the villagers did not know how they got the news. In the blink of an eye, they appeared around the expedition team, and more people gathered. Everyone held farm tools such as sickles and pickaxes as weapons. The expedition team was completely wiped out under the siege of this group of villagers. Chen Yan noticed a detail. If the transmitted memory was correct, the expressions of the villagers at that time were very unusual. His eyes were hollow, his body kept shaking from side to side, like a walking corpse, and his mind seemed to be controlled by something else. Moreover, Chen Yan saw that the villagers did not kill the expedition team with one blow, but tortured the expedition team members to death slowly with a ritualistic method. Although the death methods were different, there was one thing that was completely consistent. Except for the one who escaped, everyone's eyes were dug out. The useful memories basically ended here. The remaining memories were the process of the escapees running away, which was not important to Chen Yan. From beginning to end, the god called Northern Zheng de Tongjing Bodhisattva did not show up, but Luo Wan and Chen Yan could feel that it was the Northern Zheng de Tongjing Bodhisattva behind this. Let Zhengde village be your first hunting ground. Chen Yan said calmly. But we have decided to leave here tomorrow. You won't. After Chen Yan finished speaking, he left directly, leaving Luo Wan thinking on the spot. Why did the master say that he and others would not leave tomorrow? Isn't this already decided? Could something unexpected happen? But after thinking hard, he could not come up with any result, so he had to go back to the room and lie down to sleep. The next morning, the team had a disagreement. It was just as Chen Yan said, they would not leave here today. Because of Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was obsessed with folklore research to the point of madness. He was obviously not happy that he could only return empty-handed when facing such a treasure mountain as Zhengde village. But Su Jin and Zhang Chao insisted on leaving. In the case of insufficient strength, knowing that there are tigers in the mountain, they went to the Tiger Mountain. That was not bravery, but stupidity. The final result was that Su Jin and Zhang Chao returned, while Luo Wan and Jiang Ming stayed here to continue the investigation. I didn't expect that the two students who had been with me the longest did not stay, but you, the student who just transferred, stayed. Jiang Ming said with some self-mockery. I understand your feelings. It's not a good feeling to see a treasure mountain but only return empty-handed. Luo Wan's tone was emotionless, and he just responded lightly. Jiang Ming was immediately relieved, but he didn't know that the treasure mountain that Luo Wan mentioned was not the same thing as the treasure mountain he understood. Yesterday, the Lord gave an order for Luo Wan to use this place as his first hunting ground. Think about it, with a permanent population of nearly 10,000 people, there are 10,000 souls for him to absorb. Of course, Luo Wan did not ignore the potential threat, the northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva. If this god is not eliminated, it will bring huge obstacles to his subsequent hunting operations. No god will be willing to sacrifice his family or believers. The two entered Zhengde village, and this time they still acted separately. Unlike yesterday, both of them had some gains today. Jiang Ming collected information about welcoming the master. This master actually refers to the northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva. When the Taoist ceremony is held, people will carry the statue of the Bodhisattva and walk through the streets and alleys of Zhengde village, and then go around the fields to pray for good weather and good harvests in the coming year. As for Luo Wan, he didn't collect any information at all. He had been relying on the invisibility potion to capture the villagers who were alone and absorb their souls. Although these villagers had a barrier on their bodies, this barrier could only defend against mental energy attacks such as telepathy or mental shock. However, the mind flayer absorbs souls by sucking directly on the top of the head of the person with its mouthparts, and the barrier can't defend it at all. And to be safe, Luo Wan usually finds the family of a person according to the memory of that soul after absorbing the soul of the person and catches them all in one fell swoop. In just a few hours, Luo Wan had harvested more than 100 lives, and at this time, the familiar stagnation came again. He reached the singularity again. Chen Yan, who was floating in the sky with invisibility, naturally noticed this, and Luo Wan did not disappoint him. Before coming, Chen Yan had already prepared the magic potion for this moment, and Luo Wan did not disappoint Chen Yan, reaching the singularity again so quickly. This time, Luo Wan will become the only one among all his experimental subjects to reach the third level. It was not smooth sailing to configure the upgraded potion for Luo Wan. Chen Yan asked Pan Shen to collect more than 20 different materials for him. In the end, he used turbolarians, water bears and a queen bee with octopus mucus to configure it. Seeing that Luo Wan had reached the singularity, Chen Yan fell from the sky and appeared in front of Luo Wan. He took out an opaque reagent tube from his pocket and said, "Drink it." Luo Wan drank it without any hesitation. At this time, Chen Yan directly opened a cognitive barrier, so that everyone who passed by the barrier would subconsciously ignore this place. This gave Luo Wan enough time to evolve. After drinking the potion, Luo Wan directly changed from human form to the form of a mind flayer. Then he felt a burst of energy destroying his body wantonly. Every cell in his body was constantly broken and then reorganized, and every inch of nerves was constantly broken and then grew together. Luo Wan wanted to roar, but his vocal cords were also breaking inch by inch, which made Luo Wan unable to make any sound. Chen Yan soon discovered something was wrong. Luo Wan's condition was far beyond Chen Yan's expectations. The drug was too powerful and Luo Wan could not bear it at all. Now Luo Wan's body had begun to gradually collapse and gradually molecularize. But despite this, Chen Yan still stood by and watched. If he interfered too much in this situation, it might cause unpredictable consequences. Luo Wan's evolution did not last long. About a quarter of an hour after his molecularization, his body began to slowly reorganize. Chen Yan could see with his true eyes that this was caused by the fact that his original body structure could not keep up with the abilities gained after evolution. The potion reconstructed Luo Wan's body, making him more powerful. However, Chen Yan fell into deep thought while looking at Luo Wan's message. Luo Wan's mind manipulation ability was enhanced, and he also acquired 2 skills. It was these 2 skills that made Chen Yan stunned. The first ability is infection. As the name suggests, Luo Wan can now infect other people into familiar mind flayers for him to drive. This ability is quite normal. But the second ability is a bit outrageous. Breed. Luo Wan can reproduce asexually on his own and breed mind flayers as his own. It's against the heavens, it's really against the heavens. Chen Yan felt so happy when he saw this ability. A grown man could reproduce asexually, which was weird when he thought about it. Luo Wan looked at Chen Yan trying to hold back his laughter and said, "If you want to laugh, just laugh." Chen Yan calmed down and said, "Okay, go and complete your mission." But Luo Wan showed a trace of hesitation and asked, "Are we still going to hunt down everyone?" Chen Yan didn't speak, as if he wanted to hear what Luo Wan had to say next. "I have a better idea. Now that I have the ability to infect, I can transform them into my inferior dependents, so I want to transform these people into my dependents. Master, what do you think? Whatever. There was no emotion in Chen Yan's tone, he just said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yan's figure disappeared, leaving only a tube of invisibility potion for Luo Wan, and then the cognitive barrier that had been surrounding him was removed. The infection game has begun. It is not a complicated matter for a mind flayer to infect a person into a lesser spawn. The mind flayer's mouthparts will secrete a special mucus. This special mucus only needs to be injected into the infected person through the mouthparts. In the victim's body, the infected person will become a familiar mind flayer and become Luo Wan's slave. The infected familiar mind flayers also have the ability to infect. They can be passed on to 10 to hundreds, and hundreds to thousands. Soon, the number of familiar mind flayers has reached a considerable number, enough for one person. More than 1,000 people. The large number of mind flayers naturally attracted the attention of other villagers. All the villagers shouted monsters and kept running away. But something strange was that everyone was running towards the big locust tree in the center of the village. And Luo Wan discovered a retrograde figure among the group of fleeing people. It was Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming kept calling Luo Wan's name, but Luo Wan had no intention of showing up. At this moment, a familiar mind flayer appeared in front of Jiang Ming's eyes. The timid Jiang Ming fainted from fright. Seeing this, Luo Wan jumped from the roof and put Jiang Ming in a safe place. If nothing unexpected happens, the war will begin next. Facing the menacing army of mind flayers, the villagers were ready with swords of various shapes in their hands. Only then did Luo Wan understand that the sound of iron forging that Wang Zhu mentioned was the sound of them forging weapons. The mind flayer troops rushing forward directly used mind blast. The mind blast of one mind flayer was not enough to break the invisible barrier covering everyone, but there were more than 1,000 here. The mind flayers, all the mind flayers worked together, and a strong spiritual shockwave swept towards the crowd. The huge mental shock caused the barriers on the villagers to instantly collapse. But the villagers in front still slashed towards the mind flayer despite the intense pain. However, as soon as they reached the front, they were entangled by the mind flayer's mouthparts, and then poured mucus into them, transforming into a mind flayer. Magic! The crowd was torn open, but everyone still tightly gathered around the big locust tree, as if there was some kind of treasure in the big locust tree. Chen Yan was very interested in this. He noticed the extraordinary power of this big locust tree from the very beginning. This big locust tree exuded a special kind of power fluctuation. It didn't look like magic, nor did it look like a madman. In the alchemist's memory, the true energy cultivated by Eastern monks is more like a kind of divine power. Chen Yan looked at the center of the crowd, next to the big locust tree, where the old man known as the old man was still lying on the rocking chair with a calm face and smoking, as if what happened outside the crowd had nothing to do with him. Until more and more people were infected into mind flayers and the villagers' formation could no longer be maintained, the old man threw the pipe in his hand on the ground. Then he muttered something. The body is born with 6 eyes to view the world, the omniscient and omnipotent God. Please, sir. As the words "please master" came out, the big locust tree gave off a dazzling light. As the light rose, a figure floated over in the distance. Luo Wan took a closer look and saw that the floating person was Bayan. However, Bayan's eyes were dull at this time, as if he were a body without a soul. Luo Wan tried to use telepathy but could not feel the existence of Bayan's soul at all. When Bayan's body slowly floated over the big locust tree, the light became even more dazzling and engulfed Bayan's body directly. The light became more and more dazzling until the light enveloped the entire large locust tree and Luo Wan could not see anything. But Chen Yan could see clearly when he used the eye of true vision. The tree was merging with Bayan. As the two merged, a bodhisattva with 6 arms and 6 eyes appeared in front of everyone. The light gradually faded, and the northern Zhengde Tongjing bodhisattva finally showed his true form. The villagers bowed down and shouted, 6 eyes are born to see the world, the omniscient and almighty immortal. Please save me, sir. Along with the shouts of the villagers, the northern Zhengde Tongjing bodhisattva looked at the army of mind-stealing demons. Chen Yan could see clearly that there was a trace of spiritual power in this look, as if he wanted to control these mind-stealing demons. But he didn't know that the minds of these subordinate mind-stealing demons were completely controlled by Luo Wan. Seeing that this plan failed, the northern Zhengde Tongjing bodhisattva shot out several rays of light directly from his eyes. Where the rays of light passed, countless mind-stealing demons fell to the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, Luo Wan directly used a mind explosion to push forward. The two forces collided with each other in the air, generating shock waves one after another. At this time, the villagers didn't know whether they were scared or thought that they could rest assured once the northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva appeared. At this moment, they all watched Luo Wan and the northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva confront each other, which created an excellent opportunity for the infection of the subordinate mind-stealing demon. The northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva seemed to realize this and directly separated a divine power to manipulate those villagers. This made Chen Yan's eyes light up. Although Luo Wan also had the ability to manipulate other people's minds, his manipulation was limited because his manipulation did not touch the origin of the soul. But the northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva was different. His manipulation of those villagers was directly manipulating the origin of the soul. The eyes of the villagers controlled by him were visibly empty, but they were replaced by a more unified formation and more precise moves. In this way, the mind-stealing demon was at a disadvantage because the mind-stealing demon's ability was mostly aimed at the spirit and soul. But now, the northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva directly manipulated the soul essence of the villagers, which made it impossible for the Heart Flayer to exert its power. For a moment, the two poles reversed, and the Heart Flayer army began to retreat step by step. And Chen Yan was also ready to take action at this time. What is certain is that the ability directed at the origin of the soul is the divine ability of the North Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva. But now, the power of the Mind Flayer is firmly restrained by the Northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva. Even Luo Wan is unable to withstand the attack of the Northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva. Suddenly, Chen Yan discovered something. The Northern Zhengde Mirror Bodhisattva was actually smiling. The originally ferocious face looked even more sinister and terrifying with the help of this weird smile. Soon, Chen Yan found out the reason why the Northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva smiled. There was a mind flayer controlled by him. This is logically impossible. The familiar mind flayers themselves have no soul or consciousness, and all their actions basically rely on Luo Wan to give orders. But now, these mind flayers have escaped Luo Wan's control and have begun to attack their own kind. Chen Yan couldn't help but marvel at this ability. He used the Eye of True Sight to watch the battle and naturally saw everything clearly. After the Northern Zhengde Mirror Bodhisattva discovered that the Mind Flayer did not have a soul that belonged to him, he directly extracted it. The souls of the villagers were poured into his body to achieve the effect of controlling the Mind Flayers. Seeing that Luo Wan was about to lose, Chen Yan knew that it was time for him to take action. Alchemists also have fighting skills. A fireball emitting intense heat appeared from Chen Yan's hand, and then launched towards the Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva in the north. The fireball carried a violent heat wave and headed towards the Bodhisattva with a destructive momentum as if it could burn everything. One of the eyes of the North Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva had already noticed Chen Yan's movements, and he stretched out one hand to catch the fireball, but Chen Yan raised a smile on his lips and said, "Explosion." The fireball suddenly exploded in the Bodhisattva's hand. This explosion directly broke off both of the Bodhisattva's arms, but their arms soon regenerated at an astonishing speed. Chen Yan clearly realized the reason through the Eye of True Sight, and it was the Godhead who was causing trouble. It seems that it is impossible to resolve the battle quickly. Chen Yan exited the invisibility state because he knew that invisibility was useless in front of the North Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva. This Bodhisattva had discovered him floating aside early in the morning. When Chen Yan appeared, the smile on the face of Northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva became even bigger. The three eyes on his right side looked at Chen Yan, and a strong spiritual energy poured into Chen Yan's mind. This Bodhisattva wants to control Chen Yan. But how could Chen Yan be such an easy person to get along with? He quickly drew a seal in his hand and then gently tapped it on his forehead, directly expelling the spiritual energy from the body. It wasn't over yet. Chen Yan saw the magic power surge in his hands, kneading the invisible spiritual energy into it, and then threw it back directly towards the Bodhisattva. At the moment when the Bodhisattva raised his arm to withstand the blow, Chen Yan instantly moved behind the Bodhisattva, made a claw-like right hand, wrapped in a magic power, and penetrated directly into the Bodhisattva's chest, extracting his Godhead. However, the extracted Godhead was somewhat different from what Chen Yan had imagined. This Godhead was obviously a heart. At this moment, Chen Yan was in a daze holding a heart that was still beating and bleeding. Does the Godhead look like this? But before he could think about it carefully, the attack from the North Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva had already arrived, trying to regain the Godhead. Chen Yan teleported again and moved directly to a few meters away. Then without any hesitation, he used the method of the God of Cookery to take back the Godhead. Swallowed them all. At this time, the Bodhisattva lost his Godhead, and the control of the originally manipulated Mind Flayer returned to Luo Wan's hands again. At this moment, the offensive and defensive momentum is different. A bodhisattva without his godhead is like a soldier without a weapon. Although he still has a certain fighting ability, his strength is greatly reduced. Luo Wan took advantage of this gap and directly ordered all the mind flayers to focus on the northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva. With the mind blasts one after another, the spirit of the northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva was completely blasted away. And his body gradually disintegrated, until he finally turned into Bayan's appearance. However, there was an obvious bloody hole on Bayan's heart. This bloody hole was exactly what was left when Chen Yan took out the godhead just now. Chen Yan only found out about it the moment he swallowed the godhead. The heart of Bayan is the godhead. Luo Wan caught Bayan's body steadily and felt deeply in his heart. Although he knew that Bayan was not simple from the beginning, he never expected that this would be the result. Bayan turned out to be the godhead of the North Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva. Which explains why he knew he was a graduate student from the beginning. After all, it is said that the North Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva can know everything in the world. What Luo Wan was feeling at this moment was not Bayan's death, but what should Bayan's grandfather, the dying old man, do after Bayan's death? Logically speaking, he would not have such thoughts at his current level, but perhaps he absorbed too many souls, causing his emotional side to be amplified. Without the obstruction of the North Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva, the Mind Flayer army was infected surprisingly quickly. Chen Yan also fell to the ground at this moment, looked at Luo Wan who was holding Bayan's body and asked, "Do you feel pity?" "That's right. But it's not pity for him, but pity for his grandfather. After Bayan dies, his grandfather will have no one to take care of him." "Master, is there anything you can do?" Chen Yan did not answer his question directly, but asked, "Do you still have an emotional side?" Luo Wan lowered his head, "Maybe." Chen Yan took out a finely crafted mechanical heart and a bottle of green potion from his pocket and threw it to Luo Wan, saying, "Put this in the gap on his chest. Then give him the green healing potion, and he should be alive in 2 minutes. "Thank you, master." Luo Wan thought to himself, as expected, everything could not escape the master's calculation. But how could he know that this was really just a coincidence? Chen Yan really didn't know in advance that this godhead was Bayan's heart. As for the mechanical heart, he disassembled 2 toy cars when he was studying alchemy technology when he was free. Chen Yan looked at a fainted figure in the distance, and Luo Wan also looked in the direction of his sight. That person was Jiang Ming who had fainted. How to deal with this person? This question floated in the minds of both of them at the same time. Do you have any ideas? It's up to the master to decide. Chen Yan sighed, took out another potion from his pocket, and said, "Sequence 005, the Herald of Death, just give it to him." To be honest, Chen Yan was quite looking forward to this potion. This was the only potion that had been perfectly made according to the formula of the mad alchemist so far. But unfortunately, Chen Yan didn't have time to witness the birth of the Herald of Death at this time. He needed time to digest the power of the Godhead. Now he felt that the power from the Godhead was almost going to burst him. Chen Yan hurriedly opened a portal, which went directly to the 3rd floor of the cafe, which almost consumed Chen Yan's magic power, but soon the power of the Godhead allowed Chen Yan to recover. Chen Yan hurriedly walked into the portal, then sat on the ground and began to regulate his breath, slowly digesting the power of the Godhead. According to the memory of the mad alchemist, the Godhead is something that was born at the beginning of the universe. Each Godhead will choose a suitable host on its own and make the host a god. The main way to strengthen the Godhead comes from the power of faith of believers. The more faith power believers contribute, the stronger the Godhead will be. But Chen Yan does not want to obtain the power of the Godhead in this way. He wants to refine the Godhead, not become a puppet of the Godhead. This requires the God-eating method of the mad alchemist. The God-eating method was not created by the mad alchemist, but by his friend, an equally crazy magician. The magician was obsessed with the power of God, coveted the Godhead of the gods in the world, and tried to steal their authority, so he invented this magic. But before it could be put into practical use, the end of the law era came, the gods fell, and the God-eating method had no place to use. But now, the spiritual energy has revived, and the gods have reappeared in the world. Chen Yan just got a Godhead and ate it. Now is the best time to practice the God-eating method. According to the God-eating method, the Godhead will have a strong resistance to those who try to refine it. Chen Yan can feel this now. The power of the Godhead is colliding in his body wantonly, constantly destroying Chen Yan's body. In this regard, the God-eating method has a corresponding treatment method. The more at this time, the more you need to empty your mind and let the power of the Godhead flow through your limbs. Chen Yin tried to do it, emptying his mind, and then letting the power of the godhead flow freely in his body. Sure enough, soon, the restless godhead power gradually calmed down. At this time, it is time to proceed to the next step, deconstruction. It is a very complicated thing to deconstruct the composition and ability of the godhead, which usually requires a huge amount of calculations, but Chen Yin does not need such trouble. The Eye of True Vision, this magic that he first learned, has now reached the point of perfection. It is not a complicated thing to use it to assist in deconstructing the ability of the godhead. Chen Yin opened the Eye of True Vision and scanned the divine power flowing through his body, and deconstructed the effects and abilities of these divine powers. At this time, the godhead seemed to find that Chen Yin was deconstructing himself, and the divine power began to surge again. But it was too late. Chen Yin had already deconstructed it. As the divine power continued to flow into Chen Yan's mind, the authority of the godhead gradually merged into Chen Yan's body. The divine power to control the soul, got it. Sitting on the ground, Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this success was largely due to luck. This northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva was obviously a god who had just revived not long ago. Although he had absorbed a certain amount of faith power, his strength had only recovered to the level of a pseudo-god. It was precisely because of this that Chen Yan dared to take the risk of fighting with him for the godhead. If the other party was a god at the level of a true god, then he would definitely run away. After this battle, Chen Yan also had a general understanding of his own strength. Now he has mastered the power of souls, and any soul in the world can be dispatched by him. At the same time, he also has many functional and offensive magic. But Chen Yan did not feel happy about this, because it was still the same sentence: the stronger the props issued, the higher the difficulty of the game. Now he has obtained so many abilities, which seems to be very strong, but when the real spiritual energy is revived, his little strength may be as small as an ant in front of those true gods. While Chen Yan was dealing with the godhood, Chaoshi was already in chaos. As soon as Pan Shen arrived at Chaoshi, he found that the natural elements here were not a little bit strong, and after evolution, Pan Shen could integrate himself into nature and manipulate trees and vines to become tree people for his own use. In this way, the Chaoshi, which was originally in a state of almost no one, was cleaned up by the tree people controlled by Pan Shen. Pan Shen knew clearly that the people in this place were basically engaged in the black industry, so after a massacre, no one died unjustly. Pan Shen's big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the National Special Events No. 1 Handling Agency. They sent a task force to Chaoshi for investigation. The captain of this task force was none other than the old acquaintance Shana. The mission goal this time was only to investigate. The current capabilities of the Samsara task force were limited. It was better to be cautious when the enemy was unknown. But when the Samsara task force arrived over Chaoshi, the scene they saw made them unforgettable for life. Countless trees, vines and mosses were almost everywhere in the city. In the vines and under the moss were corpses with hideous dead faces. Shana on the plain looked at the scene below and couldn't help but think of a case: the murder of a poaching gang in the West Forest farm of the city. Almost the same way of death, as if being punished by nature. Is there any connection between them? After Shana and others landed, they were all on high alert. Under Shana's command, they collected biological samples and took photos of the scene in an orderly manner, and the investigation went smoothly. But Shana vaguely heard someone calling her name. The sound seemed to come from deep in the woods. Shana asked other team members if they heard any strange sounds, but they all said no. At first, Shana thought she might have hallucinated because of the stress she had recently experienced. But as the sound became louder and clearer, Shana finally determined that it was not hallucination. Someone is really calling me, and only I can hear it. Shana followed the sound and walked into the depths of the forest. As Shana went deeper, the sound changed from calling to gentle music. It was Pan's pan flute. Countless butterflies suddenly began to surround Shana, and then led Shana to go deeper. Until she reached the deepest part of the forest, Shana saw a monster with a sheep's head and a human body sitting on a tree stump playing the pan flute. The moving music came from the pan flute. Shana looked at Pan without slacking off with a standard tang sword, and asked, "Who are you?" Pan slowly put down the pan flute and replied, "Relax, we are the same kind. You can call me Pan. Who is the same kind as you?" Shana pretended to chop Pan with a knife, but Pan's figure disappeared like a ghost, and then appeared behind Shana. Shana felt the danger and stabbed behind her with a flick of her wrist. But the attack still missed. "The forest is my home ground. You can't kill me here." Shana saw that she was no match at all, and the other party didn't seem to have any ill intentions, so she put away the standard Tang Dao. Panshin said, "That's right. What can't we say properly? After all, we are the same kind." "What do you mean by the same kind?" "You and I are both that adult's experimental subjects. Aren't we the same kind?" Panshin's voice was unhurried, like a kind elder. "That adult?" Shauna quickly thought about the relevant information in her mind, and finally settled on one person, and asked, "Are you talking about the owner of the coffee shop?" "That lord has countless incarnations, and no one can be sure of his identity." "Then how can you be sure that I am your kind? You drank the potion, didn't you?" Listening to Panshin's words, Shauna's thoughts were pulled back to a few days ago. A few days ago, Shauna left Shenyan's place. After returning to the dormitory, she drank the magic medicine Shenyan gave her. At that time, she was frightened by the majestic power of the medicine. The power of the medicine was flowing wildly in her body. When he thought he was going to die, he didn't expect that the power of the medicine directly helped his superpowers to the next level. This kind of benefit was something Shauna had never expected. You must know that it is extremely difficult for a superpower to break through each level. Now a small tube of magic potion has directly raised his strength by one level. Its role is not insignificant. But in fact, the magic potion that Chen Yan gave to Xiana was a semi-finished product. At that time, Xiana arrived suddenly, and Shen Yan wanted to see what would happen if a transcendent took the transformation potion, so he mixed half of the potion. Gave it to Shauna. Anyway, eating it won't kill anyone. At that time, Chen Yan had this kind of thinking, just like a person selling fake medicine on the street. But even this half-finished potion made Shauna's strength make a qualitative leap. She directly evolved from the original teleportation to Flash, and her mental power also increased. Shauna never reported any of these things to the organization, not even the second time she went to the cafe. The first time, Shauna led the team to the cafe. After returning, everyone reported what they saw and heard in the cafe, but this did not seem to attract the attention of the senior management. The second time, after Xiana went to the cafe alone and drank the magic potion, Xiana's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Xiana did not report it. Not because I don't want to, but because I can't. This was of course caused by the soul mark. Although the potion was a semi-finished product, the cautious Chen Yan still added the soul mark to the potion. "I can feel you, and you should also be able to feel me." Panshin pointed to his head, indicating to Xiana to relax his mind and feel. After Xiana did so, she actually felt the existence of the soul mark in her perception. Not only did she feel Panshin's, but she also felt the soul mark on her own body. Shauna was horrified. What is this?" Panshin didn't find anything strange about this, he just said, "It's just the price you have to pay to gain power. There is never a free lunch in the world." Shauna's thoughts fell into chaos. The moment she sensed the soul mark, she understood the role of the soul mark. After being planted with such a thing, could she still be considered a person loyal to the country? Panshin seemed to see the entanglement in Xiana's heart, but he did not speak, but played the pan flute in his hand. The panpipe emits melodious music in the hands of God Pan, which seems to be able to cleanse people's souls. Shauna's thoughts were caught up in the war between heaven and man amid the melodious music. Who do you want to be loyal to? Is it that adult or the country? 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Shauna still stood there blankly. Panshin put down the pan flute and scratched his head. "You girl is really a jerk. You don't need to worry about the soul mark. In fact, that adult rarely interferes with our actions. You can continue to do your special task. Captain, there is no conflict between the two, and that adult seems to have no interest in you." Panshin's plain words broke Shauna's rigid thinking. From the beginning to now, although the adult had planted a soul mark on himself, he had not forced himself to do anything. In other words, she can take care of both sides and ensure that she will continue to serve the country without betraying the Lord. This is a way to have your cake and eat it too. However, there is no way to have both in this world. Shauna's idea was cruelly dismissed after she asked a question. "What's going on in the grass market?" "I did it." God Pan generously admitted that he was responsible for the scene of purgatory in Chaoshur. In God Pan's view, Shauna was half one of his own, and there was no need to hide anything from her. And although Shauna is a jerk, she is not stupid, and she can guess that Panshin has absolutely nothing to do with this matter. "Why do you do this? Those are all living lives. But which one of them has not touched the lives of others? And there are children among them. Since the parents are guilty, how can the children who enjoy the benefits be considered innocent? Did you also do what happened at the West Forest Farm in Hahai City?" "That's right." Panshin didn't hide anything, but Panshin suddenly laughed. Xana was puzzled and asked, "What are you laughing at? Don't you think it's funny? A member of the task force serving the country is now complaining for this gang of evil black forces." Xana was shocked. Yes, why did she have such an idea? Should the people in Chaoshur die? The answer is yes. The rampant Chaoshur has almost made this place a no man's land. It is full of various criminal incidents and criminals from all walks of life. Even though the government has organized a purge, it still has little effect. The moment these people receive the news, they will directly cross the border to Dianghua and cannot be caught at all. Not to mention the so-called legal sanctions. In this case, Pan Shen's approach is undoubtedly correct. I will report the situation here truthfully. You can do whatever you want. Pan Shen doesn't care if he will be exposed. The goal of his trip is to attract the attention of the state machine and cover up for Chen Yan. If Shauna chooses to conceal his existence, then the plan will fail. But fortunately, this girl is very stubborn, and stubbornness has its advantages. She reported the truth, which was in line with Pan's wishes. Pan did not continue to pay attention to Shauna, but continued to play the panpipe. More and more animals followed the music and gathered around Pan. The sun shone through the forest on Pan, and at this moment Pan seemed like a true god of nature. Strange, monster. Jiang Ming woke up from his coma and sat up with a shout. Luo Wan, who was waiting for Jiang Ming to wake up, saw Jiang Ming wake up and said, "Teacher, you are finally awake." Luo Wan? Let's go, there are monsters in this village, let's go. Jiang Ming pulled Luo Wan up and was about to leave, but when he stood up and was about to take a step, he found himself on the roof. How did I get to the roof? Luo Wan? Jiang Ming didn't know what was going on, so he turned his head and looked at Luo Wan. Luo Wan's face still had no expression, and there was no surprise. "Teacher, the monster you are talking about, does it look like this?" Luo Wan took a step forward and said, and directly transformed into the appearance of a heart-stealer. "Ah!" Jiang Ming screamed, then collapsed to the ground, retreating repeatedly. Luo Wan, what kind of monster are you?" Luo Wan then changed back to human form and said, "Before explaining my situation, didn't you feel that there seemed to be some extra power in your body?" Jiang Ming was stunned by Luo Wan's words, but he also felt it carefully. Jiang Ming saw the corpses beside the big locust tree from the corner of his eye. He waved his hands towards the big locust tree as if instinctively, and saw the corpses of the villagers lying under the big locust tree moved instantly. The corpse twisted for a while, and then the body gradually began to change. The ears became long and pointed, the eyes were congested, and the mouth was constantly drooling. The skin became as elastic as rubber, the fingertips became claw-shaped, and the feet became hoof-shaped. The body leaned forward like a wild dog. At this time, Jiang Ming's appearance gradually changed. His figure changed from a slightly fat look to a thin one, his skin became pale, and his eyes revealed an inexplicable madness. "What's wrong with me?" Jiang Ming felt the changes in his body, and his confusion was beyond words. Luo Wan was not surprised by Jiang Ming's reaction. When he was just transformed, his situation was not much better than Jiang Ming's. So he patiently explained to Jiang Ming, "You have been selected and become the new experiment of that adult, sequence 005, codename, the announcer. Who is that adult referring to?" "That adult is God." At the same time, Chen Yan, who had absorbed the godhood, was sensing Jiang Ming's condition through the soul mark. He needed to know what ability Jiang Ming had obtained. After all, the announcer potion was the only potion that had been perfectly made according to the formula of the mad alchemist so far. While sensing it, Chen Yan recorded it in his notebook. Sequence 005 Announcer, Ability 1, Transform corpses into their followers, ghouls. Ability 2, Play the bone flute to manipulate corpses. Ability 3, Can quickly heal by eating corpses. Ability 4, Can collect ghouls into a space. The 4 abilities are the same as those recorded in the Inheritance of the Mad Alchemist. This is a perfect success. As for the reason, Chen Yan couldn't figure it out. He could only speculate that it was related to the gradual recovery of spiritual energy. This also put pressure on Chen Yan. Although he has now refined a godhood, it is not certain what will happen after the spiritual energy is fully recovered. He must make himself absolutely invincible before that. At this time, Pan Shen sent a message through the soul mark. "Master, according to your instructions, there are no living people in Chaoshur. And it has successfully attracted the attention of the National Special Events No. 1 Handling Agency." Chen Yan was stunned. He remembered that he asked Quetzalcoatl to pass on the message, saying that there was some noise in the southwest. How did it become a massacre? But after thinking about the situation in Chaoshi, he didn't pursue it. But the next words of Pan Shen made Chen Yan stunned. Master, among the people who came, there is a woman named Shana who also drank the potion. She said she would report the situation here truthfully, so what should I do next? Shana. Chen Yan remembered that it was the woman who came to the cafe that time. He gave her a semi-finished potion at that time. He didn't expect to meet her again this time. But Chen Yan had a question: how did Pan Shen know Shana's name? Even he knew the name after the soul mark was engraved. Pan Shen explained, I can communicate with nature now. After they arrived in Chaoshi, someone called her name. Her name was told to me by nature. Listening to Pan Shen calling nature all the time, Chen Yan felt that he had created a great druid. Okay, then you should prepare to leave Chaoshi. Someone will go to finish it. But Pan Shen said, Master, I want to stay in the southwest. Why? As you said before, the southwest is more suitable for my growth. Don't die. Chen Yan just said this and then cut off the communication. The natural environment in the southwest is extremely superior, and it is indeed more suitable for Pan Shen's growth. The next step is to find someone to go to Chaoshi to clean up the mess. The many corpses left in Chaoshi cannot be wasted. The messenger of death. Chen Yan used the soul mark to contact Jiang Ming. At this time, Jiang Ming was confused. Who is calling me? Luo Wan, who was standing by, saw this scene and immediately understood that it was the adult who contacted Jiang Ming through the soul mark. So he explained to Jiang Ming, it was that adult who contacted you through the soul mark in your body. You are the adult that Luo Wan mentioned? Jiang Ming quickly mastered how to use the soul mark to communicate with Chen Yan. Yes. After getting a positive answer, Jiang Ming asked questions without waiting for Chen Yan to speak. After answering a series of questions from Jiang Ming, Chen Yan gave Jiang Ming an order. Go to Chaoshi and finish the work. Before going to Chaoshi, Luo Wan ordered his family's heart-stealing demon to change back to human form and continue his previous life. Then he sent Bayan back home. Luo Wan went to Chaoshi with Jiang Ming. The road to Chaoshi was easier to walk than the road to Zhengde village. You can take the high-speed rail to Mingyun City, the capital of Southwest Province, and then transfer to the green train to reach Chaoshi. On the train, Jiang Ming asked Luo Wan, why are there so few people on our train? There were only a dozen people on the train, and most of them got off at the stop. Luo Wan and Jiang Ming were the only ones going to Chaoshi. Luo Wan knew that his mentor was a person who was only obsessed with folklore research, so he introduced the situation of Chaoshi to Jiang Ming. After hearing about the situation of Chaoshi, Jiang Ming felt a little uneasy and asked, what kind of finishing work did the master ask us to do? I don't know. Jiang Ming felt uneasy. If Chaoshi was really as Luo Wan said, could his zombies withstand the enemy's gunfire? Yes, Chen Yan didn't tell him that Chaoshi had been destroyed. Chen Yan decided to give himself a day off today. The park returned to normal operations not long after the Fishman massacre, thanks to the Great Memory Erasure technique. The Grand Amnesia technique is actually a memory erasure machine, similar to the one used by the protagonist in the movie Men in Black, which can erase people's memories in a flash. Yes, the country has done it. Chen Yan was also photographed, but it had no effect. Chen Yan seemed to have forgotten nothing, but after being photographed, he always felt that something had been ignored, which puzzled Chen Yan. Chen Yan used magic power to analyze the principle of this device. The principle is actually not troublesome. This device mainly acts on the mind and can temporarily erase part of the memory by affecting the mind. Human behavior is mainly driven by two things. One is the spirit, which determines people's behavior and stores people's memories. The second is the soul, which determines the human and physical instincts and thinking ability. But Chen Yan's spirit and soul are so powerful that they are many times stronger than ordinary people. Logically speaking, this thing should not have an impact on him. However, Chen Yan's mentality also changed quickly, and he almost didn't take this matter to heart. If his main memory did not change, there would be no problem. Chen Yan went out to a noodle shop, the same one from before. The massacre of the fishmen did not affect this shop, so Chen Yan could still eat the delicious signature beef noodles. After eating the noodles, Chen Yan was about to leave, but was suddenly stopped by the landlady. Young man, you haven't paid yet, money? Oh, yes, I forgot to pay. Having been obsessed with potion research for too long, Chen Yan was accustomed to a life where experimental materials were readily available. He didn't realize for a while that he had to pay for noodles. During this period of time, without Pan, Quetzalcoatl has been traveling around to find experimental materials for him and taking care of Chen Yan's food in daily life. Chen Yan also plans to pick some things for Quetzalcoatl to make alchemy tools for when he goes out this time. Then give it to Quetzalcoatl as a reward. After Chen Yan paid the money, he walked slowly outside the industrial park. The industrial park where the coffee shop is located is the #1 industrial park in Hohai City. It is not very far from the Jinghai district in the city center. Of course, Hohai City is not that big in total. Chen Yan walked slowly outside. Chen Yan, who hadn't gone out for a long time to hang out, felt like he was in a different world at this moment. On the way, Chen Yan met a roasted sweet potato seller. Smelling the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes, Chen Yan suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten them in a long time. So I bought one, but now I'm not hungry, so I just walked away. Feeling the human fireworks in the city, Chen Yan couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that such a peaceful and prosperous age on the surface would soon usher in a catastrophe? This catastrophe of heaven and earth naturally refers to the revival of spiritual energy. From the appearance of the Zhengde mirror bodhisattva in the north, it is not difficult to see that some things that survived by chance before the Dharma ending age have begun to slowly resurrect with the recovery of spiritual energy. There is definitely not just one Zhengde village in this world, there must be countless places like Zhengde village. Chen Yan sighed with emotion, and then went to the largest flower, bird, fish and insect market in Hohai City. The flower, bird, fish and insect market is a good place. You can find a lot of experimental materials that can be used here. A large part of the experimental materials provided by Quetzalcoatl were bought from the flower, bird, fish and insect market. Chen Yan decided to pick something here to make a gift for Quetzalcoatl. But as soon as I walked to the door of the flower, bird, fish and insect market, before I entered, I heard a thump. Chen Yan looked in the direction of the sound and found an old man lying on the ground, and a woven bag of plastic bottles he was carrying were scattered on the ground. And right in front of the old man was a man. When the man saw the old man lying on the ground, he didn't reach out to help him. Instead, he scolded him on the spot. "Oh, you old man, you're just trying to touch the porcelain. Get up quickly. Everyone here is watching. It's useless for you to touch the porcelain." Chen Yan became interested and used his magic power to feel the old man's condition to confirm whether it was a porcelain attack. The result was, the old man was not a porcelain toucher, but fainted from hunger. Chen Yan stepped forward, but the man thought that Chen Yan was the old man's accomplice, so he started to curse. "You are this old man's accomplice, right? Let me tell you, you guys got into trouble today." Chen Yan didn't respond. Instead, he became interested in the tough guy the man called him. He wanted to see what backstage and trump card this man had. I saw the man reaching into his pockets with both hands, pulling out his empty trouser pockets, and saying, "I have no money." Chen Yan was amused by the man and said, "Okay. I'm not his accomplice, and he's not a prankster. If you say it's not true, it's not true. He just fell down in front of me." Chen Yan pretended to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the old man, but actually delivered a small amount of magic power to him, and the old man slowly woke up. "Water," the old man's voice was dry and hoarse. Chen Yan shouted around, "Who has water?" At this time, the man seemed to realize that the old man was indeed not a porcelain toucher, and quickly handed over the water in his hand. When the old man saw the water, his eyes shone brightly. He took the mineral water bottle and drank the water in one breath. After the old man finished drinking the water, Chen Yan handed over the roasted sweet potatoes he just bought and said, "You must be hungry." The old man nodded and wanted to take the roasted sweet potato from Chen Yan's hand, but he was a little embarrassed. Chen Yan saw the old man's thoughts, handed the roasted sweet potato to the old man, and said, "Eat it. I bought too much." The old man ate very quickly, and the man went to the supermarket next door to buy a bottle of water, fearing that the old man would choke. After the old man had eaten and drunk enough, he stood up and thanked Chen Yan and the man. "Thank you, you are all good people." The man was a little embarrassed and said, "Uncle, don't thank me. I thought you were a scammer at first. If you want to thank someone, thank this young man. He saved you." The old man turned around and thanked Chen Yan again. The man left silently. He cursed so loudly just now, but the other person really fainted. The man felt a little embarrassed. When the old man woke up, the people around him also dispersed. Chen Yan began to pick up the bottles scattered on the ground for the old man. The old man quickly stood up and said, "Young man, stop picking them up. They are dirty. It's okay. Just wash your hands later if they are dirty." The old man picked up the bottles together. When all the bottles were put back into the bag, Chen Yan asked, "Grandpa, why are you still picking up bottles at such an old age?" The old man's old and kind face reminded Chen Yan of his grandfather who had passed away. If it was his grandfather, he would definitely not let the old man pick up bottles. Who knew that when he heard Chen Yan's question, the old man seemed to have finally found an outlet for his grievances, and tears burst out, saying, "I don't want to, but no one cares." Don't you have family? This sentence made the old man cry even more. After the old man vented his emotions, he told Chen Yan everything. It turned out that the old man was 84 years old this year and had 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son works abroad and is not at home all year round. The eldest daughter and the second daughter have also married. The youngest son is idle all day long and does nothing. According to common sense, with these 4 children, the old man will not end up on the street no matter what. The problem lies in the distribution of the house. At the beginning, the youngest son has always been serving the old man. Although he has no serious work to do, he takes good care of the old man, and the eldest son will send some money home from time to time. Later, because the youngest son served the old man the longest, the old man transferred the house to the youngest son. Unexpectedly, this incident caused dissatisfaction among the other 3 children. After the eldest son learned about it, he stopped sending money. And the youngest son drove the old man out of the house on the day he got the house. The old man had no choice but to live in the homes of his 2 daughters, but they all refused to let him in on the grounds that they did not get anything. The old man had no choice but to live on the streets and make a living by picking up garbage. Chen Yan took out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the old man, saying, "I have limited money, so you can take this 100 first." But the old man refused and said, "Young man, I'm not telling you this for money. I'm not a beggar, I can support myself." Then the old man picked up the sack and left. Chen Yan's hand holding the red bill froze in place, at a loss. What a good old man. Chen Yan watched the old man stagger away and silently put a tracking mark on him. New experimental subject, got it. Chen Yan finally bought 2 pots of flowers and a hexagonal dragon at the flower, bird, fish and insect market. The 2 pots of flowers he bought were very bright and beautiful, but I didn't know what kind they were, even the seller didn't know. After Chen Yan bargained for a while, he finally bought the 2 pots of flowers for 380 yuan. The hexagonal dragon was bought by Chen Yan at a cheap price of 10 yuan because it was missing a leg. For the hexagonal dragon, Chen Yan also bought a fish tank. He always felt that the laboratory lacked vitality, and these 3 things would surely add a lot of color to the laboratory. After placing the flowers on the windowsill and the hexagonal dragon in the fish tank, Chen Yan began to track the tracking mark on the old man. Chen Yan could see the scene around the old man through the tracking mark. He was very curious about where the old man lived after being driven out of the house. It was getting dark at this time, but the old man still didn't plan to rest, but continued to wander around the garbage cans in the city. Chen Yan decided to take a look later, and at this time, a sound of footsteps sounded, and Su Xuemin came. "Master, I brought what you wanted." Su Xuemin showed Chen Yan a black plastic bag. "Okay." Chen Yan took the black bag and opened it. Inside was exactly what he needed. A dead vampire bat. With the success of the announcer, Chen Yan realized that a considerable part of the formula left by the mad alchemist could be used, so the potion he planned to make this time was also the mad alchemist's formula. Blood Ancestor. Blood Ancestor is the legendary ancestor of vampires. In the memory of the mad alchemist, the name of the blood ancestor he created is Dracula. The formula needed to make the blood ancestor potion is not easy to put together. It requires a blooming epiphyllum, the blood of a vampire bat, a red rose and wolf's tears. In order to gather these materials, Pan and Quetzalcoatl worked hard. Chen Yan took out the bat blood, then dried the epiphyllum and rose into powder, put the 3 into the crucible and stirred them thoroughly, and continuously input a small amount of magic power during the stirring process until the liquid in the crucible reached the intermediate state, and then added the wolf's tears. Accompanied by a dazzling red light, the liquid in the crucible turned into a bright red color. "It's done!" Su Xuemin looked at Chen Yan eagerly at this time, his eyes revealing his expectations for this new potion, but Chen Yan poured a basin of cold water on him. "This is not for you." A trace of disappointment flashed across Su Xuemin's face. But this was still captured by Chen Yan, and Chen Yan comforted him, "You are about to reach the singularity. When you reach the singularity, I will naturally give you the potion." Su Xuemin's face was smiling. Chen Yan checked the tracking mark again and found that the old man had stopped under a bridge hole. There was a simple shed here, and it seemed that this should be the old man's residence. However, the old man seemed to be in some trouble now. "Follow me to a place," Chen Yan ordered. "Okay, master." At the same time, Hahai City, Hahai Bridge. Old man, this place is ours from now on. A sloppy homeless man threatened the old man with a wooden stick in his hand. Another homeless man next to him also said, "That's right, you are a dying man. You might as well give this place to us." But no matter what the two people said, the old man just stood in front of the simple shed and refused to give in. He had lost his home once and didn't want to lose it again. "Damn it, you keep saying nice things, right? Beat him." As they said, the two homeless men rushed up and kept hitting the old man with the sticks in their hands. The old man was soon knocked to the ground and was dying. Despite this, the old man still said, "You can't do this. This is my home, your home? Do you have evidence? Do you have a property certificate? This is not human language. Where did the property certificate come from for that simple shack?" With a bang, one of the homeless men kicked the old man in the stomach again. "Hey, be careful, don't beat him to death." "What if they beat him to death? We'll just throw him into the river, and no one will know it was us who did it." For them, it was no big deal even if the old man was beaten to death. At that time, they would tie a few big stones to the body and throw it into the river directly, without anyone knowing. Who would care about the life or death of a homeless old man? While the two homeless men were beating the old man, Chen Yan and Su Xuemin had already arrived nearby through the portal. There was no surveillance nearby, and it was sparsely populated, so even if the portal was opened, no one would find it. When Su Xuemin saw the two homeless men beating the old man, he got angry and rushed up directly. Chen Yan did not stop them. Fighting violence with violence is the simplest and most efficient way. Su Xuemin did not transform into Quetzalcoatl, but despite this, Su Xuemin's physical fitness in normal state is several times more than that of ordinary people. Su Xuemin rushed in front of the two men at a speed so fast that only a shadow flashed in their eyes, and then his body flew backwards and hit the bridge pier. The two men slid down from the bridge pier and looked up to see Su Xuemin. Although they were surprised by Su Xuemin's strength, they had no time to care about this matter. The two of them vomited blood and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. "Please, let us go. We won't dare to do it again next time." Su Xuemin raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Do you still want a next time?" No, there will be no next time. Please let us go." "Let you go? Have you ever thought about letting that old man go?" The two of them were silent for a while, but suddenly one of them seemed to hold on to the last hope, with a hint of threat in his tone, saying, "You can't run away even if you kill us." Su Xuemin sneered and said, "Although you two are scum, there is one thing you said that is very right. What if I beat you to death? When the time comes, I will throw you into the river. Who knows it was me?" When the two heard Su Xuemin's words, they fell into despair. They didn't expect that their words would come true at this moment. Su Xuemin grabbed one person's neck with both hands, and the two of them struggled constantly, but as Su Xuemin gently pinched them, the two of them suddenly stopped breathing. Su Xuemin changed into the state of Quetzalcoatl and swallowed the two of them. A stream of life energy spread throughout his body. At this time, Su Xuemin had evolved and could digest things instantly. It was at this time that Chen Yan walked to the old man slowly. Su Xuemin hurriedly helped the old man up and let him sit half on the ground. Chen Yan saw that the old man was still conscious and asked, "Old man, do you still recognize me?" The old man's vision was already blurred, but he could still hear the sound. But at this time the old man was breathing out more than breathing in, and he was about to die. Chen Yan fed the old man the bottle of blood-red potion and said, "Drink it, and you will be saved." At the same time, he wrote in the notebook, 006 sequence, blood ancestor. Chen Yan always felt like the last words he said were like a cult leader. Chen Yan decided to think of more stylish lines in the future. The old man slowly swallowed the potion, and the old man's body was also constantly changing. His originally dry and wrinkled skin gradually became smooth and shiny, and then his whole body directly rejuvenated, and his appearance directly changed into that of a young man. Then two fangs grew out of its mouth, and a pair of bat wings grew out of its back. Sequence 006 Blood Ancestor is born. At this time, the blood ancestor had also regained consciousness, feeling the changes in his body, and said in surprise, "What's wrong with me?" Then he looked at Chen Yan and said, You are the young man who saved me during the day." Chen Yan nodded with a smile. The blood ancestor then continued to ask, "What's wrong with me?" But Chen Yan did not answer the question. Quetzalcoatl explained from the side, "The master has given you a new life, why don't you thank the master?" The moment the blood ancestor saw the image of Quetzalcoatl, he shouted in horror, "Monster!" Quetzalcoatl held his forehead, a little speechless, and said, "You touch the fangs that grow on you, and feel the wings that grow on your back. I am a monster, what are you?" The blood ancestor seemed to realize the changes in his body at this moment, and then ran to the river. With the help of the weak reflection on the river, the blood ancestor sought his current face. Feel the power in your body carefully. This is a gift from the master. The blood ancestor raised his head and looked in the direction of Chen Yan, wanting to ask what was going on, but found that Chen Yan had already disappeared. Chen Yan had already obtained the information he needed, so he returned directly to the coffee shop. At this time, Chen Yan was writing down the abilities acquired by the blood ancestor in his notebook. Ability 1, can transform people into vampires through biting or blood transmission. The transformed vampire also has the ability to infect others, and the transformed vampire will unconditionally obey the orders of the blood ancestor. Ability 2, can divide his body into countless bats. Ability 3, will not die due to aging. Ability 4, you can enhance your own strength by sucking blood. Similarly, it is exactly the same as what is recorded in the Madman Alchemist's inheritance. Afterwards, Chen Yan went to play with the hexagonal dragon he just bought today. At this time, the blood ancestor has fully accepted his current identity under the guidance of Quetzalcoatl. At this moment, the two of them have returned to human form and are chatting by the river. What's your name? Su Xuemin asked. Dan Lu. How could you be reduced to scavenging on the street? Don't you have a family or children? Su Xuemin's words were like a knife, stabbing into Dang Lu's heart. Listening to Su Xuemin's questions, Dang Lu couldn't help but shed tears and told Su Xuemin his story. I have 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son is very promising. After finishing college, he went to work abroad directly. He sends some money home every year, but because he is busy with work, sometimes he has several. I didn't come back once every year, and later I got married abroad, so I rarely came back. My 2 daughters also married early, and they both married into good families, and my husband didn't come back very often. So I was left to live with my younger son. Later, my younger son asked me to transfer the house to him. I thought that my eldest son had a family abroad, and my 2 daughters also had a family, but the younger son didn't have a serious job, waiting for me at home every day. I was confused and transferred the house to my younger son. Who knew that that little bastard would turn his back and not recognize anyone else? After the transfer of the house was completed, I was kicked out of the house, so I thought about going to my 2 daughters' homes to see if I could ask them to help mediate in the middle. Who knows, after they heard that I transferred the house to my younger son, they kicked me out immediately, saying that I deserved it. At this point, the old man was already in tears. Su Xuemin comforted him from the side. Stop crying, this is not your fault. But Dang Lu still kept crying. Su Xuemin knew that the old man must have been feeling aggrieved for too long and needed a vent at this moment, so he allowed Dang Lu to continue crying. After Dang Lu's crying gradually stopped, Su Xuemin asked, do you hate them? Dang Lu was stunned. He said he didn't hate it, but he did. He had raised them to adulthood, but as a result, he had no one to rely on when he got old. However, even if you say you hate her, you can't hate her. After all, they are your own children. Su Xuemin saw Dang Lu's entanglement at a glance, which made Su Xuemin speechless. So Su Xuemin changed the question, do you want them to pay the price they deserve? Dang Lu nodded without hesitation. Su Xuemin continued, before I help you take revenge, I hope you can understand one thing. You are no longer the Dang Lu you used to be. You and I are all the experimental subjects of that adult. Everything must be based on that adult. As the center. Yes. Dang Lu did not hesitate. After drinking the potion, Dang Lu felt an inexplicable surrender to Chen Yan. But then Dang Lu asked, what kind of existence is that, sir? God. The God of the Supreme Being. Chen Yan was so embarrassed that his scalp was numb. Although he was teasing the hexagon, he kept paying attention to the situation here with his soul mark. Su Xuemin's words made Chen Yan feel that his second-level index was simply off the charts. But Su Xuemin knew nothing about it. Su Xuemin decided to take Dang Lu to take a bath and buy new clothes. It was because Dang Lu smelled bad now, which Su Xuemin couldn't stand. Su Xuemin took Dang Lu to the bath center and asked a waiter to buy a new set of clothes for Dang Lu. The bath center naturally did not provide the service of buying clothes, but who let Su Xuemin have money? When the two came out of the bath center, Dang Lu's appearance had changed a lot. At this moment, he revealed a trace of majesty, and his face was much younger. Now Dang Lu's face looked like a man in his 50s. These are the changes brought about by the blood ancestor magic potion. Next, the two prepared to go to the first stop, the eldest daughter's home. Hahai City, Yulongwan Community. Dong dong dong. A knock on the door sounded. The woman who was coaxing the child put down the child and walked to the door and asked, "Who is it?" A familiar voice came from outside the door, "Yen Yen, it's me." The woman called Yen Yen opened the door and found that it was her father standing outside, Dang Lu. But Dang Lu's image at this time was completely different from before. Dang Yen thought to herself, did this old man make a fortune somewhere? "Hey, Dad, why are you here?" Dang Yen said with a smile on her face when she saw the well-dressed Dang Lu. While letting Dang Lu into the house, he shouted into the house, "Husband, come out quickly, Dad is here." Dang Yan's husband in the house was stunned when he heard this. His father had died a long time ago. Could it be that Dang Yan's father who suffered from the plague is here? But it shouldn't be. This is not the case usually. I said Dad is here. I was quite puzzled, but I still walked out of the bedroom door. When I saw the old man dressed neatly, he immediately understood his wife's intention, and his face changed. He also walked forward with a smile on his face and said, "Dad, you are here, please sit down quickly, please sit down quickly." This situation stunned Su Xuemin, who came with him. Doesn't it mean that children are unfilial? What is happening now? Not only Su Xuemin, but Dang Lu was also shocked by this scene. After calming down for a while, Dang Lu winked at Su Xuemin. Su Xuemin understood and knocked them both to the ground in the blink of an eye. "Didn't you say that your children are unfilial? I think this is quite filial." Dang Lu pointed to the clothes he was wearing and said, "It's probably because of the outfit you bought me. Maybe you thought I still had some money to hide. A wise daughter is better than her father." Dang Yan really thought so. Without any hesitation, Dang Lu directly turned into the blood ancestor state and bit the two people's necks. Both of them were woken up by the sudden pain. "Old man, what did you do?" Dang Yan, who was the first to wake up, cursed at Dang Lu. Although the blood ancestor looked very young at this moment, Dang Yan still knew at a glance that the blood ancestor was Dang Lu, and she didn't even notice anything was wrong. Dang Lu waved his hand towards Su Xuemin and said, "Look, this is a normal situation." Su Xuemin laughed out loud. At this time, Dang Yan, who was still lying on the ground, covered the two bloody holes in her neck and asked, "What did you do to us?" Then he looked at his husband who had woken up next to him. When he took a closer look, there were two blood holes on his neck. Dang Lu and Su Xuemin were even more annoyed by their ignorance. They jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Dang Lu, holding both hands. It was in the shape of a claw, and a 9-in white bone claw was about to catch Dang Lu's body. But Dang Lu just glanced sideways, and Dang Yan was immediately frozen in place and unable to move. This is the ability of the blood ancestor. The dependent vampire will be completely controlled by the blood ancestor. What is going on? Why can't I move? Dang Yan tried her best, but she couldn't move at all. When Dang Yan's husband saw this, he also rushed forward, but he was frozen in place by the blood ancestor's look, unable to move. Su Xuemin said, "Are you sure you want to use these two unstable elements as your dependents?" The blood ancestor fell into thinking, and after thinking about it, he decided to kill the two men. The blood continued to flow out from the wounds on their necks, and then gathered in the blood ancestor's palms, until all the blood in their bodies was drained out. The two of them became silent and lay straight on the ground. The blood ancestor slowly absorbed the two people's blood into his body. Wow! A cry came from the bedroom. Only then did the two of them remember that there was a child here. Looking at the swaddled baby, both of them fell into deep thought. What should I do about this? I can't kill him too, right? The blood ancestor said, "Impossible." Quetzalcoatl asked, "Then what are you going to do?" The blood ancestor bit his finger and dropped a drop of blood into the baby's mouth. The blood of the blood ancestor can also transform people into vampires, and compared to the vampires transformed by being bitten, they have more abilities than the blood ancestors. They are not afraid of the sun, are immortal, and can command vampires lower than themselves. The baby who drank the blood soon calmed down and his body gradually changed. Although he did not grow wings like the blood ancestor, he still grew a pair of fangs and the pupils of his eyes turned blood red. The world's first vampire was born. Old people always have a preference for children. Then what? You transform him into a vampire, but he is still a child, and the disappearance of your daughter and son-in-law will also arouse suspicion. Quetzalcoatl asked a question at this moment. The blood ancestor said, "No need, there is a way." With that said, the blood ancestor walked to the living room with the child in his arms. He separated 2 drops of blood and flew into the bodies of Dang Yan and Dang Yan's husband. Only 2 corpses were seen, standing up in an extremely strange posture, with empty eyes. The blood ancestor handed the child into the hands of the 2 of them and ordered, from today on, your task is to raise him." The two of them said with empty eyes, "Yes." Quetzalcoatl looked dumbfounded and asked, "What kind of ability do you have?" "Blood servant. The principle is to infuse 2 drops of my blood into the corpse and transform the corpse into the lowest blood servant. The blood servant is basically the same as a normal person, and has some memories of his life, but does not have much autonomous consciousness. Obey me unconditionally. Do you still have this ability? I thought making a vampire was your limit." Su Xuemin quickly conveyed this situation to Chen Yan through the soul mark. This ability of the blood ancestor was beyond Chen Yan's expectations. Even the Eye of True Seeing did not see this ability at the time. So, there is only one possibility. This ability was invented by the blood ancestor himself. At this moment, Chen Yan used the Eye of True Vision to look at the soul mark of the blood ancestor. As expected, the ability did change. And the ability was just as the blood ancestor said. After dealing with the eldest daughter, Su Xuemin and Dang Lu were ready to go to the next destination. The second daughter's home. The same method, first kill and then transform into a blood servant. The eldest son was temporarily spared because he was abroad. But the youngest son did not have such good luck. Dang Lu hated his youngest son the most. So Dang Lu did not want his youngest son to die so easily. "Where is your home?" Su Xuemin asked, and transformed into the appearance of Quetzalcoatl. After Dang Lu told the address, Su Xuemin said, "Then I will go there first, you catch up as soon as possible." "Okay." After that, Su Xuemin turned into a raven and flew towards the north at a speed invisible to the naked eye. And Dang Lu did not hesitate, and directly split into a group of bats and carried the blood servants transformed by the second daughter and the second son-in-law to fly in the same direction. Chen Yan was studying the memory inheritance of the mad alchemist at this time. How did the blood ancestor acquire the ability to create blood servants? This puzzled Chen Yan for a long time, and finally, God paid off. Chen Yan found a clue in the mad alchemist's complicated information. The blood ancestor potion has a special feature. It has no singularity and does not rely on potions for evolution. Instead, it is slowly evolving all the time. This also explains why the blood ancestor suddenly acquired the ability to create blood servants. Quetzalcoatl, transformed into a raven, was the first to arrive. This is an old residential building with only 5 floors, and Dang Lu's house is here. Quetzalcoatl, transformed into a raven, stood on the telephone pole next to Dang Lu's window, quietly peeking at what was going on. I saw a fat man with big ears curled up on the sofa watching TV, surrounded by countless garbage and beer bottles. Quetzalcoatl could imagine what it smelled like inside through the window. Not long after, Quetzalcoatl saw a group of bats flying towards this side. Seeing that the blood ancestor had arrived, the Quetzalcoatl flew to the ground and turned back into a human form. There was no surveillance in the old community, and no one came out at this time, so Su Xuemin didn't have to worry about the risk of exposure. Seeing Su Xuemin, the blood ancestor's body gradually transformed from a group of bats into a human form. "What are you going to do?" Su Xuemin asked. Dang Lu turned back to his old look, pointed at the 2 blood servants, and said, "I will destroy his spirit first, and then kill him." "Okay. I won't get involved. I have mysophobia." Dang Lu was stunned by this. "What does it mean?" Su Xuemin pointed at the window of his house, and Dang Lu flew up to see the scene inside the house. The whole house was like a garbage dump, and his youngest son Dang Quo was like the king of garbage, sitting on the moldy sofa. Su Xuemin saw that Dang Lu looked ugly and asked, "How is it? Do you still want this house?" Dang Lu was reminiscing about the past in his mind. This house was bought by him and his wife when they were young. It can be said that it is full of memories of him and his wife. Now, through the window, seeing that the memories between him and his wife were destroyed, Dang Lu's heart was even more angry. "I must take back the house. Moreover, I want Dang Quo to pay a price more terrible than death." Su Xuemin did not understand Dang Lu's mentality. In his opinion, such a broken house in an old community was not worth much money, and it was not worth such a big fuss. "Then I won't intervene." Su Xuemin turned into a raven and flew back to the electric pole. Dang Lu nodded, and then manipulated the 2 blood servants to walk into the building. At this moment, the game began. The lights in the old residential building seemed particularly dim. The paint on the exterior wall had peeled off, revealing mottled bricks and stones. The light bulbs in the corridor flickered, as if they would go out at any time. Li Ming had just moved into the 4th floor of this building recently. There was no other reason, the rent here was cheap. It was late at night, and Li Ming was sorting out materials in the study. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound, like someone whispering, and like the whistling of the wind blowing through the window. He stood up and looked around for the source of the sound, but found nothing. He thought it was his illusion, so he continued to work. However, the sound did not stop, but became clearer and clearer. Li Ming began to feel uneasy, and he decided to check it out. He walked out of the study, and the sound seemed to come from the living room. He opened the door, but found that the living room was empty. But in the originally quiet corridor, there were suddenly bursts of strange crying, which almost penetrated the entire building, and almost all the residents in the building could hear it. During this period, some curious people went out to take a look, but found nothing. As time went by, the crying became louder and more shrill. Li Ming opened the door with anxiety in his heart, and looked around the corridor, thinking that he would not be so unlucky to rent a haunted house. Deng Qua, who was watching TV in the house, naturally heard the shrill crying. He moved his body like a meat mountain to the door and cursed outside, calling souls in the middle of the night. Suddenly, a female shadow in a white skirt flashed quickly in front of Li Ming and Deng Qua. Li Ming closed the door directly. Oh no, he really won the prize. Deng Qua was not much better, he also closed the door directly, but when he closed the door, he heard a voice, "I found you." The voice was familiar, and Deng Qua realized that this voice was the voice of his second sister. So he asked tentatively, "Second sister, is it you?" No one answered outside the door, and the whole space fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, the cry of a raven outside the window tore the silent atmosphere, and the cry was like the roar of a demon from hell. Xiaoqua, an old voice came from outside the door. Deng Qua naturally recognized who the owner of the voice was. It was the voice of his old father Deng Lu, who was driven out of the house by him. But at this time, Deng Lu's voice was filled with a sense of emptiness, as if it came from another world. Deng Qua moved his fat body to the kitchen with difficulty and picked up a kitchen knife. Although it may not be used, but having a weapon in hand will always make you feel more at ease. Dong, dong, dong. Deng Qua, who was curled up on the sofa, clearly heard someone knocking on his door, but the rhythm was slow and strange, as if someone was not knocking on the door with their hands, but hitting the door with something. "Second sister? Is it you, second sister?" Deng Qua asked again tentatively. But there was still no response from the outside, but the knocking continued. As time went by, the knocking became more and more urgent. Deng Qua picked up the white wine on the coffee table and took a big sip. The wine made the cowards brave. If you stick your head out, you will be stabbed, and if you hide your head, you will also be stabbed. Let's fight. Deng Qua opened the door directly, and saw that it was his second sister Deng Yun who was standing in front of him. Second sister? It's you. Deng Qua breathed a sigh of relief at this time, but the fear and doubt in his heart were not dispelled, and he continued to ask, "Then why didn't you answer me when I called you just now?" At this time, the old voice came from the end of the stairs again. Xiaoqua's second sister, coming quickly, the old man is coming." Su Xuemin, who turned into a raven outside, saw this and thought, "Is there something fishy here?" According to common sense, Deng Qua, who monopolized the house, should have a very stiff relationship with his brothers and sisters, but at this time, he called her second sister and asked her to come in, which was a bit unusual. Deng Yun did not move when she heard Deng Qua's words. Deng Qua was in a hurry and pulled Deng Yun into the house directly. At this moment, Deng Qua was full of fear and didn't notice that Deng Yun was wrong at all. After closing the door, the weird knocking sound rang again. "Second sister, wait, it must be that old man, I'll scare him." But when he opened the door, he found that the person standing outside was not Deng Lu as he imagined, but his second brother-in-law Fang Ku. Second brother-in-law? Hearing Deng Qua's words, Fang Ku raised his face, and a pale and bloodless face suddenly appeared in front of Deng Qua. Then Fang Ku's eyes instantly turned up, and a pair of white eyes without pupils stared at Deng Qua. When Deng Qua was about to come back to his senses and close the door, he found that his second sister had become the same at some point. Ghost! Ghost! At this moment, a sharp cry suddenly resounded throughout the corridor. This sound seemed to come from the abyss of hell, which made people shudder. Along with this shrill cry, countless black bats swept in from the end of the corridor like a black hurricane. These bats were densely packed and covered the sky. Their sharp fangs flashed coldly, and their scarlet eyes revealed greed and cruelty. When they found Deng Qua's huge and disgusting body, they rushed over like hungry tigers. Bats opened their bloody mouths and bit Deng Qua's body fiercely. They tore his flesh and blood frantically, and each bite took off a large piece of shocking tissue. Deng Qua twisted his body in pain, howling miserably, trying to struggle and escape, but to no avail. Deng Qua's screams kept echoing in the corridor, and Li Ming also called the police at this time. Soon, his originally huge and disgusting body was drowned in blood by this group of hungry bats. Not long after, Deng Qua's once disgusting body disappeared, leaving only a pile of bones scattered on the ground, as well as blood and minced meat all over the ground. The whole corridor was filled with a strong smell of blood, which made people sick. When the police rushed to the scene before their eyes was simply horrifying. Deng Qua was no longer there, only a lonely skeleton and various organs scattered everywhere. These organs seemed to be violently torn apart by some terrifying force and thrown on the ground at will. The bright red blood flowed on the ground, forming a sharp and shocking contrast with the pale bones. The air was filled with a strong stench that made people sick. The whole scene was like a picture of hell, which made people shudder. The blood ancestor has completed his revenge, and the finishing work of Chao Shi is coming to an end. Nowadays, the mourner's ability is limited and can control up to 100 ghouls, so after converting the corpses to a sufficient number, the mourner will let the ghouls eat the remaining corpses. God Pan also assisted, burying some unprocessable bone residues directly into the ground. When the reincarnation task force arrived, Chao Shi had become an empty city. It had been eroded by nature and the purgatory scene of corpses on the ground had completely disappeared. It was as if nothing had ever happened in the entire city. At this time, Pan has become one with the mountains and rivers in the southwest, and everything in the southwest is under Pan's gaze. Because of this, God Pan recently discovered a special place. The location is located in the center of the Dayun Mountains in Southwest Province, which seems to be isolated by some force. God Pan's consciousness cannot detect the mystery. Therefore, God Pan chose to show up and appeared directly at the location in question. But after arriving, they found that this place was a wasteland with nothing. This is even more abnormal. The entire mountain range of the Dayun Mountains is covered with dense forests. How could such a wasteland suddenly appear? This made Pan Shin doubtful. When he was about to walk into the wasteland, he felt a sense of repulsion, which pushed Pan Shin back. Pan Shin suddenly felt bad and melted into a tree. Just a moment later, two humanoid figures suddenly appeared around the wasteland. When God Pan saw the figure clearly, he was shocked. What came out were two snake men holding steel forks, wearing linen clothes, and having snake heads and human bodies. The snake man patrolled around, looking for suspicious figures, but did not catch any suspicious figures. However, then a snake man wearing a robe suddenly appeared beside the two snake men. The status of this robed snake man is obviously higher than that of the other two snake men, and he seems to have some kind of sentience. The robed snake man discovered the existence of God Pan as soon as he appeared, but he was unable to determine the location of God Pan. Just listen to the robed snake man say, "Friend, since you are here, come out and meet me." The voice is hoarse but magnetic. Pan Shin speculates that this may be closely related to the snake man's vocal organs. God Pan did not hide anymore and gradually emerged from the tree. The moment the three snake men saw God Pan, their pupils instantly dilated. They have never seen such a weird creature. Pan has evolved at this time, and although his face is more human-like, he has lost his hooves and has normal hands and feet. But the overall image still maintains the image of a sheephead human body. The body is also covered with thick hair, and the pupils of its eyes are also in a strange triangle shape. Seeing the image of God Pan, the two snake men holding steel forks immediately became alert. The robed snake man stopped them. "Respectfully, this respected creature, how should we call you? What is the purpose of your coming here?" "You can call me Pan." Pan Shin's tone was neither urgent nor slow, and contained some indescribable divinity. After hearing Pan Shin's words, one of the snake men holding a steel fork scolded, "How bold, a mere goat monster dares to call himself a god." God Pan waved his hand, and a vine appeared from nowhere and tied up two snake men holding steel forks. Seeing this, the robed snake man lowered his head and bowed deeply, saying, "Dear gods, please forgive me." Seeing the attitude of the robed snake man, Pan Shin also loosened the vines that entangled the two snake men. The robed snake man asked, "Dear God Pan, why are you here?" "Curious. What kind of creatures are you?" The robed snake man still did not change his respectful attitude and said, "If you are willing to get to know us, then please come with me." Immediately, the robed snake man seemed to tear a hole in the void, and looking through the gap, the city could be vaguely seen. Pan Shin walked in, always wary of the snake man's deception, but obviously, the snake man had no such intention. When God Pan passed through the opening and entered it, he discovered a completely different scene. This place seems to be a city of Mayan civilization, with countless snake people walking through it, but the most eye-catching thing is a huge statue in the city. Pan felt that the image of the statue looked familiar. It has a human face with snake-like features, a body covered with scales, and a pair of huge wings growing on its back. Isn't this the evolved Quetzalcoatl? Except for the crown on the head of the statue, the overall image of the entire statue is almost identical to that of Quetzalcoatl. The robed snake man who came in later seemed to notice something strange about God Pan and asked, "Dear God Pan, do you seem to know our God?" God Pan asked back, "Is this the God you believe in?" "Yes, Quetzalcoatl. He is our creator and the source of all our power, but he disappeared a long time ago. Only his crown is left to sustain our lives and research." The robed snake man took Pan to many places. During this period, Pan's special image also attracted people's attention. I learned some information from the robed snake man's mouth. The snake people existed long before humans, but because of their living habits, they generally live in deep mountains and old forests. Among the snake people, there is an extremely strict and clear hierarchy. This hierarchy is like a pyramid, dividing the snake people into 4 distinct classes: priests, scholars, soldiers, and civilians. At the top of this pyramid are the high priests. They have supreme power and status, and control the fate of the entire snake people. All major decisions must be made after their careful consideration and repeated weighing, as if they are the gods of this land, dominating everything. Scholars follow closely behind, providing a continuous source of motivation and support for the development of the snake people with their profound knowledge and wisdom. Although their power is not as prominent as that of the priests, they are also highly respected. Next is the soldier class that serves as a force guarantee. They are strong and well-trained, and shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the safety of the tribe. As for the civilians at the bottom, they are engaged in various complicated labor jobs, silently dedicating their strength to the upper class. The snake man in the robe we mentioned is a member of the priest group, and the robe is the symbol of the priest. From the snake man in the robe, we can learn that they have an almost obsessive desire for mysticism, and it is said that they want to revive their creator Quetzalcoatl. To be honest, Panchen couldn't hold back when he heard this. If they met Quetzalcoatl, I'm afraid I don't know how happy they would be. After learning some information, Panchen transmitted the situation here to Chenyen through the soul mark. Snake people, in the memory of the mad alchemist, this race existed before the birth of humans and was distributed all over the world. However, the gods believed by snake people in each place are different. These ancient creatures have unique insights and deep attainments in mysticism and alchemy. Before the end of the Dharma era, the mad alchemist once communicated with a snake tribe in North America, but in the end, the communication ended unhappily because of different concepts. Snake people have a natural reverence for gods, not only snake people, but basically all mystics. But the reason why the mad alchemist is called a madman is because of his heretical mystical ideas and blasphemous alchemy. The gods that the mad alchemist did not create, Chenyen created. According to the image sent back by Pan, the statue of Quetzalcoatl looks almost the same as the Quetzalcoatl he created. Based on this, Chenyen had an idea in his mind. Su Xuemin was almost dead idle during this period, staying in the cafe every day. Chenyen directly gave him a task: to go to Southwest Province and accept the snake people as his own family. And pay attention to the crown. It is not difficult to know from the words of the snake people that this crown was left by the true Quetzalcoatl before the end of the Dharma age. After so many years in the end of the Dharma age, it can still support the energy needed for the snake people to study mysticism. Its origin must be extraordinary. So this time Su Xuemin has another task, which is to recover the crown. After receiving the order, Su Xuemin turned into Quetzalcoatl without any hesitation and rushed to Southwest Province, but found a serious problem halfway. He didn't know the specific location. So he could only contact Chenyen with the soul mark, and Chenyen got the coordinates from Pan and directly transmitted them to Quetzalcoatl through the soul mark. This made Chenyen feel that it was too troublesome, so he began to conceive a new magic so that these experimental subjects could communicate with each other without going through him. Otherwise, Chenyen always felt that he was a bit like a megaphone. Quetzalcoatl, who received the coordinates, rushed to the location. At the same time, the National Special Events No. 1 Handling Agency. Report: unidentified humanoid flying objects appeared again, flying in the direction of Southwest Province. That's right, Quetzalcoatl was targeted again. Target speed? 7 Mach? 75 Mach. What? Everyone present was shocked by the data. The speed of 75 Mach has exceeded the speed of sound by many times. Soon, in only about 10 minutes, the signal of Quetzalcoatl disappeared. Quetzalcoatl disappeared because he entered the territory of the snake people. For some reason, the barrier did not have any rejection of him, and Quetzalcoatl directly entered the barrier. Quetzalcoatl, who entered the barrier, flew in the air and began to look for the trace of Pan. At this time, Pan had already learned about the arrival of Quetzalcoatl through communication with natural elements. Pan smiled slightly and said to the long-robed snakeman beside him, "Your god is back." The long-robed snakeman's face suddenly changed color, and he said seriously, "We respect you, but please don't make such jokes." The smile on Pan's face still did not fade. At this moment, the two heard the shouts of other snakemen. "Look at the crown." At this time, the huge crown on the top of the Quetzalcoatl statue was slowly leaving the top of the statue and was shrinking. At the same time, a winged humanoid creature rushed from the sky and landed on the top of the Quetzalcoatl statue. The crown was directly reduced to a suitable size and brought to the head of Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl, wearing the crown, felt a lot of information pouring into his mind in an instant, and then fainted and fell straight off the statue. Pan slowly stretched out his palm, and saw a mysterious light shooting out from his hand, instantly covering a towering tree not far away. Then, a jaw-dropping scene happened. The originally tall and straight tree seemed to be injected with endless vitality, growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the tree had already towered into the sky, and the thick branches and dense leaves intertwined together to form an extremely huge green net bag. At this moment, the Quetzalcoatl, who was doing free fall, happened to fall into the safe area formed by the big tree. The branches and leaves of the big tree were slightly bent, as if they were a pair of U003D big hands, holding the Quetzalcoatl steadily to avoid a violent collision with the ground. Then, the big tree gradually returned to its original state, and Shen Yen manipulated the branches of the big tree to slowly put the Quetzalcoatl on the ground. The long-robed snake man walked up quickly, looked at the appearance of the Quetzalcoatl, and then compared it with the statue in disbelief. There was no difference at all. Their god is finally back. At this moment, Quetzalcoatl was having a battle between himself in his mind. The moment the crown was placed on Quetzalcoatl's head, a voice that did not belong to him came from his mind. "Boy, I really don't know what means you used to get such a unique body. But, it's not important anymore, because from this moment on, it belongs to me." As he spoke, there was a feeling. A powerful and evil aura filled the air from him, as if it was about to swallow up the entire space. Time flew by, and after a long time, he finally found a perfect host body. "The body in front of me exudes an indescribable attraction." But Su Xuemin's soul soon woke up and competed with the Quetzalcoatl for control of his body. "If you want to seize your grandfather's body, don't even think about it." Then the two souls fought against each other in Quetzalcoatl's body. True god versus false god. Su Xuemin, as a false god, quickly fell behind. Seeing that his soul was about to be swallowed up, Su Xuemin's soul suddenly emitted a dazzling light. This radiance directly blew away the soul of the real Quetzalcoatl, and made Su Xuemin's soul strength reach a higher level. Su Xuemin knew that this adult had taken action. At this moment, under the illumination of that light, the already weak soul of the true Quetzalcoatl became even more vulnerable. Su Xuemin took this opportunity to directly eat up his soul. The moment Su Xuemin finished eating away the soul of the real Quetzalcoatl, Su Xuemin felt that his power had increased again. At the same time, all the memories of the original Quetzalcoatl flooded into his mind. At this time, in the outside world, the robed snake man looked at Quetzalcoatl, whose body first continued to twitch, and then returned to calm, and had questions. "Dear Pan, our god, what's going on?" Pan Shen didn't know what happened, but he could guess that it was probably because of the crown. It was impossible for a god not to leave a backup plan for his resurrection. Pan guessed that Quetzalcoatl was fighting something in the crown at this moment. So he gave an ambiguous sentence: "Quetzalcoatl is too weak, and he is recovering now." Although he seemed calm on the surface, he was already ready to run away. If there was really a backup plan for the resurrection of Quetzalcoatl in the crown, and Su Xuemin failed to hold on, he would run away immediately. Just when the finishing work of the grass market was about to be completed and the mourners decided to retreat, a group of unexpected people appeared in the grass market. "Professor Charles, are you sure this is the no-nonsense zone you mentioned?" A foreign-looking man in the team asked another older foreign man standing aside. "Clint, don't worry, the map won't be wrong." The older man, respectfully called Professor Charles, said. The man he called Clint pointed around and said, "But it doesn't look like there are people here." Indeed, after the massacre by Pan Shen and the cleansing of mourners, the grass market at this time had become an empty city, with only ghouls entrenched in the dark. The mourner sensed someone entering the grass market through the ghoul, and listened to the conversations of several people through the ghoul. The team consisted of 4 men. The leader was an older man named Charles, a middle-aged man with a beard named Clint, and 2 younger, student-like youths named Lester and Greg. Orchid. These 4 people did not come from the mainland, but crossed the Huadian border and entered Chaoshur. In layman's terms, they were stowaways. From the conversation between the 4 people, it is not difficult to know that these 4 people are a foreign expedition team and came to Chaoshur this time to replenish supplies. The mourner became interested in this. He was an expert in folklore investigation. Now he happened to meet an expedition team. Moreover, he had extraordinary abilities, so he wanted to get involved no matter what. As a result, the mourner changed back to his prototype Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming walked out of a supermarket and saw 4 people constantly searching every store, but they were all empty. The 4 of them were obviously a little frustrated. Jiang Ming greeted, "Guests from out of town, come here." When the 4 of them heard Jiang Ming's words, they seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and hurriedly ran towards Jiang Ming. When they got closer, the 4 people were talking in different directions. Although they were all in English, it did not affect Jiang Ming. As a folklorist, Jiang Ming would inevitably have to fly abroad sometimes to do research, so he was naturally familiar with English. Pinch. Jiang Ming motioned to the 4 of them to speak slowly one by one. The 4 of them calmed down. The leader, Charles, asked, "Friend, why has this place become an empty city now?" Jiang Ming had guessed early on that they would definitely ask this question, so he told the 4 of them the lie he had concocted. The Hua Kingdom is about to attack this place. Almost all those who don't want to die have fled to the Dian Kingdom. I haven't yet. It's too late to evacuate. I see. The 4 of them were dubious about Jiang Ming's words. This was not surprising, and was expected by Jiang Ming. The lie he made up temporarily had too many loopholes. If these people had evacuated safely, how could they abandon everything in the store? Woolen cloth? But at this time, the 4 of them could not help but believe the current situation. After all, apart from the 4 of them, there was only one living person left in the grass market, Jiang Ming. "We need some supplies for survival in the wild, such as compressed biscuits. Do you have any here?" Charles asked. Several people tacitly did not raise any questions about Jiang Ming's words. The supermarket where Jiang Ming is now is the largest supermarket in the entire Chaoshur. The items inside are naturally very complete, and due to the special nature of the Chaoshur, sufficient equipment and emergency food are prepared here for those who stow away. Of course, we have everything you need here. I wonder what you are buying these things for. Jiang Ming's question attracted the attention of the 4 people. If I buy something, you will sell it. Why are you asking? Jiang Ming saw the strange look on the 4 people's faces and explained, "Don't get me wrong, what I want is to recommend products to you based on your needs." After hearing this, the 4 of them let down their guard and told Jiang Ming what they needed. Jiang Ming has been living in this supermarket during this period, so he naturally knows the arrangement of the items inside. The canned food, compressed biscuits, water and some wilderness survival tools needed by the expedition team were quickly prepared. Just when the expedition team was about to pay, Jiang Ming stopped them and said, "This is free of charge. I have something to ask of you." The 4 of them looked at each other, and Charles asked, "I wonder what it is. Are you guys going to Dian for inspection?" After hearing Jiang Ming's words, the expressions of several people suddenly changed. They had never said that they and others needed to investigate. Jiang Ming saw that several people were wary and said, "Don't get me wrong. Your notebook fell to the ground just now. I picked it up and looked through it briefly." With that said, Jiang Ming handed a notebook into Charles's hand. In fact, Jiang Ming stole this notebook from Gran. Charles recognized it as Grant's notebook at a glance. After taking it, he said, "Thank you very much, but I still have to say that it is a very bad behavior to peek at other people's notes." Jiang Ming did not argue with him on this topic, but continued, "I am also very interested in the folk customs of various places, and I can be considered a half-folklorist. I wonder if some of you can take me with you on this trip? I always have a better understanding of Dian's environment than a few of them." In fact, Jiang Ming's claim that he was familiar with the situation in Dian country was sheer nonsense. He had no idea what was going on in Dian country. Dian country's reputation itself was not very good. For the sake of safety, he wanted to avoid having his kidneys cut off or his organs sold. Jiang Ming has never been to Dian country at all. The reason why he had this confidence was because of the ghouls. The ghouls had a very outstanding talent for hiding themselves. As long as there were ghouls along the way, he would not be afraid of not knowing the domestic situation of Dian. The four people began to think after hearing Jiang Ming's words, but Jiang Ming had already packed his bags at this time. Before the four people could discuss the result, he said forcefully, "Anyway, I have to go to Dian, and it's just on the way. You can take me with you." The four people saw that there was no room for refusal, not to mention that Jiang Ming gave them so many things, and they felt a little embarrassed, so they agreed to Jiang Ming's request. The five people walked towards the border of Huadian. The ghouls hidden in the dark corners of the city followed closely behind, hiding in every dark corner that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, silently inquiring about the situation for Jiang Ming and secretly protecting Jiang Ming and others. Just as Jiang Ming and others left, the team responsible for taking over Chaoshi from Huagua entered Chaoshi in a mighty manner. Chaoshi has been out of China's control for too long, and now Chaoshi has become an empty city. Although this is a disaster, we have to admit that this is the best time to take back Chaoshi. Such is fate. If the five people had left a little later, they would have run into this team, but at this time the five people knew nothing about what happened in Chaoshi and still entered the territory of Dian. On the way, Jiang Ming asked about the destination of this trip. Professor Charles explained that their destination was a place called Song Plateau in Dian State. It is said that there is a huge ancient building ruins there, which is a place that modern civilization has never set foot on. The road to Song Plateau is not very far from a city. They hired a guide in this city and bought a few horses as a means of transportation. Most of the road to Song Plateau is forest land. Under such conditions, riding a horse is the best choice. Several people went all the way to the depths of Dian State. Along the way, the guide kept introducing the customs of Dian State to the five people. From the history of Dian State to the development of Dian State today. It also specifically mentioned how glorious Dian State was in ancient times. This set of words made the four foreigners stunned, but Jiang Ming, who was familiar with history, sneered at it. Dian State was a vassal state of Hua State in ancient times, and it was called a wild land at that time. Where did the glory come from? But Jiang Ming did not expose this. The purpose of his trip was to see the ancient ruins that had never been visited by modern people. Therefore, although he disdained the guide's words, Jiang Ming, relying on his curiosity about the ancient ruins, still suppressed the urge to speak. Dian country is located in the tropics. There are not many other things in the forest here, but there are many mosquitoes. Fortunately, when he set out, Jiang Ming brought enough things to repel mosquitoes, including mosquito lamps and insect repellent spray. Time soon came to night, and several people found an open place to set up camp. Jiang Ming hung a mosquito lamp on a tree branch, and then sprayed some insect repellent spray in everyone's tent, and then fell asleep. The four foreigners fell asleep quickly, but Jiang Ming couldn't sleep. Looking at the campfire outside the tent, Jiang Ming untied his sleeping bag, walked out of the tent, and found that it was the guide who was roasting the fire outside. The guide saw Jiang Ming coming out and invited Jiang Ming to sit down in front of the campfire together. When Jiang Ming sat down, the guide started chatting with Jiang Ming in Chinese with a strange accent. Jiang Ming? That's how it's pronounced, right? Yes. You didn't seem to care about the story I told you today. Jiang Ming guessed that the guide would ask this question, and replied, I know the truth of history. But the guide surprisingly did not refute, yes, you know the truth of history, and I know the truth of history. Jiang Ming was stunned by this. What kind of riddle is this guide playing? The guide paused for a moment and continued, but those foreigners don't know, right? As he said that, he handed Jiang Ming a bottle of beer. Jiang Ming took the beer, and the two laughed at the same time. Both of them knew what the truth of history was like, but as the guide said, those foreigners didn't know, so what the guide said to the four members of the expedition team during the day was all to tease them. Is this also a kind of cultural appropriation and then export? Jiang Ming didn't bother to care about these. The truth has always been in the hands of a few people. Where are you from? Jiang Ming asked. Habang. The guide replied. Habang is not unfamiliar to Jiang Ming. There was a period of time in China's history when Dian provoked China's border without reason. China launched a self-defense counterattack. In the end, the main battlefield was in Habang in the east of Dian. And by coincidence, Jiang Ming's grandfather was one of the veterans of that year. Jiang Ming asked, did your family participate in the war that year? At this time, Jiang Ming's tone became very serious. The guide did not hide it, but said frankly, yes, my grandfather was disabled in that war. As he said that, I don't know whether it was under the influence of alcohol or the guide himself was mentally abnormal, and he imitated Jiang Ming's grandfather's walking. The guide's grandfather had one leg blown off, so he didn't look good when he walked, and the guide's deliberate exaggeration made it even more ridiculous. Jiang Ming was amused by this scene and said, "My grandfather beat your grandfather." After hearing this, the guide laughed instead of getting angry. "I really have to thank your grandfather, otherwise our family might not have lived to this age." Jiang Ming became interested and asked, "Why do you say that? If you also have a grandfather who was a domestic abuser and alcoholic, you might understand what I mean." Jiang Ming raised his beer, "To my grandfather." The guide also raised his beer, "To your grandfather." The two laughed at the same time again. After the topic ended, the atmosphere between the two fell into a long silence. The guide interrupted the long silence. "Jiang Ming, do you feel that something has been staring at us all the way today?" Jiang Ming shook his head, but in fact, Jiang Ming felt it. The guide was not staring at them, but some literal little people, who were less than 1.2 meters tall, with a pair of resentful little eyes on their bald heads. When Jiang Ming sensed the existence of these creatures from the ghouls, he was already secretly on guard. Seeing Jiang Ming shaking his head, the guide said, "Although I really want to admit that it was my illusion, I still have to say, Jiang Ming, your perception of danger is not as good as mine. It seems that you did not inherit this advantage from your grandfather who participated in the war." Then he paused and continued, "I have traveled through these woods many times, and I remember everything in the woods clearly, but never once did I feel so uneasy. Believe me, Jiang Ming, we may be in trouble." Jiang Ming said, "Don't we need to tell them?" The guide sneered, "They? The fact that these people can still sleep soundly now means that they are about to die here." "Are you sure?" "Jiang Ming, Song Plateau is definitely not a good place to go. While there is still time, you might as well guess why it is called a place that has never been set foot by modern people? Dangerous." Yes, the danger of Song Plateau lies not only in its complex terrain, but also because of, the guide's words were not finished, and his head left his body. Jiang Ming saw a big head flying up, and a lot of blood spurted out from the guide's neck, splashing Jiang Ming all over. "What kind of hairless bastards are they? They are coming." The guide's blood extinguished the bonfire, and the camp was plunged into darkness. Jiang Ming observed the surroundings through the eyes of the surrounding ghouls. At this time, several little men appeared around the camp. Jiang Ming hurriedly woke up the rest of the expedition team. In the dazed state, he stuffed weapons for self-defense to everyone, but it was still a step too late. Grant's head flew up and blood splashed directly on the faces of the other three people. Everyone reacted and hurriedly picked up weapons to defend themselves. In the midst of the collision of metal and iron, Jiang Ming controlled the ghouls to attack these hairless bastards. Soon, the few hairless bastards were killed by the ghouls. Everyone collapsed to the ground powerlessly, and Professor Charles asked, "Jiang, what's going on?" Jiang Ming replied expressionlessly, "The road to Song Gaoyuan may become difficult to walk." Then, Jiang Ming told Chen Yan everything that happened here through the soul mark. Chen Yan was just about to go to bed at this time, but suddenly received such a message. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was interesting. Just when everyone thought the crisis was over, another group of hairless bastards appeared around them. Jiang Ming did not let the ghouls act rashly. He wanted to see what the intentions of these hairless bastards were. Under the protection of the ghouls, Jiang Ming maintained sufficient confidence in his personal safety. He observed the weapons held in the hands of these hairless bastards through the eyes of the ghouls. Unlike those holding sickles just now, these hairless bastards held sticks in their hands. These hairless bastards were very fast, moving rapidly in the night. After a while, everyone in the expedition team was knocked unconscious to the ground. Of course, Jiang Ming was pretending. After drinking the mourner's potion, his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, so naturally he cannot be easily knocked unconscious by a wooden stick. When everyone opened their eyes again, they had arrived at the place he had been searching for so hard, the dead city, Alaza. As for why they know this name, the story has to start from the beginning. After a group of 4 people were dragged to Arousa, the first thing they saw when they opened their eyes was a middle-aged man with an Asian face. The middle-aged man's attitude towards the 4 of them was very friendly, but his expression was strange. "You shouldn't come here," the middle-aged man said. Professor Charles retorted, "It's not that we want to come. We want to go to the Song Plateau, but, you just came here after being knocked unconscious, right?" Professor Charles nodded. "Just listen to the middle-aged man say, then you have come to the right place. This is the Song Plateau, and the place you are now is the center of the Lake of Terror, the dead city, Alaza. No, it's impossible. No one has ever set foot in this place. What we are looking for is a lost ruin that has never been set foot on by humans. It is not a dead city," Professor Charles said without giving up. But the middle-aged man quickly extinguished the fire of hope in his heart and said lightly, "A lost ruin that has never been visited? Oh, it's not that no one has set foot here, but no one has ever been able to get out alive. Pass. Then who are you?" Lester, who looked young but had a calm mind, asked. "Me? You can call me Fu Huai." "Fu Huai? Fu Huai from National Geographic?" Jiang Ming said. When the man who called himself Fu Huai heard Jiang Ming's words, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, "I didn't expect that someone would still remember me after such a long time. Yeah, everyone thought you were dead. They even held a funeral for you. I even went to attend that time." Jiang Ming Dao. Does my tomb look good? At least the feng shui of the cemetery was chosen well. Charles watched the two Chinese people talking in Chinese and wanted to participate in the conversation, but before he could speak, the door was opened. Four hairless bastards dragged two headless corpses in, followed by two equally short figures, who seemed to be holding something in their arms. After entering the house, everyone suddenly discovered that the two corpses were those of Gran and the guide. The two hairless bastards at the back were holding their heads. Fu Huai signaled them to put down their things, and then the 6 hairless bastards bowed to Fu Huai and left the house. "Mr. Fu Huai, I think you need to explain to us what is going on. Where are these villains from? Why are they so respectful to you? Are you instructing them?" Facing Jiang Ming's barrage of questioning, Fu Huai's expression did not change at all, and he slowly answered Jiang Ming's questions. "These villains are the products of evil and are called Chocho people by the locals, and I am not their ruler. It can even be said that I am a prisoner." Professor Charles asked at the right time, "Why did they drag these two corpses here?" Fu Huai said, "Don't expect these hairless bastards, who are less than 1.2 meters tall, to have any wisdom. There is no concept of death in their thinking. Before you woke up, they gave away several bodies. The corpses of the Chocho people came over. They couldn't understand why people died when they were killed. They brought these two corpses here to see if there was any possibility of reattaching the fallen heads." Jiang Ming continued to ask the question, "Why are they so respectful to you? You didn't answer me. Imprisoned people should not be treated like this." Fu Huai sighed and said, "I said, don't expect them to have any wisdom. The reason why they respect me is because I can help them. For example? Let me tell you a story." Professor Charles said anxiously, "We don't need to listen to stories, but this was directly interrupted by Fu Huai. "After listening to the story, you will understand everything." Fu Huai's voice was unhurried and he told everyone, "Countless epochs ago, there was a group of strange ancient races living on the Earth. They came from Rigel and Betelgeuse, and they lived on the Earth and other planets. Landing. But they never thought that their former slaves were now dead. The enemies also followed. These mortal enemies are the evil minions of Cthulhu, Hastur, the King in Yellow, the vile twins Roiger and Zal, and other evil beings. The old gods compete with these evil beings. Ownership, finally victorious after several epochs. Cthulhu was imprisoned in the lost kingdom of Laya in the endless deep sea, and Hastur fled to outer space. And the wretched twins Loiger and Zar. They are in the land beneath our feet. But these evil beings left evil seeds on the Song Plateau, and on the island of the Lake of Terror created by the old gods, the filthy and blasphemous tribe of the Hill Culverts were born from these seeds. Over the long river of time, these bastards have always wanted to revive the wretched twins sealed underground, and that's why they trapped me here. They hope that I can guide them to revive Loiger and Zar, and once they succeed, our world will fall apart. You may think I'm crazy, but think outside of your inherent thinking. Is this world really as simple as we see it?" Everyone present, except Jiang Ming and Lester, Professor Charles and Clint all looked at Fu Huai with a strange look. Everyone was silent for a long time, and Lester said, "Can you take us around this ancient city?" Fu Huai did not refuse and took the 4 people to visit the city. During the period, Professor Charles wanted to take a few photos with a camera, but was stopped by Fu Huai. These Hill people could not understand what a camera was at all. They would mistake it for a weapon. If you don't want to die, it's best to follow Fu Huai's footsteps and do nothing. Everyone strolled in this primitive city built of stones. The whole city was not big, but it almost occupied the entire island. There were some strange trees growing in the city. Their green leaves were a strange light red, and the trunks were dark green. No one had ever seen such strange trees. These leaves swayed gently and made a sound similar to whispering from time to time. These strange sounds accompanied the few people to complete the short journey. It was not until Fu Huai arranged accommodation for the few people that Jiang Ming realized one thing. There was no wind here at all. In the snake tribe, Quetzalcoatl finally woke up from his coma after sleeping for nearly 2 days. The first figure he saw after waking up was God Pan. God Pan had been waiting by his side for a long time. He was very worried that Quetzalcoatl would have his mind taken away, but from the familiar eyes, God Pan could see that his old friend had not been taken away. "You finally woke up?" Pan Shen said. At this time, Quetzalcoatl said with a sense of weakness in his voice, "I seem to have had a long, long dream." God Pan smiled slightly, startling Quetzalcoatl, and said, "You'd better stop laughing, it's too ugly." Indeed, although Pan's face has more human features at this moment, he is still a sheep's head in the final analysis. Who can bear it when a sheep's head smiles at you? When God Pan heard this, he stopped smiling and said, "Let's go, your family members are waiting for you outside." Quetzalcoatl naturally knows what the familia Pan calls it. After devouring the soul of the real Quetzalcoatl, Su Shuemi now knows the current situation very well. Moreover, not only did he obtain the memory of the true Quetzalcoatl, Su Shuemi's ability to control airflow was greatly enhanced, and his size more than doubled. At this moment, Su Shuemi felt that he had really become Quetzalcoatl. When he walked out of the door was already crowded with people. All the snake people wanted to see the true appearance of this legendary god. But most people were still quite far away. Those surrounding the door were mainly snake priests and snake scholars. As for the snake civilians, they were intercepted in the distance by snake soldiers. Seeing Quetzalcoatl's huge body walking out of the house, all the snake men fell to their knees. "See Lord Quetzalcoatl." All the snake men knelt on the ground together and shouted loudly. Pan Shen looked at the scene outside the house and knew in his heart that he had succeeded. So he quickly conveyed what happened here to Chen Yen through the soul mark. Chen Yen was very satisfied with this. After the snake people had a party, the snake priest quickly realized a problem. The current Quetzalcoatl is only similar in appearance to the legendary Quetzalcoatl, but their strength is completely different. So of course, the serpent priest started questioning Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl, on the other hand, said with a condescending attitude, "The arrival of the age of ending law has affected me. My authority has been stolen. I am not the complete me at this moment." The tone was commanding and unquestionable. Quetzalcoatl did not lie. The arrival of the age of ending law did affect the former Quetzalcoatl, and the former Quetzalcoatl's authority over the wind was stolen by a pair of twin gods. After hearing the words, the serpent priests looked at each other. They did not waver in their faith at all, but were thinking of ways to help Quetzalcoatl regain his former power. Just when this side reached a deadlock, the four people in Arousa were not feeling well at the moment. "Everything here is weird and unreasonable." Jiang Ming was lucky, but the other three had suffered both physical and mental torture in the past few days. Whenever they wanted to record something, as soon as they took out their pens and notebooks, people from Chocho rushed up and beat them. However, there is one person in the team that Jiang Ming cares about very much, Lester. As an ordinary person, this person was too calm about this series of strange things. In the past few days in Arousa, Professor Charles and Clint's cognition was constantly being reshaped. Only Lester seemed to not affected in any way. Today, the taciturn Lester made a request: "Can I go to the work site of Chocho people to see it?" Fu Huai's role in Arousa is to guide the Chocho people to carry out various excavations in order to help the humble twins break the seal. But Fu Huai didn't expect that Lester would want to go there to take a look. Fu Huai decisively rejected Lester's request, and no one other than Chocho people was allowed to enter the excavation site. Lester did not show any frustration about this. After that, Lester became silent again. Jiang Ming thought this Lester was strange, so he secretly inquired about Lester's situation from Charles and Clint. The result was somewhat beyond Jiang Ming's expectations. This Lester actually joined the team halfway like him. As for his origins, he didn't know anything about it. He only knew that Lester was a man who studied occult science. Jiang Ming had a hunch that Lester would definitely not be able to resist going to the excavation site. Lester and Jiang Ming live in the same room, so Jiang Ming can almost immediately notice anything Lester does. Sure enough, that night, Lester quietly left the house. Jiang Ming did not follow, but sent a ghoul to follow Lester secretly. The excavation site was still hot, and these Chocho people seemed to be tireless, digging the suspicious caves all around without stopping. Lester walked among these Chocho people as if there was no one around, but these Chocho people seemed to have not seen him and simply ignored Lester. Later, Lester entered a cave and the ghoul could no longer follow him. If he continues to follow him, the ghoul will be exposed. Not only will he face the threat of the Chocho people, but he will also have to be guarded by Lester, which is not worth the gain. Just when Jiang Ming was feeling distressed about this, Lester had already entered the cave. This cave is the deepest cave dug by the hill people. In other words, it is the closest place to the wretched twins Loigel and Zar. Lester took out a yellowed notebook from his arms and began to recite the spell on it. This spell is ancient and mysterious. Every time Lester spits out a character, the ground will shake. The people in Alaza were also awakened. Listening to the cheers of the hill people outside, Fu Huai said it was bad. He should be careful of that young man. The young man called Lester, although he is taciturn, the enthusiasm revealed in his eyes cannot be concealed. He should pay more attention to him. Now, it must be this young man who touched the seal. Could it be that the world is going to be destroyed here? What no one knows is that when Lester's spell began to destroy the seal, the power of the wretched twins gradually emanated. And this breath was soon captured by Quetzalcoatl. My authority, Quetzalcoatl only left these 4 words, and then flew directly towards the direction of Dien Kingdom. That's right, the ability of the wretched twins to control the wind was stolen from Quetzalcoatl. At this moment, Quetzalcoatl felt his original power and was as excited as a beast that smelled blood. Quetzalcoatl was flying towards Arousa at an unimaginable speed. As the ground of Arousa continued to tremble, this long-standing dead city seemed to come alive at this moment. In the cave, Lester was still chanting spells, and the hill people seemed to know that the evil god they served was about to be resurrected. They stopped their work one after another, leaving only cheers all over the place. The earth was constantly shaking, and the hill people were cheering wildly. This scene seemed so blasphemous in the strange environment of Arousa. Suddenly, an indescribable atmosphere of terror was active around everyone. Fu Huai collapsed on the ground. He had no way to deal with it. If he could notice it earlier, he would have noticed that the young man named Lester was wrong earlier. Maybe the evil god would not have revived, and maybe he would have become the culprit of the destruction of the world. But just when Fu Huai and others were desperate, bursts of sonic booms rang out from a distance. A 3 or 4 meter tall humanoid creature flew towards Arousa from a distance among the crowd. The person coming was Quetzalcoatl. At the same time, the wretched twins seemed to sense the coming of their natural enemies. Although they were not fully resurrected and even their consciousness had not yet formed, they instinctively launched a devastating wind blade. When the feathered serpent god flying in the sky faced this wind blade, his face remained unchanged. He just waved his hand lightly and the wind blade dissipated. But the feathered serpent god knew in his heart that he could not deal with the resurrected wretched twins. At this moment, he could only ask for help from that adult. Chen Yan, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the news from the soul mark of the feathered serpent god. I'm sorry to disturb you so late, but at this moment, 2 evil gods are about to revive. I can't stop them. I beg for your help, master. Will Chen Yan go? Of course he won't go. Evil gods, or 2, why go by yourself? To die? Although Chen Yan has a general understanding of his current strength, but to compete with the ancient evil gods? Don't joke about it. But the feathered serpent god can't just ignore it. Chen Yan looked at Quetzalcoatl's current state through the soul mark and found that although Quetzalcoatl's ability has not changed, his entire life level has been raised to a higher level. In other words, Quetzalcoatl can now control divine power. Chen Yan did not forget Quetzalcoatl's family. The snake people are a group of people with a high level of knowledge of mysticism. Since he cannot solve the problem of the resurrection of the evil god, what if the snake people have a way to reseal the evil god? Arousa, underground cave. Everyone finally found Lester, who was chanting a spell to try to resurrect the evil god. Fu Huai rushed up and knocked Lester to the ground with a punch, physically interrupting Lester's spell. But Lester laughed at this time. What are you laughing at? Fu Huai's tone was full of anger. Lester said to Fu Huai with a smile on his face, it's too late. The resurrection of Loigel and Lord Zar has become inevitable. Even if you kill me now, it will be useless. It is indeed as Lester said. At this time, the wretched twins are slowly resurrecting, and the frequency of their attacks on Quetzalcoatl is constantly increasing. Quetzalcoatl cannot find the exact location of the wretched twins, and can only continuously dissolve the incoming wind blades in the air. At this moment, a portal opened in Arousa. A group of snakemen walked out of the portal and stayed in place. The people who did not follow Fu Huai's footsteps were shocked to see the snakemen. The hill people also found something wrong here, raised their weapons and attacked the teleported snakemen. Just when the hill people were about to kill the snakemen, another creature with a hunched body like a hound and a more hateful face appeared, and killed the hill people who were charging in the front row with lightning speed. This is the ghoul of the herald, and Jiang Ming has now become another appearance. With a thin body, pale face, and red eyes, everyone was frightened by this scene. The herald knew a lot of information from the Mind Flayer. He naturally knew about the existence of Quetzalcoatl. Now that Quetzalcoatl came to stop the resurrection of the wretched twins Loigel and Czar, he naturally could not stand idly by. What's more, now these Hillocks have already attacked them. The herald has reached the upper limit of the ghouls that can be controlled by the herald, and these dead Hillocks cannot be transformed into ghouls, which is a pity. Otherwise, with the high agility of the Hillocks, the transformed ghouls must be a very big help. However, although they cannot be transformed into ghouls, the bodies of the Hillocks can still be put to good use. The herald took out a bone flute from his arms and then played it. Everyone was very puzzled by this. At this time, he still had the mood to play the flute. But as the melodious music from the bone flute came out, the originally dead Hillocks actually moved. As the sound of the flute continued to change, the dead Hilichurls began to turn their attacks to their own kind. Soon, the situation became a one-sided massacre. The ghouls and corpse Hilichurls continued to hunt the incoming Hilichurls, and the dead Hilichurls were constantly controlled by the sound of the flute and turned their spears against the Hilichurls. Although the situation here was under control, the resurrection of Loigel and Czar continued. The herald also sensed that there seemed to be some life about to break out of the ground underground. At this moment, Pan, who came out of the portal with the Snake Man, took action. Pan could sense that the energy that sealed the wretched twins was a natural energy, and now that this natural energy was about to dissipate, Pan directly used all the natural elements that could be used nearby to reinforce the seal. But this still did not help, and the resurrection of the wretched twins continued. At this moment, a long-robed snake priest stood up and said, "Leave it to us next." I saw a group of snake priests and snake scholars who came through the portal forming a strange formation, chanting spells. Rays of light lit up from the side of the snake people. The light continued to gather and gradually formed a magic circle. At this time, Chunyan, who was watching remotely using the soul mark, had a bright look in his eyes. This magic circle was recorded in the memory of the Mad Alchemist. This is an extremely powerful sealing array. In the memory of the Mad Alchemist, this array seems to seal many indescribable and unspeakable blasphemous things. It turns out that the so-called unspeakable things refer to this group of evil gods. The exquisite magic array continued to rise, and Shen Yen noticed that there seemed to be other magic arrays mixed in. But Shen Yen didn't know what it was, and there was no record in the memory of the crazy alchemist. And at the moment when all the magic arrays were completely raised, a dark green light ball floated up from the ground. Quetzalcoatl was quick and took the light ball into his arms, and then ate it mouthful by mouthful. This was the Quetzalcoatl godhood stolen by the wretched twins. No, it's impossible. It's obviously going to succeed. Lester suddenly went crazy and said in disbelief. Fu Huai was puzzled by Lester's performance. He didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He didn't know anything about the mourners manipulating the corpse, the snake men strengthening the seal, and Quetzalcoatl seizing the godhead. But judging from Lester's performance, he should have failed. Fu Huai knocked Lester to the ground and escorted him towards the direction of everyone. At this time, those Chocho people with ferocious faces, short stature and brown skin were still rushing towards the mourners and others crazily. These guys seemed to be tireless, waving the crude weapons in their hands and making harsh roars from their mouths. Obviously, these hairless bastards have no concept at all of the words death and failure. The only thought in their hearts is killing, endless killing. Because they know that the God they serve is about to usher in a critical moment of resurrection, they will never allow even the slightest unexpected situation to occur at this moment. However, it was too late. Quetzalcoatl, who had regained his godhead, showed unparalleled power. Quetzalcoatl gave his divine power to the priests and serpents. At the same time, Panshin, who was good at manipulating natural energy, also joined the battle. He skillfully used the power of natural elements to provide strong support for his side and continuously strengthened the seal. In front of everyone's concerted efforts, the vile twins who were originally expected to be resurrected became dissipated and fell into a sealed state again. At this moment, Quetzalcoatl has become the real Quetzalcoatl in the legend of the snake people. After watching this scene, Chen Yen felt the current state of Quetzalcoatl. He was not far from the point of difference, and he needed to make the magic potion needed for his promotion as soon as possible. Not only Quetzalcoatl, but also the mourner has reached the singularity. It can be said that the herald even surpassed the Mind Flayer in reaching the singularity point, becoming the second fastest reformer in the second stage of promotion under the Murloc. The potion given to him also needs to be expedited. Arousa. The situation was calmed down, and Quetzalcoatl now stood in front of everyone, as if he were a real god. Professor Charles and Clint were surprised by the changes that happened in front of them, but at this time, no one paid attention to them at all. "Thank you for protecting my family." Quetzalcoatl thanked the mourner. The mourner scratched his head. "I just did what I should do." Panchen looked at the two people being polite here and broke the harmonious atmosphere. He said, "Before you are polite, wait a moment. I want to know what happened here." Then, he turned around and asked the mourner, "Also, who are you?" Although Panchen assisted the mourner in finishing the work in the grass market, he did not know the true identity of the mourner. The mourner introduced himself, Sequence 005, Mourner. "You should be the god Pan mentioned by the Mind Flayer." The mourner's attitude towards these two seniors was very respectful. First, he was not as strong as the two of them, but because these two people had gained the favor of the adult before him. Later, the mourner told the two people the whole story of the incident. As for Charles and Clint, they are just two mortals who will be killed later if they are not happy. The birth of the mourner and the events he experienced are indeed full of incredible coincidences. At first, he was ordered to be sent to Chowshire to perform the finishing mission. However, who could have expected that the gears of fate would turn quietly here? In this seemingly ordinary grass market, the mourner unexpectedly encountered a mysterious investigation team. What's even more weird is that there happens to be a person in this expedition team who has ulterior motives and tries to bring the evil god back from the dead. There are so many coincidences intertwined together that it would be unconvincing to simply interpret them with the word coincidence. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Now it seems that there is only one possibility: all of this is under the full control of the hidden master. Perhaps from the moment the mourner accepted the mission, every move had been carefully planned by that adult, and these so-called coincidences we saw were just the tip of the iceberg in his huge plan. Chen Yan was unaware of the psychological activities of several people. At the moment, he was worrying about making promotion potions for Quetzalcoatl and the Herald. The materials for the promotion potion are not easy to find, but the ones for mourners are easier to find. But promotion to Quetzalcoatl's level requires the use of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But if the memory of the mad alchemist is correct, the treasures of heaven, materials and earth will have disappeared when the age of ending Dharma arrives. Even if the spiritual energy is revived now, the emergence of those heavenly materials and earthly treasures will definitely lead to snatching from all forces, so now we can only place our hope on God Pan. Southwest Province is rich in natural elements. If we say where is the most likely place to produce natural and earthly treasures, then Southwest Province must be at the forefront. At this moment, peace has returned to Arousa. A bunch of hideous-looking hairless bastards in that city have already been brutally slaughtered under the cruel and ruthless control of the mourners, leaving not a single person alive. At this moment, everyone present was gathering together to discuss how to deal with Arousa, as well as Charles, Clint and Fu Huai. You know, deep underground in Alaza, there is a terrifying evil god from ancient times sealed. Because of this place must not easily fall into the control of outsiders. A reliable defender must be stationed here. However, a troublesome problem arises. Charles, Clint and Fu Huai are just ordinary mortals, and they cannot be expected to safely garrison Alaza. But if they are allowed to leave like this, then the existence of people like themselves will be completely exposed to the eyes of everyone in the world. There is no doubt that this situation is definitely not the result that the high-ranking big man expected to see. Just when everyone was worried, something similar to a pen was thrown through the portal. After Quetzalcoatl took it, he asked through the soul message, "Master, what is this?" Chen Yan's tone was a little sleepy as he said, "Things passed down from the reincarnation task force can erase people's memories." That's right, this is the prop used by the National Special Incident Handling Agency No. 1 to eliminate the influence of the Fishman incident. Chen Yan took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and took advantage of it. Then the memory of everyone present at the time was erased. I have to say that this thing is really useful for ordinary people. With this thing in hand, Quetzalcoatl and the others' hearts dropped. Although there would be no problem in killing them here, the mourners obviously didn't want these people to die here. According to the mourner, Charles and Clint were actually not that important. If they were killed, they would be killed, but Fu Huai was completely different. You know, Fu Huai is a very important figure in national geography. Not only that, he also firmly controlled a large amount of key information about those abominable, hairless bastards the Chocho people. Therefore, no matter what, we must not let Fu Huai die in such a confused and worthless way. After some discussion, everyone finally reached an agreement. to send Charles and Clint back to the grass market, and at the same time to erase all their memories from this time. As for Fu Huai, he stayed behind to guard this dead city with the mourners. Lester was taken away by Quetzalcoatl and handed over to the Mind Flayer. The occult knowledge in his mind cannot be wasted. Of course, God Pan was not idle either. He deliberately left a tree man here to provide the two people with the minimum supplies they needed for daily life. Finally, everyone left. Quetzalcoatl took his serpents and left like a gust of wind. Pan also returned to nature, taking Charles and Clint back to the southwest province. The only ones left in the dead city were the hairless bastards who had turned into living dead and a group of ghouls. The mourner knows his mission and guards Arousa, the place where the evil god lives. It was another rainy night. In a dark alley, a boy in school uniform curled up on the ground and couldn't move. The bruises on his body showed that he had just been beaten. At this moment, he was too weak to get up and let the big raindrops fall on him. Chen Yan stood upstairs and watched the scene, thinking to himself, why is it another rainy night? You are lucky. Then Chen Yan's figure disappeared from the spot, and he appeared in front of the boy. The boy was very weak at this moment, and Chen Yan's seductive voice asked, hate? The boy looked at Chen Yan with all his strength. How could he not hate him in his heart? Hate. The boy gritted his teeth. Chen Yan took out a tube of dark purple potion from his pocket, placed it on the ground in front of the boy, and said, if you hate it, drink it. What is this? Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. This thing in front of you can help you change the status quo. Believe it or not, it's all up to you. After that, Chen Yan disappeared from the spot. The boy was startled by Chen Yan's sudden disappearance, and then looked at the potion on the ground. After hesitating for a while, he finally drank it. At this time, Chen Yan, who had teleported back to the rooftop, watched the boy drink the potion, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was not interested in watching the boy's changes on the spot. His notebook could not be wet, and any changes would be known through the soul mark later. Then he opened the portal and returned to the coffee shop. To be honest, although teleportation is much more convenient than the portal, Chen Yan's current control over teleportation is not enough to reach the point of directly crossing half a city. The ability of teleportation is not a legacy left by the mad alchemist, but Chen Yan deduced it by deconstructing Shana's teleportation ability and learning how energy works. Although it can only teleport a few hundred meters now, it is enough to show off. After Chen Yan left, the boy who drank the potion began to change his body. A pair of black wings broke out from his back, his hair gradually faded to white, his pupils gradually turned red, and his body muscles gradually became developed. The originally thin body began to grow muscles. Although the appearance looked well proportioned, each muscle seemed to have 1,000 pounds of power ready to go. After Chen Yan made himself a cup of coffee, he began to observe the boy's information. The boy's name is Gu Fei. He is a sophomore student in Hahai No. 3 middle school. He is an orphan without a father or a mother. Because of this, he was targeted by a group of hooligans in the school. Since then, this group of people have enjoyed bullying Gu Fei because they don't have any worries. If you beat someone who has parents, you have to worry about whether the parents will come to your house. But beating Gu Fei is different. The most he can do after being beaten is to sue the teacher. And what they are least afraid of is suing the teacher. Every time Gu Fei sues, they will beat him more severely. After a long time, it seems that Gu Fei has also gotten used to this state of life. If he gets beaten, he will get beaten. It will never endanger his life. But this time is different. When he was getting food in the cafeteria, he was surrounded by several people. During the dispute, the plate fell on one of the white shoes. This led to the beating after school. Several gangsters did not lightly hit him, and they were angry in their hearts. They did not know that their kicks had made Gu Fei's already thin and broken body even worse. If Chen Yan had not appeared, Gu Fei might have died in this rainy night. It was another rainy night, and he was in a dying state. And he also grew wings. Quetzalcoatl is now only one opportunity away from becoming a true god. How far can this boy go? When the boy completely changed, Chen Yan found something wrong. He prepared this potion according to the formula of the mad alchemist. According to the memory of the mad alchemist, this potion should produce a holy reminder with glorious wings, but why are these wings black? And there is no holy breath on his body, only violence, hatred and ferocity. This is not right. There is no problem with the formula, the production process, and the final product. Why is there a problem with the effect after drinking it? Chen Yan quickly checked Gu Fei's detailed information and found that except for the transformation of his body functions and the growth of a pair of wings, Gu Fei did not gain any special superpowers. He did not gain the holy power and healing ability recorded by the mad alchemist. Failed? No, it shouldn't be. There should be something wrong with the link. Chen Yan continued to look through the memory inheritance of the mad alchemist, trying to find clues from it. This investigation really helped Chen Yan find the reason. The potion Chen Yan made this time was called Seraphim. Those who took the potion could manipulate the burning holy light, the healing power of resurrection, and super wisdom. However, there was a prerequisite for those who took this potion, and it was because Chen Yan neglected this prerequisite that Gu Fei changed now. Those who took the Seraphim potion must have light and hope in their hearts, otherwise the evolution will turn to another wrong direction, fallen angel. Like the blood ancestor, the fallen angel also has no singularity and is evolving all the time. What abilities it will gain depends on the mentality and thinking of the user. Now, Gu Fei's mind is only filled with the desire for power, and that's why he has become so strong. Judging from the soul mark, Gu Fei's current strength can kill a cow with one punch. But compared to the blood ancestor, the side effects of this fallen angel are too great. Not only can it easily make the user fall into a state of madness, but although the ability increases faster than the blood ancestor, it is also possible that the body cannot bear it and dies directly. But looking at Gu Fei, who still retains consciousness, Chen Yan became interested and wanted to see what Gu Fei could do. After cutting off the induction, Chen Yan began to fiddle with the six-horned dragon he bought a few days ago. However, the six-horned dragon at this moment is no longer the ordinary six-horned dragon when he just bought it. That's right, Chen Yan used it to test the medicine. Although some of this was due to Chen Yan's whim, most of the reason came from an idea from the crazy alchemist. A communication relay station. The mad alchemist had long realized that the communication between the experimental subjects could not be entirely carried out by themselves, so he came up with the idea of using salamanders and morning glories as a bridge for the experimental subjects to communicate. However, the mad alchemist did not realize this idea, and the end of the law era has arrived. But fortunately, this method is indeed feasible. Next, all you need to do is let the experimental subjects take a drop of blood and feed it to the hexagonal dragon to complete the task. Gu Fei folded his wings, walked out of the alley and headed towards home. There was no expression on Gu Fei's face, which was a manifestation of extreme anger. At this time, the anger in Gu Fei's heart had accumulated to a peak. The perpetrator deserved death, and so did the onlookers. A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and a thunder rang out from the sky, heralding the arrival of a catastrophe. Gu Fei's home is in an urban village west of Jinghai district. The rent here is very cheap. With the monthly minimum living allowance, it is enough to rent a house here, and the other living expenses are earned by Gu Fei from part-time jobs. After returning home, Gu Fei took out his mobile phone from his pocket. The mobile phone was soaked in water and could not be used at all. Gu Fei threw it directly into the trash can without any regret. Walking to the bathroom, Gu Fei looked at his new body now, with white hair, red eyes, and a well-proportioned muscle line. This reminded Gu Fei of a protagonist in an anime. Does it hurt? Gu Fei smashed the mirror directly, and the fragments of the mirror cut Gu Fei's hand. Gu Fei looked at the wound and felt no pain. Then he found that the wound on his hand healed quickly. After taking a shower, Gu Fei dried his hair and fell asleep on the bed. There are still important things to do tomorrow. The next day, Gu Fei was woken up by the sun. His phone was soaked in water and there was no alarm. He looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. It was almost time for the big break. Gu Fei found a clean set of clothes in the closet, put on his backpack and walked towards the school. On the way, Gu Fei's appearance attracted the attention of passers-by. Gu Fei himself looked good, and now his white hair and red eyes were even more eye-catching. Some people thought Gu Fei was cosplaying and walked up to take a photo, but Gu Fei smiled and refused. When he arrived at the school gate, the security guard at the gate stopped Gu Fei. "What do you do?" Gu Fei took out his student ID and handed it to the security guard, saying, "I'm a student here, and I'm late today." The tone was still flat, and too flat. After checking the student ID, the security guard checked his appearance and let Gu Fei in after confirming that it was correct. When opening the door, the security guard was still muttering, "Students nowadays are getting less and less dressed up. You'll see what your teacher says about you later." Gu Fei smiled at the security guard and walked into the school as if nothing had happened. At this time, the big break was over and all the students returned to the classroom. At this moment, in Class 8 of the 2nd grade where Gu Fei was, several gangsters who beat Gu Fei yesterday were discussing Gu Fei who was absent today. Brother Jiang, do you think we beat him too hard yesterday? Who knows? But he didn't come today, so there was less fun. Be patient, and let him pay double when he comes. The perpetrator said that he wanted the victim to pay double. What a ridiculous thing to say. Gu Fei's head teacher Wu Yan was also worried in the office. Gu Fei hadn't come since this morning, and no one answered the phone. I don't know what he was doing. At this time, Gu Fei was walking towards the classroom leisurely. Many people in the classes he passed by saw Gu Fei's outfit. They all whispered, "There's a handsome guy." Yeah, is he a new transfer? He looks so handsome. Indeed, but his hair may not last a day and he will have to be dyed black by the head teacher. But he looks a little familiar. Who? Gu Fei. Are you talking about the bullied Gu Fei in Class 8? Yes, last time I saw the guys in Class 8 forcing him to lick the toilet floor. No way. If this guy is Gu Fei, I will eat shit upside down. Gu Fei didn't care about the eyes of the crowd, but walked towards Class 8. Hey, he really got into Class 8. That should be Gu Fei. Impossible. The teacher hadn't come yet, and the classroom was noisy. But when Gu Fei appeared at the door of the classroom, he attracted everyone's attention. Everyone focused their attention on Gu Fei. The gangsters in the back row were the first to recognize Gu Fei. They mocked him. "Oh, you didn't come this morning because you went to dye your hair. You don't think you'll be different if you dye your hair?" Everyone in the class laughed. Jiang Peng. Gu Fei uttered a name coldly. "Grandpa is." Before he finished speaking, Gu Fei, who was originally at the door of the classroom, jumped in front of him, pinched Jiang Peng's head with his palm, and exerted a little force. Jiang Peng's head visibly deflated, and then twitched a few times and then fell silent. Fan Ji. Another name. The person whose name was called just wanted to run, but found that the front and back doors and windows were sealed with a thick layer of feathers at some point. Gu Fei threw Jiang Peng's body away, walked towards Fan Ji who had fled to the door, grabbed his throat, twisted it slightly, and with a click, Fan Ji also lost his life. The death of the two people plunged the classroom into chaos, and everyone began to panic. Especially the remaining gangsters. Zhang Qi. This person was the one who beat him the hardest yesterday, so he naturally would not let him die easily. Gu Fei's hands suddenly appeared with several feathers, which were inserted into the most painful parts of his body. After letting him suffer enough pain, he placed Zhang Qi on the chair. Then he slapped Zhang Qi's head with both hands. Bang! It was like a watermelon bursting. Duo Rui Xiang. Duo Libo. Zhangjin. Gu Fei's words were like the call of the king of hell. Every time a name was called, one person died. The rest of the people in the classroom, seeing that Gu Fei only targeted the gangsters who bullied him, had an illusion that they were safe. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Gu Fei, covered in blood, smiled at them. "I killed them. Why don't you thank me?" Everyone was so scared by the devil-like smile that they dared not speak at all. "Oh, I understand, you are mourning for them. In this case, you go to accompany them." Then, a pair of huge black wings behind Gu Fei instantly spread out, and the feathers on the wings shot towards everyone. In just a moment, there was no one alive in the entire classroom. The next thing was very simple. The fallen angel, whose heart was filled with hatred and violence, could not suppress his desire to kill. He found a reason for everyone to be killed by him. It was like a trial. Until the end, only his class teacher and 2 security guards were left in the whole school. The 2 security guards faced Gu Fei, who was like a devil from hell, and their legs kept trembling. But despite this, they still protected the class teacher. "If you could protect me like you protected her, maybe nothing would happen today." 2 feathers shot out, and the security guard was killed. If you could stop those little gangsters without fear of power, this would not have happened. Gu Fei's hand gently stroked the class teacher's frightened face, and then gave him a 360-degree head spa with his neck twisted behind. Then he did a bone straightening and twisted it again. The customer did not give a bad review. Gu Fei, who caused a massacre, did not feel any guilt at all. At this moment, Gu Fei was strolling leisurely on the campus that had become a purgatory on earth, seemingly enjoying the smell of blood in the air. However, it was impossible that there were no witnesses to this massacre. Even before Gu Fei went outside, passers-by outside the school had already seen it and called the police. A man with wings slaughters an entire school. Faced with this kind of case, the police did not hesitate to report the case to the National Special Incident Handling Agency No. 1. At this moment, the Reincarnation Task Force was on its way. Gu Fei retracted his wings, looked at the frightened heads on the ground, and said, "What a funny expression." At this time, the sky buzzed as one after another carrier aircraft arrived at the scene. "We have a guest. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome the guest." After saying that, Gu Fei threw the two heads he was holding directly at the carrier aircraft, but they didn't hit them. Instead, he was thrown out of the campus and landed in front of passers-by, causing a burst of screams. The Samsara task force quickly landed and took over the scene, not allowing anyone to come near the school. It turns out that if you are in trouble, someone can help. Gu Fei murmured to himself. As for the Samsara task force, no one responded to Gu Fei's words. The target has been found. It can be inferred that it is intelligent or that negotiation can be attempted. The leader of the team this time is Li Yunping of the third team. Although he is not a superpower, he is an elite special forces soldier with sufficient battlefield experience. Li Yunping put down his gun and stepped forward. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Gu Fei raised his head and looked at Li Yunping, as if he was looking at an idiot. Seeing Gu Fei's eyes, Li Yunping understood, so he tried to negotiate. "Can you tell us why you would do such a thing?" Gu Fei saw Li Yunping put down his gun on his own initiative to show his sincerity, and then answered Li Yunping's question. "They all deserve to die." At the same time, a voice came from Li Yunping's communicator, and the information about Gu Fei was retrieved. Even the details of who was often bullied were investigated in detail. Listening to the news coming from the other end of the communicator, Li Yunping's expression became very bad. "I know the reason why you did this. You have done what you have to do, and your revenge is over. How about coming with us next?" "It's over?" "No, not yet," he said, pointing to the communicator on Li Yunping's ear, and said, "You should know who the people who bully me are, right? In other words, you also know them. Who is the backstage person relying on, right?" Li Yunping didn't say anything. Indeed, as Gu Fei said, the students who bullied Jiang Ming came from a variety of backgrounds. They were either local politicians or local wealthy businessmen. None of them are simple. Then we can only take coercive measures. We can't let you take action against innocent people again. After saying that, he raised his gun and fired. The task force behind him also started shooting almost at the same time, and countless bullets poured towards Gu Fei. But a pair of huge wings could be seen deep behind Gu Fei, wrapping Gu Fei inside. Bullets cannot penetrate even an inch. After one round of magazine was empty, Gu Fei slowly opened his wings while reloading, and he heard Gu Fei say, "So from the beginning to the end, you guys were in the same group." After saying that, his body rushed towards the task force. Everyone hurriedly dodged, but they were shot by the feathers on Gu Fei's wings. Some were shot on the body, and there were no problems with the protection of special protective clothing. However, some feathers were directly stuck on the faces of some task force members, directly stabbing an opponent, and were taken away by Gu Fei in one charge. Killed 3 members of the SWAT team. The formation of the task force was scattered, but no one disrupted their position. Instead, they avoided Gu Fei's feathers and put on special magazines. The special bullet uses carco steel as the warhead and has extremely strong penetrating ability. Since conventional bullets cannot penetrate the protection of Gu Fei's wings, it should be possible to use special bullets. As for why we didn't just use special bullets at the beginning, the reason is because the output of carc steel is extremely rare. Basically, if you use a little less, it will be several times more precious than gold. Sure enough, in the second round of salvos, the bullets successfully penetrated Gu Fei's wings, but Gu Fei obviously did not only have these abilities. The evolution speed of the fallen angels was beyond imagination. At this moment, a black mist began to spread to all directions with Gu Fei as the center. "Wear a mask." But in fact, this black mist is not poisonous. It was just ordinary black gas, used to demonstrate the body shape of a fallen angel. Gu Fei had not yet evolved to the point where he could release poisonous gas. Not long after, black mist filled the whole place, and the task force's line of sight was blocked, making it impossible to see Gu Fei's position. Gu Fei's injuries were also slowly recovering at this moment. But at this moment, the side effects of the fallen angel began to show up, and nearly 10,000 people in the entire school were massacred. At this moment, the side effects started to show up, and Gu Fei's willpower was not weak. But at this time, the side effects began to appear, and a bloodthirsty and violent thoughts filled Gu Fei's mind. Kill. This was the only word in Gu Fei's mind. Afterwards, Gu Fei's body was completely out of control, and he completely relied on instinct to kill in the black mist. One after another, the task force members fell in the black fog, and Li Yunpeng urgently ordered, Number 3 Shock Bomb. This Number 3 Stun Bomb is a product obtained by the Special Event Handling Agency based on the anatomical research of the nightmare. It has a certain degree of mental influence on people. Using this thing is a way to hurt the enemy and hurt yourself. Although the task force has protection, it will inevitably be affected to a certain extent. But now it can only use this to try to contain the fallen angels who are constantly moving through the black fog. Bang! Accompanied by a sound of landing, everyone quickly recovered their spirits and ran directly in the direction of the sound. Chen Yan, who was watching the battle with the soul mark, sighed. He didn't expect the fallen angel to be defeated like this. He wanted to see what this fallen angel could evolve into. As a result, a lot of points were added, but there was no mental resistance. Now it's good, and the task force directly knocked it down with a stun bomb. Chen Yan didn't see the real stun bomb, but judging from the energy fluctuations just now, this is almost the same as the principle of the screaming of the nightmare and the Shotak bird causing mental damage to people. Chen Yan did not find it strange that the National Special Events Handling Agency could come up with this thing. On the contrary, it would be strange if it could not. One nightmare was recovered. After such a long time, if there is no research result at all, then this agency is really fake. Next, it depends on whether the fallen angel can survive. It all depends on the decision of the task force. At this time, the task force also surrounded the fallen angel who was stunned. Contain or eliminate, please instruct. Risk assessment exceeds the standard, kill on the spot. Corpse recovery came the cold voice from the other end of the communicator. Li Yunpeng had a flash of reluctance in his heart, but he still followed the order and shot the fallen angel in the head. The vitality of the fallen angel gradually dissipated. Poor Gu Fei, his life ended so hastily. As soon as Gu Fei died, Chen Yan activated the soul mark and pulled Gu Fei's soul out of his body. Now, Gu Fei's soul is constantly playing with Chen Yan's hands. This is the soul. To be honest, this was the first time Chen Yan saw the physical body of a soul, just like a crystal ball with a little man inside. According to the method left by the mad alchemist, Chen Yan preserved the soul. His store seemed to be in need of a clerk. The next day, Chen Yan was on the third floor developing magic potions for the 2 pots of flowers he bought earlier, preparing to give them to Quetzalcoatl as gifts. But the potions made always have no effect. According to Chen Yan's idea, this thing should be able to refresh the mind and also have the effect of warming the soul. But now, let alone nourishing the soul, it cannot even refresh the mind. However, in the past few days, Chen Yan continued to use magic potion to water it, and the growth was much more gratifying, and the colors bloomed more brightly. At this moment, Chen Yan felt that the magic circle he had set up around the coffee shop was touched. This magic circle essentially monitors whether there are extraordinary beings coming here, and if it is touched at this time, it means that an extraordinary person is coming. Chen Yan released his magic power to sense the person coming, and found that it was an old acquaintance, Shana. Xia Na walked straight towards the coffee shop. Chen Yan was very happy. He was originally worried about how to break the relationship into the National Special Incident Handling Agency, but this spy came to him. Don't get me wrong, Chen Yan has no intention of cooperating with the Special Incident Handling Agency. He needs an informant. The power of the country cannot be ignored. In the coming chaos of spiritual energy recovery, powerful intelligence collection capabilities are essential. In this regard, no one or any force in China can compare with it except the National Special Incident Handling Agency. Chen Yan wants to ensure that each force has its own layout. Currently, the Southwest is under Pan Shin's control, but he still has to continue to lay out and expand the situation. Since we are in troubled times, let's just turn everything into a mess. Chen Yan's mind kept spinning, and his body began to look like that thin young man with black hair. Shana also arrived at the door of the coffee shop at this time. Seeing the close sign hanging at the door, Shana knocked on the window without giving up. Chen Yan walked down the stairs slowly and opened the store door. Miss Shana, what's the matter? Chen Yan asked. You really have a problem. Shana came to the coffee shop twice in total, once during the Fishman incident, and once after the reincarnation task force failed to contain the Night Dyer. The second time, Chen Yan gave Shana the magic potion, but both times, Shana never mentioned her name. Chen Yan stood up and walked into the bar, and Xia Na followed his footsteps into the store. After finding a seat at the bar and sitting down, Shana asked, Who are you? As I said before, I am a scholar. A scholar who studies the occult. Will scholars plant soul marks on others? Humans are always dissatisfied with their desires. They want to gain power without paying the price, but how is this possible? Have you heard of the basic rules of alchemy? What? Exchange of equal value. What's more, I didn't force you to do anything. This transaction is not even equal to me. I have never thought about making any deal with you. You are buying and selling by force. But you drank it anyway. Shauna was speechless. Indeed, I never thought about making any deal with Chen Yan, but in the end, I drank the potion because I couldn't withstand the temptation. So in this matter, I have no position to blame Chen Yan. So Shauna changed the topic. What is your ultimate goal? Everyone has their own little secret that they don't want people to know. You'd better answer me honestly. I'm talking to you now. If you don't confess, then it's time for someone higher up to talk to you. Your situation will definitely not be any better than it is now. Chen Yan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Can I understand this as a threat? Shauna didn't answer, which was regarded as acquiescence. It seems that I was so friendly to you that I made you forget your own situation. Immediately, Chen Yan tinkered with Shauna's soul mark. The soul mark acted on the soul. Chen Yan's current actions could be said to be stirring Shauna's brain at will. Ah. A howl came out of Shauna's mouth, but it didn't attract anyone's attention. Soundproofing array, a small magic array not worth mentioning. After a while, Chen Yan stopped. Start wiping the cups on the bar. My kindness to you is not a reason for you to act arrogantly in front of me. Besides torturing me with your soul mark, what else can you do? Shauna's tone was still tough, but she had forgotten the strong pressure they felt from Chen Yan when they first came to the coffee shop. It takes effort to talk to an idiot. Chen Yan sighed, waved his hand, and sent Shauna flying out of the store, followed by a package. Chen Yan's voice came from the door, find someone who speaks in a measured manner. The contents of the package can be regarded as a little kindness from me to you. Shauna stayed there for a while, then left quickly. The number 1 National Special Incident Handling Agency. Xiana, where have you been? As soon as she returned to the base, Shauna was urgently summoned by Wang Miao. I went to the coffee shop. Wang Miao raised his eyebrows. Is it the coffee shop you reported before? Yes. Wang Miao was a little angry and said, didn't I say that no one is allowed to contact him privately without my order? Shauna did not answer, but handed the package from Chen Yan to Wang Miao and said, he gave me these things, saying it was a little kindness to us. What's this? It seems to be some kind of potion. Wang Miao took the bag and opened it. It contained 15 reagent tubes. Did he say what it was for? Shauna shook her head and said, note start the experiment immediately. A moment later, the experimental base. The researchers manipulated the robotic arm to inject the liquid in the reagent tube into the body of the mice. After a few seconds, the mouse suddenly began to undergo drastic changes, first doubling in size, and then changing back again. But at this time, it can be seen through X-rays that the muscles of the mice have become significantly more developed. Is this a genetic modification drug? Things that their base has been developing for several years but haven't developed yet, are they able to obtain them so easily? Continue to monitor and see if there are any side effects and how long they last. After giving the order, Wang Miao said to Shauna, now, take me to the coffee shop. I really want to meet the boss. By the time we arrived at the coffee shop, it was already evening. At this time, Chen Yan was making coffee. When the two of them walked in, Chen Yan didn't even look back and said, find a place to sit. The coffee will be here right away. The two sat at the bar. Wang Miao asked straight to the point, I believe you know the purpose of our visit this time. First, I want to confirm your identity. Scholar. Okay, Mr. Scholar. Wang Miao was smart enough not to ask any more questions. Since the other party was unwilling to say more, it meant that the other party was unwilling to reveal himself. His identity, name, and even appearance might all be fake. We have received your kindness, but we don't know what you need from us? How many potions like that can you provide us? Chen Yan made coffee, brought it to the two of them, and replied, it's very simple, don't bother me again. Then he pointed at Shauna, the meaning was self-explanatory. I understand. However, I want to talk to you about cooperation. How much more of such potion can you provide us? As soon as the words came out, the next moment the two people appeared outside the store inexplicably. The two people who were still sitting on the stools immediately got a bump on their butts. Wang Miao knew that he and others had been ordered to be expelled, and they would not bother themselves anymore by bothering Chen Yan. But what they didn't know was that after Chen Yan left, an evil plan arose in Chen Yan's heart. Wang Miao may be a better entry point than Shauna. Chen Yan was thinking about how to become stronger. Now many of the modified people he created have become extraordinary creatures, and Quetzalcoatl has taken control of a part of the godhood, but he is still just an ordinary person who knows a few magic and alchemy. He didn't get any useful information from the memory of the crazy alchemist. Why can't he have the abilities of those experimental subjects at the same time? By then, he will be the absolute supreme god, and he will no longer need to use tricks like soul imprints to manipulate the experimental subjects. This is why Chen Yan has not made magic potions during this period. He is studying how to obtain the power of the experimental subjects at the same time. Is it possible to take a portion of the blood of all of them, and then make magic potions to drink? This is too ridiculous. Since we can't start from the body, we can only start from the soul. The soul imprint is deeply engraved on the soul, and the relationship with the cursed is permanently bound. The creatures with soul imprints are slaves of the cursed for life. How can the master not use the servant's ability? Therefore, the soul palace was conceived by Chen Yan. Its principle is similar to that of the six-horned dragon. The six-horned dragon can allow the subjects to communicate freely no matter how far away they are by eating the blood of the subjects. The soul palace is also based on a similar principle, except that the soul marks of the subjects are integrated together. According to the records of the mad alchemist, the source of power of all creatures, whether gods, humans, or animals, comes from the soul. Quetzalcoatl can manipulate the airflow, not because his body is manipulating the airflow, but because his soul is manipulating the airflow. The authority granted by the Godhead also acts on the soul, not the body. The soul is the source of power for all things in the world. What Chen Yan wanted was to build a soul palace, gather these souls with soul marks together, and then synchronize their abilities to himself. Chen Yan named it, the Temple of the Gods. In fact, Chen Yan had a more convenient way, which was to directly absorb the souls of these subjects to gain power, but that would be tantamount to exhausting the pond to catch fish. What's more, he still had to rely on them to complete his layout. After the construction of the Temple of the Gods was completed, Chen Yan began to mobilize all the soul marks he could control. All the experimental subjects felt a fluctuation in their minds at this moment, and then their consciousness dived into a strange space. Of course, Shauna was not among them. She was too weak and not loyal. There was no need to waste time on ants. When the gods woke up, they were already in a strange space. This was a completely empty world, surrounded by stars, and there were several statues standing on both sides. Where is this? Quetzalcoatl spoke first. Hey! Quetzalcoatl? Why are you here too? Pan? And Nodens, Mind Flayer, Blood Ancestor, and Announcer, why are you all here? Everyone shook their heads, and at this time, the announcer pointed to the statues around and said, "These seem to be our statues." Really? Could it be that this is the work of that adult? That's the only way it can be. I'm afraid there is no one else who can have such great power except that adult. And at this moment, Chen Yan's figure appeared in the Temple of the Gods at the right time. Greetings, Master. Quetzalcoatl took the lead in saluting, and everyone else followed suit. Get up. Master, may I ask where this is? Chen Yan had already made up a story, and said, "This is a space I created, called the Temple of the Gods, to remember everything about you. If there is anything in the future, I will summon you here to discuss." Everyone suddenly realized. Chen Yan continued, "In a few days, each of you will send a drop of your blood to the coffee shop, and I will solve the problem of poor communication between you. To be honest, there are many means of communication in modern society, but they are all too easy to be monitored, so the experimental subjects must not rely on conventional modern communication means to communicate. So, Chen Yan chose this method to let everyone communicate. The hexagonal dragon has been transformed into an alchemical creature by Chen Yan, so there is no need to worry about whether it will suddenly die. This communication method is reliable and guarantees confidentiality. Why not? At this time, the blood ancestor said, "Master, I have something to ask for instructions." No need to ask for instructions, what you want to do is your business, and everything has nothing to do with me. Chen Yan interrupted the blood ancestor's words, and then sent the consciousness of the gods back to their bodies. Chen Yan, who returned to the real world, couldn't wait to try the power he had obtained. First, he manipulated the airflow, and with a thought, a breeze swept over. It's done! With the Temple of the Gods, at least I now have the courage to fight the enemy. And the blood ancestors sighed after the blood ancestor transformed his two daughters into blood servants. He learned some things from their memories. This incident made the blood ancestor extremely angry. It turned out that his children did not have any estrangement because he transferred the house to his youngest son. On the contrary, All this was planned by them together. The four children got the news that the old house was to be demolished from somewhere, so they colluded and asked Dang Lu to transfer the house to the youngest son. Then when the demolition was about to start, the four of them shared the demolition money equally, and also signed a contract to prevent the youngest son from defaulting on the debt. After learning the truth, Dang Lu was angry and annoyed, wondering how he could have given birth to such a few bastards. But now, knowing everything, Dang Lu was bound to take revenge. What sons and daughters? They were all beasts. The guilt he had for killing his youngest son disappeared at this moment. There was another person, the eldest son in Gaul. Dang Lu manipulated his eldest daughter to his eldest son Dang Fong, trying to coax Dang Fong to return to China. But he was rejected by the other party on the grounds that he was busy with work. Dang Lu made a decision: go to Gaul in person. This was also something he had to ask Qin Yan for instructions. After all, he might not come back after this trip. The soil of Gaul was undoubtedly the best soil for vampires to survive. On the domestic side, his daughter, son-in-law and 4 blood servants were responsible for protecting and taking care of his grandson, the vampire cub. When the time came, he would naturally come back. In the night, a group of bats flew out of the dilapidated old community and headed straight for Gaul. This bat is not a physical entity, it just looks like one. This cloud of bats is essentially the manifestation of the blood ancestor turning himself into energy. And Dang Fong in Gaul didn't know that his old father, the old man who was harmed by him and his 3 siblings, was now turning into a hellish devil and rushing towards him. The people of Gaul didn't know that from now on, Gaul would become a vampire kingdom. Looking at the giant flower standing in the city center, Qin Yan fell into deep thought again. This flower did not appear out of thin air, but was made by Qin Yan. After gaining enough strength, Qin Yan had the leisure to make a gift for Quetzalcoatl, which was the 2 pots of beautiful flowers bought from the flower, bird, fish and insect market, but the species was unknown. Originally, many kinds of magic potions were poured into these 2 pots of flowers, but none of them worked. At most, they made the growth of the 2 pots of flowers more pleasing, but today's magic potion unexpectedly worked. However, this effect is really amazing. To explain why this flower appeared in the city center, we have to start from the beginning. Qin Yan poured another bottle of magic potion that he had carefully prepared into the flower pot this morning. This time, he poured a growth magic potion, which can help plants grow quickly. Qin Yan thought, since it can't be made into an alchemical creature, at least let it grow a little bigger. However, unexpectedly, after absorbing all the liquid medicine, the flower jumped out of the pot, and its roots turned into 2 legs, and then jumped out of the window while Qin Yan was stunned. When Qin Yan reacted, the flower had already run far away. And it attracted the attention of many people. Qin Yan used the power of Quetzalcoatl to turn into a magpie and followed it all the way, but found that the flower continued to emit some pollen while running. The people who absorbed the pollen suddenly became unconscious, and then ran with the flower. The flower ran all the way to the city center before stopping. Originally, Qin Yan thought that the flower had run out of tricks, but he didn't expect that the flower's legs would stick straight into the ground and take root directly into the concrete ground. Qin Yan saw it clearly with the eyes of true vision. After the legs pierced into the concrete ground, they directly penetrated the concrete layer and then reached the soil layer. The roots spread underground at an extremely terrifying speed. As the roots of the flower continued to spread and grow, the size of the flower also increased rapidly. In just a few minutes, it had grown to 3 stories high and was still growing. The flower was still emitting a kind of pollen. Through the eye of true vision, Qin Yan saw the effect of this pollen. People and animals who inhaled the pollen would be manipulated to move closer to the flower. At this time, Qin Yan was still wondering, what's the point of letting people move closer? The next second, the flower directly grew a vine to roll up the person. The original place of the pistil turned into a mouthpart for eating. The vine sent the person who was rolled up into the mouthpart, and then the size continued to grow. As more and more people gathered, the flower grew more and more vines. Qin Yan was wondering why he was not affected. After studying it, he thought that it might be because he had a mental barrier and the dual effect of Pan's ability that he was not affected. What name should this flower be named? Qin Yan was still thinking about this question at the moment, but the next second, a vine stretched out towards him. Qin Yan directly manipulated the airflow to cut off the vine, and tried to communicate with the flower using Pan's ability to communicate with natural creatures. Eat, this was the only thought Qin Yan could feel about the flower. It seemed that this thing had no wisdom. Let's call it the piranha plant. Anyway, it was very appropriate for its behavior. Such a huge piranha plant appeared in the city center, it was really hard not to attract the attention of the National Special Events Handling Agency. At this time, the National Special Events Handling Agency had just undergone a transformation. There were originally 3 National Special Events Handling Agencies, but after several failures, they completed the reorganization and reconstruction yesterday and officially changed their name to the Black Archives Bureau. The Black Archives Bureau currently has 3 plans in execution. Awakening Plan, recruit humans with superpowers and train them. Reincarnation Plan, a backup plan in case the Awakening Plan fails. A special team composed of special forces and special equipment. Gecko Plan, the final backup plan in case all plans fail. A group of suicide teams. Once containment is out of control, when both Awakening and Reincarnation are helpless, the Gecko Task Force will be dispatched to forcibly contain in a nearly suicidal attack. Due to the nightmare incident, the Awakening Task Force suffered heavy damage and is currently in a state of reorganization. So far, the Reincarnation Task Force has been carrying out the mission. This time is of course no exception. The Reincarnation Task Force arrived at the scene at a very fast speed. And they had already investigated the characteristics of this carnivorous plant and analyzed the pollen samples long before they came. Everyone had already put on gas masks when they arrived above Hahai City. This special gas mask can completely isolate the influence of pollen. Li Yunpeng was still the leader of the team this time. After arriving at the scene, Li Yunpeng quickly ordered the scene to be sealed off, but it had little effect. These people controlled by pollen were basically no different from dead and could not be saved at all. Seeing this, Li Yunpeng could only order an attack on the piranha plant. Piranha plant does not have the monster-level defense of the fallen angel wings and the nightmare skin, so ordinary bullets can also injure the piranha plant. But being able to injure is one thing, and whether it can defeat it is another. The piranha plant seemed to feel the pain, and a whine came from its mouthparts, and then the vines grabbed a few people and put them in its mouth. It's healing itself. Firepower pouring. Incendiary bombs ready. Another round of volleys, followed by a round of incendiary bombs. But every time the piranha plant is hurt, it will eat the people around it to repair and heal itself. The permanent population of Hahai City is nearly 200,000, and the piranha plant has more and more vines, until finally the vines even grow mouthparts, which can directly eat people with the vines. Damn it, find a way to interrupt its self-healing and disperse the firepower to attack the vines. After Li Yunpeng gave the order, part of the task force's firepower was instantly transferred to the vines, and the remaining task force members including Li Yunpeng continued to pour firepower on the piranha plant, with incendiary bombs and grenades. The piranha plant had no time to respond. Chen Yan looked at this scene and suddenly felt that it was meaningless. The death of the piranha plant was an inevitable result, and there was no need to watch it anymore. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. This piranha plant just drilled out of the soil as it had just drunk the magic potion, and its roots turned into legs, ready to escape. Chen Yan hadn't expected this thing to be like this. But the Samsara task force was not surprised by this. They had analyzed this piranha plant when they came here. This piranha plant ran to the city center, so they were prepared early in the morning. In the midst of pollen, another team appeared, blocking the escape route of the piranha plant. There was also a familiar figure among them, Shana. Shana teleported directly to the mouth of the piranha plant, then poured a bag of incendiary bombs into it, and then threw a grenade. Bang! The piranha plant was blown all over the ground, and there was no possibility of self-healing. Chen Yan mourned for this little life that was born not long ago for a few seconds. Quetzalcoatl returned home and found that the sky had fallen. Where is my home? Where is my coffee shop? Let's not talk about these two things first. What about Hahai City? Originally, according to the plan, Su Xuemin collected the blood of several other people and prepared to return to Hahai City and hand it over to Chen Yan. However, this time around, there is only a wasteland where Hahai City was originally located. What's going on? Su Xuemin hurriedly used his soul mark to communicate with Chen Yan. Master, where are you? Why are you missing from Hahai City? Soul mark received a reply quickly. I'm in Qingshi, Shandong province now. Come find me here. Okay. Su Xuemin didn't ask any further questions and directly transformed into a raven and flew towards Qingshi. Chen Yan sent Su Xuemin a soul coordinate. Su Xuemin followed the coordinates and found it was a bookstore. When he opened the door of the bookstore, he found Chen Yan sitting on a chair reading a book out of boredom. There was no one else in the bookstore at this time, only Chen Yan, who attracted a lot of attention. Seeing Quetzalcoatl coming, Chen Yan waved his hand in the air, and the door of the bookstore was closed, and the rolling shutter door outside was also closed. After the room fell into darkness for a short time, the lights were turned on. "Master, what happened in Hahai City?" Su Xuemin asked. "There was a slight problem with the experiment. Anyway, it is now contained by the Reincarnation Task Force. It has not disappeared, but there is an energy field that interferes with cognition. You didn't use your mental power to explore carefully, so you can't see it. Does this mean I can't go back?" "Absolutely. That energy field can not only interfere with people's cognition, but also prevent the pollen inside from leaking out. It's basically a dead city inside." "Pollen?" Su Xuemin caught the key word. Chen Yan nodded. "Yes, do you still remember the 2 pots of flowers I bought? I originally wanted to make them into alchemy tools for you, but one of them may have mutated after drinking too much potion." And then, Chen Yan briefly told Su Xuemin about the situation in Hahai City. Su Xuemin, who originally felt a little depressed because his house and coffee shop disappeared, felt a lot more comfortable when he heard that the owner was preparing gifts for himself. "By the way, Master, I brought the blood you asked for." Chen Yan pointed to the hexagon in the fish tank nearby and said, "Just feed it." While feeding the hexagonal dragon blood, Su Xuemin asked, "Master, what's going on in this bookstore?" "Mine." "Yours?" "Yes, it wasn't originally. After some cordial and friendly exchanges with the original shop owner, he gave the shop to me." Su Xuemin did not dare to speculate how Chen Yan obtained this bookstore. After feeding the hexagon, Su Xuemin asked, "We've finished feeding, Master. What should we do next? Do you feel that there is some kind of connection between your spirits?" "Feel it." Su Xuemin then started to contact others under the guidance of Chen Yan. The principle is not complicated. Blood serves as a medium, and the hexagon acts as a relay to establish links in the spirits of all experimental subjects through blood. When contact is needed, just find the correct spiritual link. Soon, Su Xuemin got in touch with Pan Shin Xiuzhenhua. "Hello? Pan Shin, can you hear me?" Su Xuemin said loudly. Chen Yan raised his head and said, "There is a spiritual connection between you. Just think about it in your heart, there is no need to say it out loud." "Oh." Then he thought in his heart, "Lao Cho, can you hear me?" "Yes, I've heard it since your loud voice." Then the Mind Flayer, Nodens, Blood Ancestor, and Herald also joined in the chat. Everyone suddenly felt a spiritual connection and then started to try. After studying for a while, everyone finally figured out how to use this thing. It is equivalent to starting a group chat in the spiritual world. Chen Yan threw a book to Su Xuemin. Su Xuemin took it, not knowing the intention, and asked, "Master, what is this?" "Another experiment, see if you can tell anything from this book?" Su Xuemin looked at the 4 big characters on the cover, Weapons Encyclopedia. I was confused, but I didn't say anything. I just followed Chen Yan's words and started reading. When he turned to the last page, nothing happened. Looking at Su Xuemin closing the book, there was still no vision. Chen Yan thought to himself, could it be a failure? But failure is normal, after all, this is the first time you make something. But just when Su Xuemin closed the book in confusion and was about to hand it back to Chen Yan, a lot of skills and knowledge about the use of weapons suddenly appeared in his mind. The huge amount of information gave Su Xuemin a headache and kept frowning. Chen Yan looked at Su Xuemin like this and thought to himself, it worked. After Su Xuemin calmed down for a while, Chen Yan asked, "What did you visualize?" Su Xuemin waved his hands, and a burst of airflow surged. Chen Yan felt the changes in the surrounding airflow, so he opened the eye of true sight to check. He saw that around Su Xuemin, swords, guns, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks surrounded his body, and they were made of airflow. The invisible murder weapon. Is that all? Chen Yan asked. Su Xuemin shook his head and saw a sword surrounding him lightly touching the brick cashier. Bump! The cashier was shattered instantly. It was just a light touch. If it were pushed with full force, I don't know how devastating the damage would be. Taking back the weapons encyclopedia, Chen Yan found that the magic power attached to it had disappeared. It seems to be a disposable item. This is another experimental attempt of Chen Yan. He always makes magic potions, but Chen Yan feels bored. So he found some other interesting things from the memory inheritance of the Mad Alchemist. This book is the result. The principle is also very idealistic. Use magic power to trace every word in the book to form a magic circuit, so that the viewer can get different abilities from it. It is very idealistic and fun. Chen Yan thinks this is much more interesting than making magic potions. Although the effect is not as strong as magic potions, it is a good choice to kill time. Now, Chun Yen has all the abilities of these experimental products, and he thinks he is now a god on earth. They are all gods, so what's wrong with having some fun? But Quetzalcoatl did something that made him a little dissatisfied. Chen Yen pointed at the bar counter which had turned into a pile of ruins and said, "You pay for it." Su Shuemin was speechless, took out a stack of red bills from his pocket, and said, "That's all." Chen Yen put it away without any courtesy, and he remembered what he had forgotten all along. He still owed a debt. Although the great chaos was about to come, it was not good for a god to say that he was carrying a debt. As for the cash register, Chun Yen waved his hand and cast a backtracking magic directly. The cash register that was originally scattered all over the ground and turned into ruins was instantly restored to its original state. At this moment, in the soul mark, Nodens sent a message. Qingshi, Xiaohua Township, Biluo Village. At this time, Biluo Village is preparing for a festival in full swing. This is a traditional activity in Xiaohua Township. The second day of October every year is the day when Xiaohua Township worships the sea god Kaiji Ganxiang Fairy. Kaiji Ganxiang Fairy is a local folk belief. People in Xiaohua Township believe that Kaiji Ganxiang Fairy can bless good weather and good harvests, and the blessing of the fairy can bless people who go out to sea to return safely. And because Hahai City was taken in, Norden's Yujaza, who was forced to evacuate from Hahai City, happened to come here. At this time, Yujaza was wandering in Biluo Village in the appearance of a mortal. Biluo Village is on the coast, and the sacrificial ceremony must be held on the seaside, so the sacrificial activities are generally held in Biluo Village, Sangxia Village, and Zayan Village in turn. This year it happened to be Biluo Village. The three villages are also local tourist attractions, so the scene is very lively. Yujaza found a restaurant and ordered a bowl of noodles. When the waiter brought the noodles, Yujaza took the opportunity to ask about the Kaiji induction fairy. It was not mealtime, and there were not many people in the restaurant, so the two of them started chatting with each other. "How many years has the Kaiji induction fairy been blessing the local area?" Yujaza asked. When asking about this kind of thing, you must say how many years has it blessed the local area. You can't just ask how many years have you believed in this. It's easy to get beaten. The people in Lu province are simple and honest. If they say they will beat you, they will definitely not let you go. In addition, Lu province is a place where clans are particularly obvious. Everyone is on their side, so it's useless to get beaten. Yujaza came to inquire about the news, not to intensify the conflict. After hearing this, the boss said, "Young man, you are also from outside. Offering sacrifices to the fairy lady is a custom that has been passed down from ancient times to the present, in order to bless us with good weather and good harvests. Many people here make a living by fishing. They are usually afraid of encountering wind and rain at sea. With the fairy lady around, they feel at ease. But I have read your county annals. You didn't have this custom before the founding of the People's Republic of China." At this time, a young man in the restaurant interrupted. After hearing this, the boss's face suddenly fell and said, "Go away, how can this be false? Are you going to eat or not? If not, pay the bill and leave." The contrast in attitude made Yujaza feel something was wrong. If it was really as the boss said, this sacrificial activity was passed down from ancient times to the present, then when the young man questioned it, the boss should have given strong evidence instead of losing face directly. Of course, it is also possible that the young man's words violated the boss's beliefs, so he was so angry. But the young man was not a good temper. He directly scanned the code to pay and left the restaurant. Really, young people nowadays. Hey! Where were we talking about? With the fairy lady here, I feel at ease. Yujaza listened to the boss talking about how magical Kaiji sensing fairy lady was for nearly half an hour. Until a customer in the store interrupted their conversation. With a customer, Tianar naturally couldn't talk anymore, so Yujaza paid and left. Then he walked around Biluo village. At this moment, the whole village was preparing for the upcoming sacrifice. I learned from the boss that during the sacrifice to the fairy lady, every household had to put up blue and white gauze, wear blue clothes, and place sea salt, clean water, flowers, fruits and incense candles on the statue of the fairy lady. Yujaza found it interesting and found a homestay in Biluo village to stay. This homestay is also like other places, with blue and white gauze interlaced on the courtyard wall and hung on the roof beams. And this is also the first time Yujaza has seen the statue of the Kaiji sensing fairy lady. The statue is placed in the lobby on the first floor, facing the door directly, and can be seen as soon as the door is opened. However, the statue of Kaiji Ganxiang Fairy always makes Yujaza feel a bit like Guanyin Bodhisattva, but there is also an indescribable sense of weirdness. In short, this statue does not give Yujaza a good feeling. Just when Yujaza was about to go to his room to rest, coincidence came. He saw the young man who had just had an argument with the boss in the noodle shop. The young man seemed to have booked a homestay here, and Yujaza went up to talk to him. "What a coincidence, you live here too," Yujaza said. The young man looked Yujaza up and down, and suddenly said, "You are the one in the noodle shop, you live here too?" "Yes. Look, the festival is coming soon, and I want to join in the fun." "Me too. But the people in this village don't seem to be very friendly to me." "Oh? Brother, if you don't mind, let's go to the room to talk in detail," Yujaza invited. "Okay." The two went upstairs together and entered Yujaza's room. Yujaza's room had a good view, and he could almost see half of the village, and he could also see the sea view. The facilities in the room were quite complete, and there were just 2 chairs, so Yujaza and the young man sat opposite each other. "My name is Wan Xiao, what's your name, brother?" the young man introduced himself. "Yujaza. Brother you, it's appropriate to call you that." "It's appropriate, I'm only 32, I shouldn't be much older than you." "Indeed, I'm 27 this year." "Why did you suddenly think of this place?" Wan Xiao sighed and said, "I failed the civil service exam, so I came here to relax." "You said this village doesn't seem very friendly to you." "Yes." "Why?" "I think it might be because they told me that their custom is fake." Yujaza didn't understand and asked, "Why do you think this custom is fake?" "It can't be considered fake. But it's definitely not as long-standing as they say." "Why?" "When taking the civil service exam, I will be involved in many things more or less. I did some research on this place before coming here. I knew that the day of worshipping the fairy lady was coming soon, so I looked up the local county annals, but the result was that before the founding of the People's Republic of China, or even before the reform and opening up, the villagers here did not have this belief." "So you suspect that this festival was made up by the locals?" "It's possible. Couldn't the local county annals be incomplete?" "No, the county annals do have omissions sometimes, but this kind of large-scale sacrificial activity should not have no records." "And, brother you, don't you feel that the statue is a little weird?" Hearing this, Yujaza became excited. If someone feels the same as him, then it's not his problem. It's very likely that there is something wrong with the statue itself. Yujaza immediately informed Chen Yan of this matter through the soul mark. As soon as Chen Yan put down the book, he received the message transmitted by Yujaza. Chen Yan did not hesitate and directly transmitted the method of eating the god to everyone. "Master, what are you doing?" Su Xuemin asked. Chen Yan said lightly, "Use it well, I look forward to your subsequent changes. As for Nodens, you adapt to the situation." After speaking, Chen Yan waved his hand and drove Su Xuemin out of the store. Everyone began to discuss for a while, what exactly was the intention of that adult. Yujaza, who had obtained the god of food from Chen Yan, was stunned for a moment, not knowing why. Wan Xiao looked at the stunned Yujaza, waved his hand in front of Wan Xiao's eyes, and asked, "What's wrong?" Yujaza came back to his senses. "Oh, I was thinking about something just now, and I was a little absent-minded." "Where were we just talking about? Do you also feel that the statue has an indescribable sense of weirdness?" "Indeed. It always makes people feel inexplicably uncomfortable." After hearing this, Wan Xiao seemed to have found a way. "Is that right? I said that it couldn't be my illusion. By the way, brother you, are you here alone?" Yujaza nodded, and then asked, "Why, you're not?" "I came here with my friends, and there are 3 others, but they are out for a stroll now. I think it's boring, so I came back alone first." The two chatted until the evening, and Wan Xiao's cell phone rang. "Hello? You're back. I'm with my big brother." "Okay, let's meet downstairs." After hanging up the phone, Wan Xiao said to Yujaza, "My friends are back and said they want to eat something together. Big brother you, are you coming?" Being respectful is worse than being polite. The two of them walked downstairs, chatting and laughing. Yujaza saw 2 women and 1 man standing in the hall at a glance. The man was slender, wearing a long windbreaker, a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, and a folding fan in his hand. He looked gentle and refined, but his eyes revealed a gloomy atmosphere, as if he was not interested in anything. The 2 women looked young, about 18 or 19 years old. One had pink-dyed hair and looked flamboyant and cheerful, while the other girl had 2 braids and a pair of large round-framed glasses, looking a little timid. The 3 of them had one thing in common: they all wore 2 scarves, one blue and one white. The length of the scarf is about 1.8 to 2 meters, and it is very similar to the blue and white gauze draped everywhere in the village. The pink-haired girl saw Wan Xiao and Yujiaza and greeted them. Old one, why did you come down just now? This is the big brother you mentioned. Hello, my name is Chu Yen. Yun Shou. The man said 2 words indifferently, which was considered as a self-introduction. The girl with ponytail was timid and stuttered, Guan. Guan Xiao Xiao. Yujiaza smiled kindly and said his name. Yujiaza, please take care of me. Shu Yan looked at the empty necks of the 2 people and asked, why don't you have Tianhai gauze on you? Did you put it in the bedroom? Tianhai gauze? What is it? Wan Xiao asked. Shu Yan picked up the 2 scarves she was wearing and said, this is it. It is said that this will be used for tomorrow's ceremony. You have to wear it today, otherwise you will not be blessed by the fairy. Don't you have it? Wan Xiao shook his head and said, no. Where did you get it? We saw someone carrying it on the road and asked casually, and then they took us to a tailor shop. The owner of the tailor shop heard that we were from outside and gave it to us. Why, don't you have it? Wan Xiao heard this, a bitter smile, don't mention it. Shu Yan went up and grabbed Wan Xiao, saying, come on, I'll take you there, it should be in time. Hey, no need, we don't believe it anyway. Believe it or not, put it aside for now, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. As he said that, Shu Yan pulled Wan Xiao out, and did not forget to turn around and greet everyone, brother you guys keep up. There are a lot of people today, don't get separated. Yun Zhou sighed, and the feeling of lack of motivation became more vivid, but he still took steps to keep up with the pace of Wan Xiao and the others. Guan Xiaoxin also followed Yun Zhou's pace, and Yujiaza saw this and hurried to catch up. The 3 walked in a row, and Yujiaza saw that Guan Xiaoxin was introverted and seemed a little shy, so he walked beside Yun Zhou. Did you walk around the street all day today? Yeah. Did you encounter anything interesting? No, this man is like a dull person, it seems that it is impossible to expect to find out anything from him. So the 3 of them followed Chu Yan and Wan Xiao to the tailor shop in silence. Although it was getting dark, the tailor shop was still open, but it looked a little weird. The village was basically powered by electricity, but the tailor shop was still lit by candles. The weak light began to sway as Chu Yan pushed the door, making the atmosphere even weirder. There was no one at the counter, so Chu Yan shouted directly, is the boss here? Not long after, an old lady with a hunched figure came out from the inner room. Seeing that it was Chu Yan, she said, it's you. What's the matter? What's the matter? My 2 friends don't have Tianhai yarn yet, can you see if you can get them a set too? The old lady smiled and said, okay, as long as they are guests from our village, they are welcome. Then she walked into the inner room. Not long after, the old lady took out 2 sets of Tianhai yarn from the inner room and handed them to Wan Xiao and Yujiaza respectively. Remember, you must bring it well. Otherwise, you will be missing when the fairy brings blessings tomorrow. Yujiaza took the Tianhaisha and said, thank you, ma'am, how much is it? It's free, you are the guests. Then you are losing money, aren't you? The old lady just smiled and said nothing. The flickering candlelight set off the old lady's stiff smile, and the atmosphere became even more terrifying. Chu Yan broke the silence and said, thank you, mother-in-law. The old lady's stiff smile finally eased and she said, you're welcome, you're welcome. You're all guests, and this is what I should do. Wan Xiao and Yujiaza both put on Tianhai yarn, and then everyone walked out of the tailor shop. After walking a distance, Wan Xiao asked, do you think there's something wrong with the old lady in the tailor shop? Yujiaza felt the same way, and was interrupted by Chu Yan just as he was about to speak. Oh, they gave you such a good thing for free. What's wrong with it? That's why I feel it's wrong. This Tianhai yarn is obviously not a cheap product. Wouldn't she lose money if she gave it to us for free? That's true. Chu Yan also began to murmur a little. Yun Zhou, who had been silent, said at this time, and didn't you notice? After we asked her whether she made a loss or not, she froze there. Now that you mention it, it's true, and it's completely different from the atmosphere during the day, a little creepy. And, the village has electricity, and the store is still lit with candles. Guan Xiaoxin said. Yujiaza listened silently, without saying a word. The origins of these people are definitely not as simple as coming here for tourism. They are a little too sensitive and concerned about the weird atmosphere in the village. Yujiaza would never believe that they are here just to relax. It is very likely that these people, like himself, came here with a purpose. The group wandered around the street for a long time. It was a holiday and a scenic spot, so there were still many stalls even at night. The 5 of them wandered around the stalls. Shu Yan was the most excited. She wanted to buy everything she saw. If Wan Xiao hadn't been there to pull her aside, she would have bought something at every stall. Wan Xiao and Xu Yan had been walking at the front of the team, keeping a certain distance from Yujiaza and the other three, just like a couple. Guan Xiaoxin stopped in front of a stall. She wanted to buy a sachet. Yujiaza and Yunzhou were waiting for Guan Xiaoxin to choose. Wan Xiao and Xu Yan seemed to have not noticed at all. They continued to wander around the stalls. It wasn't that Yujiaza had a habit of eavesdropping. It was because after his evolution, his senses became extremely developed, and Wan Xiao and Xu Yan were not very far away from Yujiaza. Therefore, although the conversation between the two had been kept as low as possible, Yujiaza still heard it. Will it really be okay for us to bring him along? Xu Yan asked. Wan Xiao, he gives me a special feeling, not like an ordinary person. Yujiaza was happy when he heard this. He just felt that they were not ordinary people. He wanted to hear what secrets these people had. Why do you say that? He also felt that there was something wrong with the statue, but according to the rules, ordinary NPCs in this world should not have this feeling. Could it be another phantom thief? No, only one phantom thief group is allowed to enter a dungeon, so he should not be a phantom thief. I am more inclined to believe that he is a special NPC, so I will bring him along, and he should be able to help us with certain things. Yujiaza was a little confused when he heard it. Dungeon? Phantom thief group? NPC? Are they talking about a game? Yujiaza is only 32 years old. He was once an internet addict, so he is not unfamiliar with these words, especially the Phantom Thief group. Are they talking about P5, Persona 5? But the subsequent chat between the two broke Yujiaza's guess. Should we use the truth mirror on him? Xu Yan asked. Wan Xiao rejected Xu Yan's proposal and said, no, the truth mirror will be very useful in the future, and cannot be used on this NPC. Yujiaza finally understood that they were talking about how to deal with me. But why did they call themselves NPCs? Yujiaza put the question in his mind, and Yunzhou seemed to notice Yujiaza's abnormality and asked, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about whether I should buy something too. Yujiaza said. Yunzhou picked up a keychain with the image of Kaiji sensing fairy from the stall and said, I think this is good. Yujiaza had a plan in his mind. Since they thought he was a special NPC and it was because of his special reaction to Kaiji sensing fairy that he was considered so, he might as well act as they thought. No, Yujiaza declined. Then he picked a salted fish puppet from the stall and said, I think this one suits my temperament. At this time, Guan Xiaoxin also picked a favorite sachet. There was no special pattern on it, but a very ordinary wave. The overall color was blue and white, which was very plain and elegant. After the two paid, they caught up with Xu Yan and the others with their favorite things. After strolling around for a while, they returned to the B&B. Because Wan Xiao and the other four had booked online and had not signed in, there were not many rooms left. The four people's rooms were arranged on the second floor, and Wan Xiao's room happened to be arranged next to Yujiaza's room. What a coincidence, brother you. I live next to you. It's quite a coincidence. If you have anything, you can call me. Okay. This night was not peaceful after all. Wan Xiao and others held a meeting in Wan Xiao's room at 12 o'clock in the evening. The four seemed to have calculated that everyone would be asleep at this time, but they overlooked one thing. This B&B is not soundproof. Yujiaza, who had not slept yet and whose senses were enhanced, heard the conversation between the four people clearly. So, now we are sure that there is a special NPC, right? This was Yunzhou's voice. After that, Wan Xiao's voice came, yes, since we entered this dungeon world, brother you is the first and only person I have met who also feels strange about the statue of the fairy. So, I conclude that he must not be an ordinary NPC. Xu Yan's voice also came soon, why didn't you let me use the truth mirror on him today? The truth mirror is a disposable prop. We don't bring many props for this mission, so we should save them if we can. Yunzhou, how many bullets are in your pistol? 12 bullets, none of which have been used yet. Okay, what we have now is Sister Yan's truth mirror, Yunzhou's pistol, Xiaoxiao's 6 healing potions, and the 3 bottles of invisibility potions I carry. Although this mission is not very difficult, we still need to be careful with props, so don't be careless. Yujiaza's heart itched when he heard it. What kind of mission is this? Who are these people? Not only do they have pistols, but they also have healing potions and invisibility potions. You know, I have only seen these 2 things in the hands of that adult. Could it be that there is another existence in this world that has the same power as that adult? No, that's not right. They called this place a copy before. It is more likely that they are not from this world at all. Tomorrow is the day to worship the fairy lady. Let's see what they will do next. There was no sound coming from the other end of the room, so Yujiaza went to bed. On the other side of the room, Yunjo retracted his ear from the wall and said he should be sleeping. But even if he heard it, he would just think we were talking about games. Yujiaza didn't know the rest. The next morning, Yujiaza was awakened by a burst of firecrackers. He looked at his watch and it was already 7 in the morning. Yujiaza got up, washed, and walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, he ran into Wan Xiao and others who were going out at the same time. What a coincidence, brother, you just got up too. Yes, I just washed up. What's going on outside? Shu Yan replied, it seems to be to pick up the ferry. Yesterday, an aunt said that we will pick up the ferry at 7 o'clock today and then go to the beach. After arriving at the beach, we will wait until 8 o'clock for the sacrifice to officially begin. Let's go and take a look. Remember to wear the tie and heisha. Yes. Everyone went back to the house, took out the tie and heisha, put it on, and went out together. As soon as they walked out of the door, the lively scene on the street stunned the 5 people. The street was crowded with people, and the crowd was crowded with the statue of Kaiji sensing ferry and walked towards the sea. Several people were at the back of the team and could not see the scene in front. But they could hear the huge sound of gongs and drums, so it must be more lively in front. The crowd included not only local villagers but also tourists from other places like Yujiaza and Luowan. Everyone stood on both sides of the street very obediently and did not take any further action. But Shu Yan was obviously not a patient person. He pulled everyone through the crowded crowd and walked to the front of the team, and then he saw the scene in front. The process of worshipping the fairy is divided into 3 steps: welcoming the fairy, sending the fairy, and offering sacrifices to the fairy. Welcoming the fairy means inviting the fairy out of the temple, but several people have obviously missed this link. Now the second step is being carried out, sending the fairy. The process of sending the fairy lady is very complicated. First, the gong and drum team must lead the way, then the Nua opera performers must protect the way, and then several people who are in line with the time must carry the fairy lady statue. The complexity lies in the Nua opera protecting the way. Nua opera performers will interpret ghosts and gods from all directions. Each Nua opera performer plays a different ghost and god, and the movements are also different, but they all tightly surround the fairy lady statue in the center. In order to drive away those who want to join in the fun. Yujiaza looked at the scene of the ceremony, and his face changed again and again. After obtaining the evolution, because he had to control the night terror, he also evolved a stronger mental power. This was originally intended to be used to control the night terror, but it also brought Yujiaza another function. You can use mental power to see through some illusions. The lively surprise in front of him seemed to Yujiaza to have a very mysterious and weird feeling, so he called on his mental power to observe. Sure enough, all this was an illusion. The people in the gong and drum team had empty eyes, saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths, and looked stupid and dull, as if they were relying on their body instincts to move forward while beating the gongs and drums. When Yujiaza turned his eyes to the Nua performers, he saw another terrifying scene. The long-tongued Nua performer pulled his tongue out of his mouth and kept shaking it, with blood dripping. The faceless Nua performer had no limbs and was lying on the ground with his head, his face had been worn off. The hunchbacked Nua performer waved a stick in his hand, but in Yujiaza's eyes, it was a person with a back open and no spine holding his spine in his hand and waving it. Looking around, there were many people like this. Some of them cut open their stomachs and took out their intestines to play with, and some walked and chopped their heads. Even if the Yin soldiers passed through the battle, there would definitely not be such a scene. Yujiaza looked cautiously at the statue of Kaiji sensing fairy, but found that the statue did not change at all, but still revealed a sense of weirdness. But when Yujiaza was about to look away, the fairy's eyes looked in his direction. Yujiaza hurriedly looked back, but found that the fairy's eyes changed back again. Is it an illusion? No, it shouldn't be an illusion. There is definitely something wrong with this fairy. Yujiaza tried his best to pretend that he didn't see anything and talked to Wanqiao and others. It's really lively. Yujiaza said. Shuyan patted his chest and said proudly, how about it, is it right to bring you to the front? Yujiaza felt bitter in his heart and didn't say anything, otherwise he wouldn't be able to see this horrible scene in front. Yunjo pushed his glasses and looked at Yujiaza with a hint of suspicion. Yujiaza was thinking about another question at this time. What is the purpose of Wanqiao and others? What is certain is that there is indeed something wrong with this local religious sacrifice, but what is the purpose of Wanqiao and others? Not only are there guns, but there are also magic potions. Yujiaza really wants Chu Yen to use the truth mirror now to let them see what is happening in front of them. But if that happens, his eavesdropping on their conversation will be exposed, which is of no benefit to Yujiaza. He needs to find out what the origins of this group of people are and what their purpose is. The journey to send the fairy lady was unusually slow, and the crowd was constantly surging. After a while, several people were dispersed. Yujiaza did not look for them again. He now urgently wanted to know what this sacrifice was about and whether this fairy lady was a real god. There must be a reason why the master passed on the method of eating gods to himself and others. If the so-called fairy lady in front of him is a real god, then he must obtain her divinity. He cannot let down the painstaking efforts of that adult. After waiting for a long time, the team marched to the seaside. A high altar had been built on the seaside, and the next step was to sacrifice to the fairy lady. The team that sent the fairy lady off placed the statue of the fairy lady on the altar, and the Nuwa performers stood on both sides as guardians. At this time, a man wearing a long robe and a blue and white scarf walked out of the crowd. This man was the priest. The priest waved the scepter in his hand and kept muttering something. Yujiaza used his mental power to look at the priest at this time, but found that the priest was not a human at all, but a fish head in a human body. What he waved in his hand was not a scepter at all, but a bloody spine. Looking around, as the priest kept muttering, the people present began to turn into fish heads and human bodies one by one. Yujiaza soon realized that there was definitely something wrong with this Taianheisha. Directly pulled off the Tianhai yarn. This action also attracted the attention of the people around him, but soon a gunshot directly attracted everyone's attention. The body of the priest fell to the ground with the sound of the gunshot. The one who fired the gun was Yun Zhou. At this time, the four people had no idea when they had circled to the edge of the altar, and were very close to the priest, so they could kill him with one shot. But this also attracted the attention of the guardian Nuwa and everyone. Fortunately, I used the truth mirror, otherwise I would probably become a fishman like them. Chu Yin said. Does this mean that the sacrificial activities have been disrupted? But why didn't the task completion prompt appear? At this time, the fishman priest who fell on the altar spit out the last character. The statue of the fairy goddess suddenly enlarged hundreds of times. From the size of an adult man, it suddenly became hundreds of meters long. The mission failed. Yun Zhou said. The four people also received the prompt that the mission failed. Run! The four people ran away wildly. At this moment, Yujiaza's face changed color. Good news, this is a true god. Bad news, he can't defeat it. At this moment, Yujiaza heard a sound. It was a series of wailings from marine creatures, as if something terrifying was rising from the bottom of the sea. Yujiaza jumped directly into the sea and transformed into Nodens. He was always more powerful in Noden's state than in human form. At the moment when Yujiaza jumped into the sea, an inexplicable huge pressure came from the bottom of the sea. Something was coming from the bottom of the sea. He could only call for support. Quetzalcoatl, can you hear me? Noden sent a message directly to Quetzalcoatl. At this time, Quetzalcoatl had lived in a hotel for a few days because his home in Hahai City was gone. Today, he was about to return to the snake tribe. Just as he was about to fly away, he received a message from Nodens. What's wrong? Come to Biluo village. A god appeared here. I can't defeat him. Quetzalcoatl didn't care. If you can't beat him, just run. Didn't the master ask you to adapt to the situation? I'm afraid there are two gods here. I can't run even if I want to. Then die. It doesn't matter if I die, but if these two gods disturb the peace of that adult, the consequences will not be something you and I can bear. Helplessly, Nodens could only bring up Chenyan's name. Quetzalcoatl heard this and felt the same way. He couldn't disturb the peace of that adult anyway. Where are you? Biluo village? It's the name of a village. I know, just kidding, don't be so nervous. The reason why Quetzalcoatl is still in the mood to joke now is because he has his own confidence. The Quetzalcoatl crown has given Quetzalcoatl an unparalleled talent in mysticism. Although this talent is mostly manifested in seals and prohibitions, it should not be underestimated. And even if he can't seal it, he can still summon his follower Snake Man to help through the crown. What's more, Quetzalcoatl also recovered the godhood of the obscene twins, and directly refined it after the master passed down the method of eating gods. The current Quetzalcoatl can be said to be terribly strong. It only takes an opportunity to reach the level of a true god. Not long after, Quetzalcoatl flew over Biluo village. He saw the huge statue of hundreds of meters at a glance. I'm here. Where are you? Quetzalcoatl asked. I'm in the sea, and there is another god rising from the bottom of the sea. I'm trying to spy. Where is your nightmare? I'll be there soon. Then, a dark massive nightmare swept over the sky like a dark cloud and arrived at the battlefield. Nodens manipulated the nightmare to attack the statue of Kaiji Sensing Fairy. Such a large number of nightmares soon almost destroyed the statue of Kaiji Sensing Fairy, but strangely, the statue did not react at all. Only then did Nodens realize that the statue was just a cover, and the one rising from the bottom of the sea was the real Kaiji Sensing Fairy. As the sense of oppression got closer, Nodens had to surface and return to land. At the moment when Nodens returned to land, a huge monster rose from the sea. It was an enlarged version of a fishman, but behind the fishman was a human face. The human face kept humming a strange tone and rushed to the shore. And the people who heard this tone and were wearing Tianhai veil were transformed into fishmen one by one. Fuck, what is this? Xu Yan exclaimed. Guan Xiaoxin trembled on the side. I can't beat it, I knew I shouldn't come to this copy. Yunzhou comforted, do you remember that special NPC? Remember, what's wrong? Wan Xiao asked. Yunzhou pointed in the direction of Nodens, and then pointed to the army of nightmares that covered the sky and the sun. Those things are controlled by him. That means, that NPC is also a god? I don't know if he is a god, but what is certain is that he and this Kaiji Sensing Fairy are definitely hostile. Just as the few people were discussing, a raven flew to Yujia's shoulder. It seems that things are really bad. Quetzalcoatl said. Why did you come here like this? Handsome. What should I do? Yujiaza asked. I came up from the sea and beat him back. At this time, the transformed fishmen surged up, and Yujiaza could only control the nightmare to fight with these fishmen. The fighting power of these fishmen was naturally not as good as the nightmare, and they were basically suppressed in a few seconds. It seems that there are 4 rats. Do you have any ideas? Yujiaza immediately realized that Quetzalcoatl might be talking about Wanqiao and the other 4. After killing the priest, these 4 people ran away and hid. There seems to be some problem with the identities of these people. We will deal with them later. Let's solve the trouble in front of us first. We can't let him disturb the peace of the adults. Okay. Then, Quetzalcoatl restored his appearance as Quetzalcoatl, rushed straight into the sky and began to cast a seal. The sealing spell was the same as when he sealed the wretched twins, but this time there was no assistance from Pan and the Snake Man, so it seemed very difficult. Just when it was about to take effect, Kaiji sensed the fairy scream with a powerful energy impact that directly shattered the sealing spell. Quetzalcoatl landed and said, it seems that it is not as easy to solve as I thought. Then, a portal opened, and a long-robed snake man walked out of it, kneeling to Quetzalcoatl and saying, Greetings, Lord God. Quetzalcoatl pointed at Kaiji Sensing Fairy and asked, do you have any idea about this thing? One of the snake priests looked at Kaiji Sensing Fairy and said, no, can it be sealed? It needs the help of the water element. Quetzalcoatl turned to Nodens and said, can you do it? Water element, do you mean this? As he spoke, a water ball appeared out of thin air in Yujia's hand. That's right. Then let's get started. Quetzalcoatl said. But Yujiaza interrupted and said, wait, there's something else to solve first. As he spoke, he directly ordered Nightmare to capture Wanqiao and the other 4. The 4 had no power to resist Nightmare at all. The bullets in Yunzhou's pistol were all empty and did not hurt Nightmare at all. The 4 captured people were brought to Yujiaza. Why did you capture them? I'm afraid they will make trouble later. After all, these people look wise, but they are not very smart in fact. Okay. Then, Quetzalcoatl and a group of snakemen began to seal Kaiji Sensing Fairy. Just when Kaiji Sensing Fairy was about to walk towards the land, a sealing array appeared directly above her head, and then a light curtain was directly lowered to cover her. The element of water. The snakeman priest said. Yujiaza directly transformed into Nodens, and the water element continued to flow towards the sealing array. And the 4 people of Wanqiao present were dumbfounded. What on earth was this? Kaiji Sensing Fairy continued to struggle in the seal, and waves of huge waves swept towards them. Nodens moved the trident in his hand and calmed the waves abruptly. At this time, Nodens felt an abnormal fluctuation. He has a godhead. Then a huge wave that covered the sky and the sun rose from the sea and smashed down towards everyone. The huge wave was filled with an inexplicable energy, which Nodens could not control. He could only manipulate the huge number of nightmares to form a dome around the crowd to protect them. With a loud bang, the huge wave crashed down. Most of the nightmares that formed the dome were killed or injured. We must find a way to seize his godhood. Is there any way to force out his godhood? Nodens asked. Yes, you continue to transport water elements and maintain the seal, and I will be responsible for forcing out his godhood, Quetzalcoatl said. Then, Quetzalcoatl flew into the sky, and a hurricane was set off around him. The hurricane carried countless wind blades directly towards Kaiji Sensing Fairy, which was mixed with divine power. Kaiji Sensing Fairy was caught off guard by this attack. Quetzalcoatl also sensed at this time that this thing had no IQ. Then another huge wind blade hit Kaiji Sensing Fairy directly. At this time, the godhead directly broke away from Kaiji Sensing Fairy and came towards Nodens, who was constantly sending water elements to the sealing array. Nodens saw this and did not hesitate at all, and directly used the god-eating method to refine the godhead. Kaiji Sensing Fairy, who lost the godhead, was completely sealed in the deep sea. What's the situation? Why did the godhead take the initiative to find me? Nodens was very puzzled. Quetzalcoatl explained, the godhead is conscious, it will look for a body suitable for it to host. This fairy was the best carrier it could find at the time, but after being injured by me, you who can also control the water flow became another choice for it. So it will find you. Conversely, if you don't use the god-eating method given by the master, then one day, your fate will be the same as this shitty fairy, and you will be abandoned by the godhead. I understand. Quetzalcoatl changed his tone, looked at Wanxiao and the other four, and said, then next, let's see how to deal with these four little mice. The four people controlled by Nightmare had embarrassment written all over their faces. Come on, introduce your true identity. Ujaza stepped forward with a hint of playfulness in the corner of his mouth. Wanxiao chuckled and said, what is our true identity? We are just ordinary tourists here. It is obviously impossible to defeat Ujaza with such poor lies and acting skills. Oh? Ordinary tourists? Ujaza smiled, then walked up to Yunjo and took the gun in his hand. Do ordinary tourists also carry guns when traveling? The four of them looked embarrassed. Ujaza didn't have much patience to waste it with them. It didn't matter to him whether these people carried guns or not. The key is where the invisibility potion and the healing potion come from. I don't have many questions, and my patience is limited. I hope you can answer me seriously next. Otherwise, I will let you know what life is worse than death. The four people nodded in unison. First of all, what is a phantom thief? The four people were stunned when they heard this, while Quetzalcoatl remained silent. He also wanted to know the origins of these four people that deserved Nodens' attention. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Do you really want to say it? Will it violate the rules? The mission has failed. Where are the rules? Now we can't even quit. If we don't say anything, I'm afraid we won't end well. A few people started to discuss. After discussing for a long time, we finally decided to tell the truth. Wanxiao said, we are not from this world. After saying that, Wanxiao paused, as if he wanted to see the two people's reactions. But unexpectedly, the expressions of the two people were extremely dull from beginning to end, without the slightest disturbance. They seemed not surprised that they were from another world. Seeing no reaction from the two of them, Wanxiao continued, you can understand that your world has been made into a game, and we are the players who enter the game. There are up to 4 players entering the game each time, called it is the Phantom Thieves. The Phantom Thieves need to complete the tasks issued by the center to obtain rewards, but they need to follow some rules. For example, we cannot reveal our true identity to NPCs, that is, you, during the game, otherwise the mission will be directly judged to have failed. You can exit the game world after the mission is successful or failed. The difference is that after the mission is successful, the player can stay for 24 hours before exiting, but if the mission fails, like us, you need to wait 24 hours before exiting. Quetzalcoatl and Ujaza are not people who have not kept up with the times. They naturally understand what these people are talking about. To put it simply, their own world is regarded as a copy of the game, and these people enter the game to complete tasks. Player. Okay, this is clear. Next question, where did you get your invisibility potions and healing potions? Ujaza's words made Quetzalcoatl shrink his pupils and asked in disbelief, what did you say? They have invisibility potions and healing potions in their hands? Ujaza nodded. Wanxiao explained, the invisibility potion and the healing potion are both initial props given by the center, as is the pistol. The truth mirror too? Everyone was stunned, obviously not expecting Ujaza to ask this. Ujaza had an expected expression on his face, don't be surprised. I heard what you were saying from the beginning, and I was just acting with you. Moreover, the soundproofing of that folk custom is so poor that you still have to hold a meeting next door to me. You will fail the mission, no injustice. Wan Xiao sighed. Yes, the same goes for the truth mirror. Everyone can get a prop when they come to the game world to assist in completing the mission. What is your mission? Interrupt the ritual and prevent the evil god from coming. Where are the 2 potions? Wan Xiao took out 3 bottles of green potion from behind and said, the invisibility potion was drunk by us when we assassinated the high priest just now. The healing potion was just used to treat the injuries caused by the monsters you controlled. Yu Jiazi took the potion from Wan Xiao's hand, looked at it, and then asked Nightmare to cut off one of Yun Zhou's arms. Ah! With a scream, Yun Zhou's right arm fell to the ground. What are you doing? Luo Qiao said angrily. He didn't understand why the man in front of him was still doing this even though he had already told the whole truth. Moreover, this brother Yu had always given him a very kind impression. But he didn't understand that once it came to that adult, Yu Jiazi would seem like a different person, not to mention that Yu Jiazi had long been unhappy with this Yun Zhou. He obviously has no strength, but he still pretends to be flying, looks aloof, and looks askance at people. Blood continued to flow from the wound, but at this time Yun Zhou was controlled by Nightmare and could not move at all. Yu Jiazi stepped forward and pushed his severed arm to the wound, causing Yun Zhou to howl miserably. So you know how to look at people with a straight eye. There was a hint of surprise in Yu Jiazi's tone, but anyone could hear the strangeness in it. Quetzalcoatl said from the side, I haven't had enough fun yet. Why are you so anxious? Come on, be good and drink this potion. It was said that Yun Zhou was allowed to drink it by himself, but in fact it was Yu Jiazi who forced it into his mouth. The broken arm began to heal slowly, but the healing speed was very slow, and it was not as Yu Jiazi thought. The arm would be connected, but the wound began to heal slowly. TSK. So it's this kind of thing. Yu Jiazi said disdainfully. Although he had never drunk the healing potion made by Qin Yan, at the beginning, Pan Shen's weak healing ability was stronger than this thing. It can be imagined that this so-called center is not a powerful existence. Hey, what will happen if you die? That will trigger the death mechanism and force you to be teleported back to Yuan Shiji, but you will be punished. That means you won't really die, right? When Wan Xiao heard this, he had an ominous premonition in his heart, and hurriedly explained, although you won't die, all the pain caused by the injuries you have suffered will be reflected on your body in one breath. It's just a little suffering, be good, it will be quick. You won't feel any pain. Then he directly ordered Nightmare to chop off the heads of all 4 people. The bodies of the 4 people disappeared strangely. Do you think I'm doing good deeds? Yu Jiazi asked. Quetzalcoatl. As long as you're happy. By the way, report the intelligence to that lord as soon as possible. Go by yourself. I'm going back to the snake tribe. I'll send you the master's location. Okay. Then, Quetzalcoatl spread its wings, turned into a falcon and flew away. Yu Jiazi walked outside the village, then called a deity and left Bilua village directly to the bookstore where Qin Yan was. What he didn't notice was that after they left, 2 carriers stopped at the seaside. Looking at the fishermen corpses all over the ground, the Samsara task force began to finish the work. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Yu Jiazi arrived at the bookstore. After entering the store, Yu Jiazi explained the whole story to Qin Yan. Qin Yan's face became heavy, and then handed Yu Jiazi a bottle of magic potion. Yu Jiazi reached the singularity when he swallowed the godhead, and Qin Yan had already sensed and made the corresponding magic potion. After drinking the potion, Yu Jiazi instantly turned into Norden's human body and fishtail. Then his beard gradually faded, and his fishtail gradually turned into legs. And finally gradually turned into Yu Jiazi's original appearance. Qin Yan asked, how do you feel? I seem to have merged with Norden's state now. Now, I only have this form. Qin Yan smiled, it seems that the potion is effective this time, and said, get familiar with the power brought to you by the godhood and evolution as soon as possible. Also, notify everyone to collect 100,000 eyeballs for me. At this moment, Qin Yan's desire for power reached its peak. Yu Jiazi's words revealed a key message, players. If his world is regarded as a game copy, then there will definitely be a steady stream of players pouring in. His power must reach its peak as soon as possible. Even if he cannot reach the level of the god of creation, he must have the power to rule the world for eternity. This is why Qin Yan wants to collect eyeballs. This is a potion formula called Taboo. It is one of the millions of potion formulas collected by the mad alchemist. No one knows who invented the formula of this magic potion, and no one knows who has taken this magic potion. But from the recorded effects, this magic potion will improve people's life level. Shen Yun thought so. He has now obtained the abilities of many experimental subjects through the Temple of the Gods and swallowed a godhead. At this moment, Chen Yan's life level is extraordinary. If he continues to improve, can he become the legendary true god? Volume 1 Hint, a drunk man is annoying. It is even more annoying if the drunk man is an ugly dwarf. Unfortunately, Guan Ai is such a person. Guan Ai, who has a regrettable face, lost his job today. Originally, Guan Ai worked well in the wax museum. As long as he did not come to the lobby, there was basically nothing to do. But today, Guan Ai left a tool in the lobby. He thought that there were no customers in the lobby and he would not be seen if he went out to get it, but it was not what he wanted. Guan Ai's figure was still captured by a customer. In this city, dwarfs are a disgusting group. Guan Ai relied on his superb craftsmanship to convince the owner of the wax museum to take him in and give him a job, but he asked not to enter the lobby and be seen by customers. This incident can be traced back to a collective tomb robbery in 1984. At that time, a group of short, ugly and deformed dwarfs appeared from nowhere in Qing City. This group of ugly guys dug up almost all the graves in Qingshi, just to steal the bodies and offer them to a certain god. Worshipping gods was a taboo topic in 1984. Offering steamed buns to Guanyin Bodhisattva was illegal, not to mention digging other people's graves and stealing bodies for offering. Therefore, this matter quickly attracted the attention of the local police, but this group of filthy beasts seemed to be endless. After catching a batch, another batch popped up. In the end, there was no choice but to use force to suppress them. They went directly to the place where these filthy people were entrenched in the suburbs of the city. That night, blood flowed like a river, the altar of the evil god was destroyed, and these abominable dwarfs disappeared overnight. But despite this, the news of dwarfs robbing graves still spread quickly, spreading to the entire Shandong province and even the whole country, so that people all over the country had a natural disgust for these short and deformed little people. This prejudice affected ordinary dwarfs like Guan Ai, causing them to be hated wherever they go. Guan Ai's intrusion into the front hall today and being seen by a customer ended with the store manager firing him on the spot, thus avoiding ruining the store's reputation. Guan Ai was walking aimlessly on the road at this time. He used to live in the utility room behind the store, but now that he was fired, he had no place to live. Desperate for life, he could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. He still remembered the disgusted look on the convenience store owner's face when he saw him, and he was even reluctant to take the money. It was late at night, and there were no pedestrians on the street. Let's just find a place to sleep in the park today. Guan Ai thought helplessly. But he was very angry in his heart. Why should he be treated like this? He didn't rob a tomb. He didn't steal a corpse. He just wanted to make a living with his skills, why couldn't he? Anger rose from the heart, and evil was born. Guan Ai looked at the toolbox in his hand and took out a utility knife from it. He was going to rob. It was ridiculous to say it out loud. A dwarf who was less than 1.2 meters tall said he was going to rob with a utility knife. But he searched the street for a long time and didn't see anyone. After all, there was no nightlife in Qing City. Guan Ai could only walk aimlessly. Until he saw a bookstore with lights on. This is it. If I die, I die. Even if I am arrested by the police, I will have a place to eat. The decoration of the bookstore is very classical, and even the door is an old-fashioned wooden door. With Guan Ai's height, it is just the position of the door handle. Guan Ai pushed the door open and entered. There was only a young clerk sorting books inside. Seeing Guan Ai come in, the clerk took a look and said, "Please choose first. I will come to serve you after I finish cleaning up here." Guan Ai was a little confused by the clerk's view. If this clerk had the same bad attitude towards him as the convenience store owner before, he would have no problem saying robbery. But the problem is that the clerk was very polite to him. Guan Ai, who felt respected for the first time, began to hesitate. Should he rob? While hesitating, Guan Ai looked at the decoration inside the bookstore. All the bookshelves, tables and chairs that can be seen are made of solid wood. A crystal chandelier emits warm soft light to illuminate the entire bookstore. The overall style is as if it was opened in the Republic of China. While Guan Ai was still looking at the interior decoration, the clerk had sorted out the books, walked down the ladder, and then walked in front of Guan Ai, half bent over and looked at Guan Ai. "Excuse me, is there anything I need?" "I don't know." Guan Ai could only say this. He was very confused now. He originally thought that no one in the world would have good intentions towards him. Just when he wanted to take revenge on society, he felt the kindness from the world. I see, then please find a place to sit down, I'll find a suitable book for you. As he said, the clerk invited Guanai to enter the store and found a seat to sit down. The clerk even found a lower seat for Guanai to sit down. When Guanai sat down, the clerk handed him a glass of water and then went to the bookshelf to search. You look confused, the clerk said. Guanai did not answer the question directly, but asked back, don't you hate me? We don't know each other, why should I hate you? I thought there was no place for me in this world. It seems that you have encountered problems. The clerk was still wandering among the bookshelves, and seemed to be troubled by not knowing what books to choose for Guanai. I was just fired today. Just because I am a dwarf, you should know what happened in 1984. I know. But so what? It was not you who committed the crime. But people have formed a natural grudge against us. What do you do? Wax figure artist. Why are you asking this? The clerk did not reply, as if the air around him fell into silence. Guanai thought to himself, as expected, he is still not welcomed. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he heard the clerk say, found it. Then he saw the clerk coming over with a heavy book with a red cover. Your book. The clerk put the book on the table in front of Guanai, and the title of the book Wax Figure Artist was written in gold foil on it. I don't have money, Guanai said. Originally thought that after he said this, the clerk should kick him out. But unexpectedly, the clerk did not have any special reaction after hearing this, but said, our store is open 24 hours a day, you can finish reading this book here. Don't you have to pay? No. Guanai also knew that free things are the most expensive, but he had nothing left that could be taken away. And he had nowhere to go, so he might as well finish reading this book here. When he opened the first page of the book, a dwarf who looked like a priest in a red robe standing on a pile of corpses suddenly appeared in front of Guanai. Guanai thought it was the clerk's prejudice against him, and just wanted to get angry, but the book seemed to have magic, supporting him to turn to the next page, and then Guanai was immersed in the world of the book. At this time, the clerk slowly walked up to the second floor. The moment he walked to the second floor, the clerk's hair instantly turned white, his pupils turned red, and a pair of wings slowly spread out from behind him. The clerk knelt on one knee in one direction and said to the empty room, Master, the book has been handed over to him as instructed. Okay, leave now. A voice came from the void, vaguely. Yes. When Guanai came out of the bookstore, Qingshi was already shrouded in smog. Guanai fell into a state of confusion, as if he had lost his soul. But only Guanai knows that he is in a better mood now than ever before. He has gained strength. Turning around to look at the bookstore, I found that the bookstore had been shrouded in a layer of fog, like an illusory illusion. Guanai is also doubting, is everything he did tonight true? But when he felt the unbearable power surge inside his body, he was convinced that what he was experiencing was not an illusion. Under the fog, an undercurrent began to flow slowly. The next day, Qing City Yunhe District Police Station received a report. A cemetery was robbed. When the police arrived at the scene, they were shocked by what they saw. All 264 cemeteries have been dug up, all tombstones have disappeared, and the entire site is in a mess. Police quickly cordoned off the scene and found many messy footprints around the cemetery. These footprints are obviously much smaller than normal people, but they are clearly identifiable as human footprints. Some senior police officers couldn't help but think of the 1984 riot. Could it be that those hateful dwarfs are back? All the veteran police officers present could not help but have such a question in their minds. But this doubt was soon dispelled. Because there are no corpses in the cemetery, since the country began to promote cremation in 1993, burial has been completely replaced. The custom of burial still exists only in some villages. Therefore, the burials in this cemetery are all urns, and some do not even have urns. They are just cenotaphs, let alone burial objects. The police couldn't figure out who would be interested in the urn. And why did you steal the tombstone? At the same time, a wax museum quietly opened in Yunhe District. This newly opened wax museum does not have any publicity, not even a sign. There were only short and nimble figures constantly shuttling back and forth in the store. These people are literally little people like the Chocho people, but unlike the Chocho people, these little people are more like humans. Although his face is still ugly and repulsive, he still looks like a human being. They are the culprits in the cemetery robberies, the tomb robbers. These tomb robbers usually live in various dark corners of the city, until a man in red robe appears and summons everyone. The words of the red-robed dwarf were very contagious and easily incited this group of dwarfs, who already had poor IQs and poor lives. Although they knew what happened in 1984 and why they were ostracized, they were still incited by the words of the redrogued dwarf and robbed a cemetery. If this is the prejudice of the world, why not make it a reality? These are the original words of the redrobed dwarf. Yes, since the world has this kind of prejudice against us and imposes crimes on ourselves and others that we have never committed, why can't we and others resist? Grave robbing is their first step in resisting the world. As for the purpose of stealing those urns, they didn't know. But as the leader of this gang of pickled goods, Guanai is very aware of the role of these ashes. That's right, the person who incited these hateful dwarfs to gather was none other than Guanai. From that book, Guanai learned a lot of information, such as which god the group of tomb robbers offered sacrifices to in 1984. Those who crave corpses, Pansonia. This is a god who desperately desires corpses. No one knows what he needs corpses for, but the tomb robbers know that they can gain power by contributing corpses to him. And among them, a leader was born. Red Priest. No one knew his name or his origins. He seemed to appear suddenly and became the leader of this group of hateful dwarfs. The power Guanai gained from the book was exactly the power of the redrobed priest. The redrobed priest is the one favored by Pansonia. The power he can gain by sacrificing corpses is unmatched by other tomb robbers. But there are no corpses left. As mentioned before, after cremation was implemented, there were basically no corpses in the cemetery. So Guanai decided to find another way. To put it bluntly, ashes are the residue left after a person is burned, and they can also be regarded as part of the corpse. Since there is no way to offer a complete corpse to Pansonia, then use these ashes to make a wax statue and contribute it. This is just an attempt by Guanai. He is not completely sure that this method will work. As for the wax problem, there is no need to worry. The tomb robbers have looted all the wax museums in the city, and the tools and materials are absolutely sufficient. Even this shop was looted by tomb robbers. As for the original owner of the store, I can only say that his death was not so peaceful. At this moment, Guanai was guiding these short bastards in making wax figures in the store. Soon, lifelike wax figures were made one by one. Each wax figure mixed with ashes is made just like the one on its tombstone. Although there may be differences in body shape, it is also made to perfection. It was as if the person on the tombstone came to life again. To be honest, it is not an easy job to do this. The overall IQ of these short bastards is not high, and because they were temporarily assembled, their qualifications are mixed. Some have the same IQ as normal people, while others are mentally retarded. It is not an easy task to direct them to make wax figures according to the process. But fortunately, the result is good. The wax figures were made smoothly, and there were no mistakes in the middle. The next step is to contribute these made things to Pansonia. Guanai carved a sacrificial array on each wax figure, and then chanted a spell. As the last word of the spell fell, the array began to emit a dazzling light. All the wax figures disappeared on the spot. The next thing to do is to wait. If Pansonia accepts this tribute, then they will gain the power given by this god. But if Pansonia does not accept this tribute, the sacrificed wax figures or corpses will be teleported back. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 10 minutes passed, and nothing happened. Guanai began to wonder if there was something wrong with the wax figure, but Pansonia didn't accept it. Just as Guanai was thinking this, suddenly, a warm current flowed from the top of his head to his limbs, and the other tomb robbers seemed to have received this power. Success! In the void, Chen Yan looked at the changes of the dwarfs and smiled. After drinking the forbidden potion, Chen Yan's life level was indeed improved, but all this came at a price. The name of the potion is Observer. According to the records in the Inheritance of the Mad Alchemist, the effect of this potion is to improve people's life level while gaining the ability of omniscience and omnipotence. However, the potion made by Chen Yan seemed to have failed. The potion gave Chen Yan the ability of omniscience and the ability to influence the world to a certain extent, but it turned Chen Yan into an indescribable void energy structure. Unknowable, invisible. But fortunately, Chen Yan found a way to solve the problem. As long as he continues to directly or indirectly affect the world, he can change his own form at will when he reaches the supreme existence. But if he wants to have an impact on the world, he can't rely on his current form alone. He needs an agent walking in the world. Gu Fei is undoubtedly the best choice. After Gu Fei died, his soul was recovered by Chen Yan, but Chen Yan had no way to revive Gu Fei before. But now is different from the past. Chen Yan, who is omniscient and almost omnipotent, resurrected Gu Fei effortlessly. and eliminated the side effects of the fallen angel potion to ensure that Gu Fei would not fall out of control again. As for Guanai's matter, every step from the beginning was within Chen Yan's calculations. After learning about the incident in 1984, Chen Yan became interested in the gods worshipped by the tomb robbers. Did the spiritual energy begin to revive from that time? But the result was disappointing. It was just an ordinary cult sacrifice. The gods they worshipped did not exist at all. But this gave Chen Yan a good idea. He chose Guanai, an ugly dwarf who lived a relatively happy life compared to other dwarfs. Forgetting tools in the lobby, being seen by guests in the lobby, being fired by the boss, walking on the street in frustration, walking into the bookstore. Everything Guanai did was manipulated by Chen Yan. As for the so-called corpse-craving person, Pansonia, it exists, but it is only a prototype at present. Yes, Chen Yan created a god out of thin air. Although this god is only an embryo at present, as Guanai and other guys continue to pay tribute to the corpses and continue to affect the world, this evil god embryo will one day become a real god. Before this, the power obtained by Guanai and others actually came from Chen Yan's gift. In fact, not only the book Wax Figure Master, but basically all the books in the store have been transformed by Chen Yan. As long as you read, you will gain extraordinary abilities. Although you can't evolve like your own cyborg, there is still a lot of room for growth. Bookstore, first floor. Yu Jiazi was fiddling with the ornaments on the table boredly. Seeing Gu Fei sorting books again, he asked, "You have been going back and forth with these books several times. Can't you stop and rest for a while? If you feel bored, you can come and help me," Gu Fei said indifferently. Gu Fei's indifferent voice was not because he had any opinion on Yu Jiazi, but because Chen Yan accidentally erased part of his human side when erasing the side effects of the fallen angel. Now Gu Fei is more divine. This also helped him to be Chen Yan's agent in the world. Otherwise, Guanai would be discriminated against by Gu Fei because of the stereotype the moment he entered the store. Now, not having any prejudice against anyone is more in line with his identity as a fallen angel. Otherwise, even if Gu Fei, who has only a high school education level, is mature, he will inevitably have a childish side. Yu Jiazi felt bored and asked, "Didn't the master give me any tasks?" No, Gu Fei's voice was still indifferent. "Can you talk to the master and give me some tasks? Since the evolution, I haven't used many abilities yet. Do you understand the feeling of guarding a treasure mountain but not being able to use it? I don't understand." Yu Jiazi gave up completely. It was too difficult to communicate with Gu Fei. No matter what you said, he always looked indifferent. Just when Yu Jiazi was bored, a message came from the Pantheon that the Mind Flayer had contacted him. He immersed his consciousness in the Pantheon and saw the Mind Flayer sitting in his seat at a glance. Yu Jiazi asked, "What do you want to see me for? You said before that you met a group of people who called themselves Phantom Thieves, right?" "Yes, how come you met them too?" The Heart Flayer nodded and said, "A few days ago, a group of outsiders broke into Yangping Township. They were obviously heading for Zhengde Village, but they did not go to Zhengde Village first, but wandered around several villages around. But what they don't know is that the entire Yangping Township is now under my control. All of them are my followers, the Heart Flayers. My followers told me that after they came, they have been asking about the Black Granny." "Black Granny? What is that?" "A local evil creature. When the announcer and I first arrived in Yangping Township, the Black Granny harassed us, but I still don't know what this Black Granny is. After the Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva in the north was eliminated by us, this Black Granny disappeared. Could it be that this Black Granny is a part of the northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva? When the Bodhisattva was destroyed, it naturally disappeared. I really want to be like this, but there are many different opinions about the origin of this Black Granny. My followers have heard countless legends about her, but they are all different. So, since that group of thieves came for the Black Granny, it means that the Black Granny definitely still exists. This Black Granny is very likely the reason why I can't reach the singularity so far. What are you going to do? Come and help me. These people have something that can block my psychic ability. You have to know that the ocean is my home ground. But it's not the home ground of the nightmare. Your followers haven't played a role for a long time." Yu Jiazi fell into deep thought after hearing this. It was indeed as the Mind Flayer said, his followers had not been used for a long time. After his evolution, while gaining more powerful power, he also gained the ability to strengthen his followers. This ability can give the nightmare some abilities, such as invisibility and enhancing the lethality of the trident. But after strengthening these nightmares, they have been useless. The joy of gaining powerful strength after successful evolution has gradually faded away because there is no place to use it. If I were to meet Kaiji Sensing Fairy now, I would never need to ask for help. Yujaza's silence made the Mind Flayer mistakenly think that he was unwilling to help, so he said, "Forget it, I can solve it myself, but I came to you because I saw that you had a relationship with the Phantom Thief. If you don't come, forget it. Don't. Give me the coordinates, I'll go right away." National Special Events Number 1 Handling Agency. Old Wang, I heard we are going to reorganize? A bearded man with a cigarette in his mouth asked Wang Miao, who was sitting opposite him, with his feet on the table. Can't you put your feet down first? After all, I am your boss. Wang Miao said with some displeasure. The man chuckled, took his feet off the table, and said, I'm used to being in my own office. Wang Miao sighed and said, that's right. The National Special Events Handling Agency will be reorganized from 3 departments into 1 department, and all manpower and resources will be integrated together. And it will be officially renamed the Black Archives Bureau. Black Archives Bureau? This name is good. The name of the National Special Events Handling Agency is too long. Every time I go out to perform a mission, I have to report my name like a dish. Now it's changed, it's good. Wang Miao looked up at the man and said, Zhang Luo, there is bad news about you next, I hope you are mentally prepared. What? I'm going to be fired? Wang Miao shook his head and said, after the reorganization is completed, the Gecko Plan will be officially launched, and you will be included in the Gecko Plan. The man called Zhang Luo sat up straight in an instant, and said in disbelief, what did you say? Gecko Plan? Me? Yes, that's right. This is what the higher-ups mean. Zhang Luo rubbed his already messy hair, and his whole temperament became depressed. The National Special Event Handling Agency has 2 methods to deal with special events that occur, one is containment, and the other is elimination. In order to achieve this goal, the country has formulated 3 handling plans. The first plan is called Awakening, and its purpose is to gather people with extraordinary powers to form an awakening team to deal with special events. The second plan is called Reincarnation, which is a backup plan after the failure of the Awakening Plan. It is composed of special forces with special equipment and a large number of people. At present, most of the special events are contained by the Reincarnation Task Force. The third plan is called Gecko. The Gecko Plan is the final plan after the failure of the above 2 plans. The purpose is to perish with the target. Among the 3 plans, only the Gecko Plan has a 100% chance of death. This is why Zhang Luo is unwilling to join the Gecko Plan. Zhang Luo is currently the captain of the 3rd team of the Awakening team. His ability is telekinesis and his strength is very extraordinary. Compared with Shana, the captain of the 1st team, and Hezu, the captain of the 2nd team, his ability is far above the 2. This is also the point that Zhang Luo does not understand why he joined the Gecko Plan. Fuck! How can I not do it? Zhang Luo cursed. Wang Miao looked at him steadily and asked, you don't want to? Nonsense! Who the hell wants to join the Gecko project? Besides, I am the captain of the 3rd team. After you transfer me to the Gecko project, who will lead the 3rd team? I know. I will report this matter to my superiors and see if there is any room for maneuver. Zhang Luo breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, but Wang Miao immediately said, now you go to perform another task. There is a man named Li Ming. You are responsible for persuading him to join us. As he said that, Wang Miao handed over a file bag. Zhang Luo took the file bag, looked at the information inside, and said, what if he doesn't want to? Eliminate. Understood. After that, Zhang Luo took the file bag and walked out of Wang Miao's office. And Wang Miao also stood up, walked to the window and looked at the sky. The world is getting more and more chaotic. Afternoon, Sangheng City, Meteor Community. Zhang Luo got out of the car, looked at the information in his hand, and murmured, Meteor Community, Unit 2, 301. Then he followed the address and walked upstairs. When he arrived at the door of 301, Zhang Luo knocked on the door. Who is it? A voice came from the door soon. Then there was a sound of footsteps, and then the door was slowly opened, and a boy with a handsome face, a pair of black-framed glasses and a plaid shirt appeared in front of Zhang Luo. Li Ming, is it? Zhang Luo tried to make himself look a little kinder. Li Ming nodded and said, yes, who are you? What's the matter? I'm here to talk to you about the ability you have gained. Hearing this, Li Ming quickly wanted to close the door, but found that the door could not be pulled open. Little friend, it's not polite to close the door before listening to others' words. Zhang Luo said while manipulating telekinesis. Finally, he used telekinesis to push Li Ming into the room. Li Ming was pushed to the ground by this invisible impact. What are you going to do? I said, I'm here to talk to you about the abilities you've acquired. I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't understand? Zhang Luo's mouth curled up a smile. This kid still wanted to act like a grandson in front of him, but he didn't know that the country already knew everything about his situation. Li Ming, 24 years old, graduated from the Department of Architecture of Beizong University. His mother died early, and his father was killed by a drunk driving and running a red light a few years ago. This is talking about you, right? Who are you? National Black Archives Bureau, specializing in receiving people like you who have acquired superpowers. Zhang Luo was about to say that the National Special Events Handling Agency suddenly remembered that it was about to be reorganized, so he simply used the reorganized name. After all, those words sounded intimidating, but they were too tongue-twisting. What Black Archives Bureau? What superpowers? What are you talking about if I don't take it off? Zhang Luo raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, took out his mobile phone and played a video. In this video, it's you, right? It was a video that was slowed down dozens of times, and Li Ming's figure was barely captured in it. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Li Ming's first reaction was to escape. He always felt that if he was entangled by this Black Archives Bureau, he would be in trouble. But just when he was about to jump out of the window, he hit an invisible barrier. TSK, the first reaction is to run? This is a bit difficult. What do you want to do? I said, you kid don't understand what people say or what, I said, we are specially accepting talents with superpowers like you. I don't want to. Li Ming said firmly. Oh? Do you think I came here to discuss with you? Zhang Luo pinched his palm, and invisible barriers trap Li Ming in it. No matter how fast Li Ming is, he can't play a role in this invisible space. The space was constantly squeezing, and Li Ming felt that it was difficult to breathe, but he still didn't let go. Zhang Luo thought, this guy seems to be determined not to join. Just eliminate him. Just when Zhang Luo was about to squeeze Li Ming to death, Li Ming finally said, I join. The space squeezing Li Ming was withdrawn in an instant, and Li Ming gasped heavily. Zhang Luo helped Li Ming up and said, oh, I forgot to tell you. We are a state agency, formerly known as the State Special Events Handling Agency, not some wild organization. Li Ming cursed, why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have joined earlier, right? Gue Province, Jolian City, Yangping Township, Jingda Village. 4 young people walked into this quaint and primitive village. Kaishi, Zhangfan, Lufei, Zhanghe. These are the names of the phantom thieves this time. Do you recognize any of them? Luo Wan asked. After hearing this, Yujiaza shook his head. No, it might be a new group of monster thieves. Do you know the purpose of their mission? Luo Wan nodded. I know, I came here for Grandma Hei. What on earth is this Black Grandma? I don't know either. The information I got from my relatives is different. Everyone sees Black Grandma differently, so I'm not sure what it is. When was the last time you saw Black Grandma? It wasn't me who saw it, it was a girl from Sujin who was in my team at that time. According to her, the figure had a pointed head and a hooked nose. No more? No more. Yujiaza held his forehead. This information was too little, and he had no idea what to do. Yujiaza made a suggestion, how about we sneak in too, pretending to be tourists here, or some other identity, as long as we can sneak into their team. Luo Wan rejected the proposal and said, no. My relatives and I are connected. They once heard this group of phantom thieves mention something. A special NPC in the copy killed the phantom thieves. I think they should be talking about you, so they are naturally wary of us. The method you mentioned is not feasible. Then what do you think we should do? Sit back and watch. They have been investigating for so many days, and they can't come to Jinda village without finding anything. Maybe they can force Grandma Black out. Just watch and we don't do anything? Right. What if Grandma Hei is really forced out by them? Luo Wan looked at Yujiaza with a look that looked like an idiot, and said, of course it's to cut off the who. If they are allowed to eliminate the Black Grandma, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to reach the singularity point again. I've wanted to ask for a long time, why do you associate Black Grandma with whether you can reach the different point? I don't know, it's just a premonition. The master devoured the godhead of Jingda Tongjing Bodhisattva in the north, and all the villagers in Jingda village were transformed into my dependents, but there is still a sense of uneasiness lingering in me. In my heart. I suspect that the source of this uneasiness is Grandma Hei. All right. At the same time, after wandering around Jingda village this time, the phantom thieves did not gain much. Seeing that it was getting late, they went to the next village to find a family to stay. By coincidence, they found Bayan's house. A smile appeared on Luo Wan's lips. Was it a coincidence? Or was it intentional? Bayan should have died. As the physical body of the northern Zhengde Tongjing Bodhisattva, Bayan died the moment his heart as the godhead was taken out. If it weren't for the gift given by that adult, giving Bayan a brand new heart and resurrecting Bayan, Bayan was already dead at this time. The Bayan family was not transformed into mind flayers by Luo Wan, not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. His ability to infect was of no use to Bayan and Bayan's grandfather, and the two of them had no memory of the battle between themselves and others and the North Jingde Tongjing Bodhisattva. You must know that the battle scene at that time caused quite a stir. This made Luo Wanbai puzzled, but there would be no harm in keeping the two of them. Anyway, all the subordinate mind flayers still maintained their original lifestyle before being summoned by him, so there would be nothing unusual. Now, just like when he and others knocked on the door of Bayan's house, the phantom thieves and others walked into this foggy courtyard. Bayan family. Bayan looked at the four young people standing at the door with a sad look on his face. What's the matter? Brother, we want to stay with you for a while, do you think it's okay? Zhang Fan asked. There are still 2 vacant houses in the west courtyard. You can stay there. How long will you stay? Bayan asked. A week. 800 a week, water and electricity bills are paid by yourself, is that acceptable? 800 a week. This is a bit expensive. Bayan raised the price on purpose. Since the last wave of young people left quietly, his grandfather's health has gotten worse and worse. He didn't want outsiders to disturb him, so he raised the price on purpose. However, unexpectedly, these people paid 1,000 yuan to Bayan without any hesitation. Then, without waiting for Bayan to lead the way, he entered the house on his own. The guests who came this time were a little rude. Bayan sighed, closed the door after the 4 people entered, and then led the 4 people to the west courtyard. As soon as the 4 people entered the house, they started to pick and choose and find faults everywhere. In short, they were complaining that the 1,000 yuan was not worth the money. But when Bayan offered to refund their money and let them find another place, they refused. Bayan did not forget to draw a long horizontal line in front of the door with charcoal for everyone this time, just in case there was any danger. Who knew whether Grandma Hay would come this time? The 4 people in front of them are not a good person at first glance. If they are frightened, they may cause trouble. But in fact, Bayan thought wrong, and the 4 of them were eager for Grandma Hay to come out. After Bayan left, the 4 of them sat together and started to discuss. When it's night, we'll erase the horizontal line at the door. Lu Fei said. Why? Zhang Fan, you're stupid. You didn't remember any of the information you've been asking for these days. If there's that black line, the black grandma won't come. Lu Fei said angrily. Zhang Fan said oh and stopped talking. But how should we deal with this black grandma then? Kaishi asked a question at the right time. Don't worry, if physical attacks are useful, I have a pistol here. If physical attacks don't work, Kaishi, you have the magic jar in your hand. No matter what, we have no chance of failure this time. Jiang He said. No, Lu Fei interrupted, there's one more thing. Are you talking about special NPCs? Jiang He asked. Lu Fei nodded and said, according to the players who came out of the Fairy Lady dungeon last time, there are special NPCs in this game. They are not helping players to complete tasks, and their strength is extremely terrifying. The thieves who participated in the Fairy Lady dungeon said that the special NPCs joined the team by chance. But we have been here for so many days this time, and we haven't encountered any special NPCs. In short, it's better to be careful. Okay. Early morning. When making sure people were asleep, Zhang Fan erased the black line painted on the door. Then came the waiting. Waiting for Grandma Black to show up. 10 minutes. 20 minutes, half an hour. I waited for more than an hour and the black grandma didn't show up. Zhang Fan and Kaishi started to murmur, and Zhang Fan asked, isn't this black grandma not coming? But Lu Fei denied Zhang Fan's words and said, it will definitely come. It may just be a matter of time. From the news we heard, it is not difficult to know that this black grandma is particularly interested in outsiders. So it will definitely come. A few people continued to wait. As time passed by, everyone began to become nervous and kept staring at the door. But just when Kaishi was distracted, from the corner of his eye, he saw a human-shaped black figure standing in front of the window. Grandma Black. Kaishi's words caused everyone's attention to shift to the window. Sure enough, a tall figure with a pointed head, aquiline nose, and tall body was standing in front of the window. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang He drew his gun and shot. The gunshot was deafening, and the bullet penetrated the glass and hit Grandma Hay. But the bullet seemed to hit the void. Grandma Hay was not affected at all, but moved closer to the window. Only then did everyone see the black grandma's face clearly. The long and pointed head, the empty eye sockets without eyeballs, a strangely curved aquiline nose, and the most creepy thing was the mouth. The mouth didn't look like a human mouth, but more like the mouthparts of a certain insect or general, thin and long. Grandma Black stared at the four people with her eyeless eyes, and the four people's scalps were already numb at this time. This gun doesn't work. Simply, a few people rushed out of the door. Kai-Shi had a magic sealing jar in his hand. This thing should have a miraculous effect on this mysterious creature. But when everyone went out, they found that Grandma Hay's figure had disappeared at some point. Damn it, let it run away. Jiang He cursed. Grandma Hay didn't catch it, but the movement here woke up Bayan, who was sleeping. Bayan came over to check the situation, and everyone quickly put away the props. What happened? Bayan asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Everyone pretended not to know and said, we also went out to check after hearing the noise. We don't know what happened. At this moment, a strange singing sound came from outside the courtyard. The moon crescents over the treetops, the old cat narrowed his eyes and smiled. The evening wind blows through the peach trees, there was a startling cry of the old bird. The old owl crows, and the black grandma is coming. The spider in the corner of the house is busy spinning its web, the moth slapped directly at the window. Who is calling softly outside the door? Hooray, hooray, who's looking outside the door? It seems to be a nursery rhyme, but at this time, where are the children singing nursery rhymes? Everyone was confused, but Bayan's face immediately became solemn and asked, did you just meet Grandma Hay? The four of them still wanted to hide it, and just when they were about to lie, they heard Bayan say, if you hadn't offended Grandma Hay, things like this wouldn't have happened now. What on earth did you do? Seeing that they couldn't hide it, everyone said that they had indeed done something outrageous, but they did not tell the truth. After all, the fact that they were phantom thieves and had pistols must not be leaked. Wait until the night hides little secrets. Creak, creak, listen carefully to the breathing. The little eyes in the cracks in the wall, blinking, staring at you makes your spine shiver. Grandma Black is here. As the last word of the nursery rhyme fell. In the sky, a black mist suddenly formed, and then floated directly towards everyone. Upon seeing this, Bayan hurriedly rushed everyone into the house. When I looked inside the house, I saw that the black line I drew had long been erased. Bayan was so heartbroken that he couldn't escape now. He looked at Lu Fei and the other four angrily, only to find that there was indescribable excitement on their faces. When the black mist got closer and closer, everyone finally saw clearly that this was a massive black mist. This black mist was clearly made up of black mosquitoes one by one. Kai-Shi, seal the magic jar. Lu Fei ordered. Kai-Shi quickly took out the magic sealing jar and began to recite the incantation. The moment he finished reciting the spell, a group of black mosquitoes came closer, and the magic sealing jar directly erupted with a powerful suction force. In just a few seconds, these black mosquitoes were sucked in directly. Bayan looked at it stunned. What are the origins of these people? At this time, the Mind Flayer and Nodin stood on the roof not far away and had a panoramic view of everything. This black grandma has laid so much groundwork. I thought she was some kind of powerful character, but this is the result? Sealed in a jar? Nodin said. It's not that Grandma Black is too weak. It's that the props in the hands of those monster thieves are too powerful. That jar is definitely a treasure. I think it's better to grab that jar now. These phantom thieves should be able to quit at any time after completing their mission. I know, but my group of people also have props that can shield my spiritual energy. My family and I can't cause harm to them. The next step is up to you. Okay, by the way, I'll lend you a few family members to use. Okay. Then, with a wave of his hand, Nodens waved his hand, and the family of 3 in the house where they were living was directly transformed into nightmares by Nodens. At this time, the phantom thieves were still rejoicing over their victory. Facing Bayan's questioning, several people turned a deaf ear. Ha, I didn't expect the mission to be successful so easily. Do you think we should stay for a while or leave now? Wait a moment, the notification of mission success has not come yet. Just as several people were still discussing whether to leave directly later, one of the 3 nightmare grabbed the jar directly in a lightning speed. The other two Nightmare killed the 4 members of the Phantom Thieves before they could react. What is going on? Lu Fei looked at the 3 huge bat monsters in front of him like hell demons in disbelief before he died. Then the bodies of the 4 people disappeared directly on the spot. Bayan was frightened by this sudden change. The Mind Flayer sighed, floated in front of Bayan, and directly used his mental power to erase his memory of this incident. Let's go. The Mind Flayer and Nodens left. But the 4 thieves who quit the game were confused at this time. They were teleported back to the central realm after death. Damn, where did those monsters come from? The mission was about to succeed. Zhang Fan cursed. Lu Fei, who was always calm and composed, also showed a solemn look on his face at this time. He was just a little short of success, but he was intercepted by someone. What is going on? Where did those bat monsters come from? Why was it never mentioned in the mission information? The voices of several people quickly attracted the attention of another team of thieves, which was Wan Xiao and others. Can you describe those monsters to us in detail? Wan Xiao asked. Gu Fei, from Hahai City. A student of Hahai No. 2 Middle School. Can you explain why you are here? Zhang Luo was sitting in the bookstore and questioning Gu Fei. But Gu Fei didn't pay any attention to him. He was reading a book silently behind the cashier. Number 039, the Fallen Angel, was successfully killed in Hahai No. 2 on October 20th last year. You should be a dead man. Zhang Luo said again. Gu Fei said him indifferently, and there was no follow-up. Zhang Luo narrowed his eyes, revealing a murderous intent in his eyes. Don't you want to explain why you are resurrected? No explanation. Then I may need you to come with me. Impossible. This is not a discussion with you. As he said, Zhang Luo suddenly jumped up, and his telekinesis condensed into an invisible fist and hit Gu Fei. And Gu Fei finally reacted, and dodged the attack directly with a flash. But the cashier was directly smashed to pieces by this invisible fist. Zhang Luo did not hesitate at all, and immediately used telekinesis to condense countless fists and hit Gu Fei. But Gu Fei dodged all of them, and even Gu Fei's attention was always on the book. Good boy, you are really good. It seems that I have to get serious. Zhang Luo decided to restrict Gu Fei's actions first, and directly used telekinesis to create several invisible barriers to trap Gu Fei in them. Then he continued to use telekinesis to attack. At this time, Gu Fei did not have the calm attitude just now. His movement space was limited and he could not dodge. He took several attacks firmly. However, this did not cause much damage to Gu Fei, but the book in his hand was broken during the fight, which Gu Fei could not tolerate. Although this book was not modified by that adult, he had just read half of it and was about to reach the exciting plot, and it was broken. Gu Fei was very angry. Zhang Luo seemed to have not realized the seriousness of the problem, and still provoked. Oh, you are anxious. I remember you have a second form. Do you look down on me when you don't show it? Gu Fei smiled and said, as you wish. Then, the black wings on his back spread out instantly, his hair turned white in an instant, and there was no emotion in his blood-red pupils. Yes, that's the form. Zhang Luo saw Gu Fei change into a fallen angel form, without any fear, but even happier. Zhang Luo's mission this time was directly assigned by the high-level officials in Shanjing, with the purpose of investigating the reason for Gu Fei's resurrection and seeing if he could be brought into the Black Archives Bureau. The reward was that Zhang Luo no longer had to participate in the Gecko project. Zhang Luo's strength was the strongest among all the superpowers in the Awakening Plan, and he naturally looked down on Gu Fei, who had been eliminated by the Samsara Task Force. But what Zhang Luo didn't know was that the fallen angel could evolve infinitely, and Gu Fei at this time was no longer the Gu Fei at that time. The store is too small, let's go out and fight, Gu Fei said. In fact, they were afraid that the fight would affect the entire bookstore, and it would be too troublesome to clean up at that time. Just what I want. The two walked out of the bookstore directly. It was already night, and there were no pedestrians on the street, so the fight between the two did not attract anyone's attention. When they arrived outside, Gu Fei began to play his advantages, and he flew into the air directly, and the feathers shot out towards Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo was no less inferior, and he directly opened an invisible barrier in front of him to isolate the feathers. Black sky. Luo Wan uttered 3 words lightly, and then a black energy ball appeared in his hand. This energy ball contained a strong suction force. Luo Wan threw the black energy ball directly in front of Zhang Luo, and the telekinetic barrier was instantly sucked into the energy ball. Zhang Luo realized that something was wrong, and instantly pulled away, cursing in his heart, this information is wrong, the information did not say that this fallen angel has this ability. Moreover, the current situation is not favorable for him. His telekinetic range is limited. Now that the fallen angel has air superiority, it is easy to overturn if he is not careful. Zhang Luo compressed the telekinesis and applied it to his feet. Zhang Luo's legs instantly burst into a strong wave, and his speed was directly accelerated. In a flash, Zhang Luo had come to the bottom of Gu Fei, and then grinned, and an invisible telekinetic barrier pressed down from the sky directly towards Gu Fei. Zhang Luo tried to use this method to make Gu Fei lose air superiority. And this method did work. After sensing the barrier, Gu Fei landed directly without hesitation, but this was exactly what Zhang Luo wanted. At the moment Gu Fei landed, the barrier instantly wrapped Gu Fei, and Zhang Luo began to continuously extract the air in the barrier until the barrier became a vacuum space. Originally thought that this would be able to defeat Gu Fei, after all, living things need air to live. But he obviously overlooked a problem. Gu Fei is a fallen angel, he is not an ordinary creature at all, and whether there is air or not has no effect on him at all. Is this the only ability you have? Gu Fei asked. But because the barrier was a vacuum environment, the sound could not be heard, so Zhang Luo didn't know what he was talking about. Then, Gu Fei's ability was beyond Zhang Luo's imagination. I saw a black energy wave spreading around with Gu Fei as the center, and his barrier was eroded in an instant. Zhang Luo hurriedly pulled away and called for help without hesitation. However, before the rescue signal was sent, Zhang Luo's communicator was destroyed by a feather. The feather penetrated the communicator and directly pierced into Zhang Luo's shoulder. An irresistible energy instantly began to erode Zhang Luo's body. Zhang Luo felt fear for the first time. He couldn't defeat the man in front of him. He didn't know why such a powerful existence was destroyed by the reincarnation task force at that time, nor did he know why he had such powerful energy after resurrection. The man in front of him was full of mysteries. And his power was even more daunting. Just when Zhang Luo was desperate, the fallen angel pulled out the feather that pierced him. Your power is very strong, but you haven't mastered the correct way to use it. What is this? Your victory speech, or are you merciful and ready to let me go? When did I say I would kill you? But I have already attacked you. Would you get angry because of the harassment of an ant? Zhang Luo was furious when he heard this. He turned into an ant. Don't forget, you fought back and forth with me just now. But then he thought about it. From the beginning, the fallen angel's attack seemed to be playing with him, and he didn't really do it at all. So how do you want to deal with me? Calm down and go into the house to read a book. Maybe it will help you.